Ooh, wait a fuck something minute. Who been married to Jay Prince?
I thought you was married to JP.
Hey, she is the lady
And,
variation.
wait, when did my parole date come up? I'm out of penitentiary now.
No.
I ain't in penitentiary no more. Maybe I was so traumatized in penitentiary that I didn't realize I
So
ain't
y'all,
in.
so y'all started out as pen
On
pals.
that show, you are a boy, Damon. Maybe I'm just thinking you are not locked up no more, Sherry.
So y'all started out as pen pals. That's what y'all said. That's what you said.
First of all, you not
Y'all was
taking near one of
y'all
my
was
child.
sending kites. Y'all was sending
I
kites.
carry 9 months. I don't give a fuck about y'all nutsack. I don't give a fuck about what y'all saying. You are not taking my child that I carried 9 months. See, when you popped that baby in me, it felt real good.
What?
What came out of you felt real good, but what came out of me was a struggle. I had to lay on that table. I had to cry. I
What
had to
the
sit. I
E
had
and
to
J is
moan.
going on?
All the thing you could do was rub
I
me,
just
nigga.
wanted to know
When
when
I
you and
told
JP
you to
got
go get
married.
the mice, I really didn't want the ice. I just wanted you the fuck away from me before something bad would have happened.
This shit took over.
Damn.
So you and JP was pen pals first?
Nah, I ain't never, cause JP can't never fit my husband's shoes, and I never disrespect him like that.
Yeah,
Never.
Aunt Sherry is actually married, and Bomb Sherry is married too. Both of the aunties is
Yeah,
married.
get that young nigga right, auntie. He just try.
And most of my jokes and the way I talk is from me talking to my husband. Because I grew up with him damn near all my life.
Mm, that's what's up.
Actually,
So is he
really,
related to JP or something?
I was born, he was born, and we grew up together.
Mm.
He
Cause
be letting
that's
you
how
get that
growing up
loud
works.
around the
Please,
house.
please,
He
can we
always
move
Morning.
fucking
on?
And
well,
stay
hold
and
on.
shook your ass yet.
Work is
Nah,
on,
hell
y'all.
no. He ain't great shake me. For the fuck what? When we
Let
wanted
me
to
talk to that
say.
nigga. Put it,
We wanted to say we
man,
are what in the
you would
That's
absolutely
why I
have to
thought
listen.
find
JP was your
somebody
husband.
If
just
my
Y'all
like
one and the
husband
same.
get mad, I can look at his face when he mad at somebody. I can just take one little glance, probably about 3 second glance, and Mom been married long enough to know what I'm finna say. I glance over and then I'm gonna pretend for a little bit. But out of my peripheral, I'm watching what's going on. Cause if you touch him, you just touch me. And something bad gonna happen. See, smart men know how to move. All this, I'm the big brave man, and I'm this and that. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. No, white men been doing it forever. That's why they said, oh Lord. Because Tyranny finna get along on this conversation right
I
here.
have
Oh my
And
never
God.
had sex with a white man. Why you keep saying
Stop the cap.
I'm just gonna stop right here. It
You
ain't my
you done dabbled
conversation.
in that vanilla
Bus stop.
cream.
I'm getting off. This is my stop. I pulled the string. I'm getting off the bus.
You
This is
done
my bus.
dabbled in that vanilla cream tyranny.
that's crazy?
Let's
You done dealt with that vanilla cream now. Don't do
Nah,
that
I'm
now.
not. I'm not attracted to Caucasian men, bro. I'm telling you, Harriet Tubman would come back
That's
and kick me
right.
out. My ex husband is from Guatemala. They are not Caucasian people. They are.
All your skin, well, all your skin light skinned with curly hair. Why all your skin like that? My
Me?
skin dark
Have you
skin with
where the
happy
you know we
beard,
produce all
long
colors,
skin.
right? All colors come from
You
black.
got all the
y'all know y'all arguing with JP, right?
Wait.
got
Let's
so
not
much
get one mic
beard.
at it.
Like if Bob, if you ever say my husband, you'll know why I didn't cheat. You'll know why. All you gotta do is take one look at it. You don't know
Because
why I
he'll
didn't.
beat you.
Wait, but
Hell
are you?
no,
Why is
Bob.
asking?
I don't know if
My
anybody could beat Aunt
look,
Sherry.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I got the type of mentality that I'm gonna get you. You might whoop my ass, but please kill me. And I might
Yeah.
lay down because I didn't win the fight. And I have honestly been in fights where I didn't win. I can say that. I done took a couple of ass whoopings in my lifetime. Now, no, everybody act like they win all fights. Like if you winning all your fights, you picking them motherfuckers.
Right,
You
right,
ain't
right.
gradually walked up and got into a fight. But I'm from the hood. I'm an
Well,
old hood. Just put it like that. But what I'm saying is, you might. And baby, I love you. What the baby? I love you, baby. Baby, I do.
Baby, baby,
The
baby, baby.
older people gonna understand what I'm
Oh, baby.
saying. It takes a
And I'm gonna
fool.
and I'm gonna start the video in give me 1 to 2 minutes.
I'm
I'm about to now you good. Give me 1 to 2 minutes. I'm about to I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I've been drinking a lot of water and shit like that, right?
you
well, I
OMG.
ain't drinking no goddamn water tonight.
You see, you
Oh,
need
I'm
we
some.
could
You need some.
tell.
Oh,
Oh, we know you're not.
Hey, Bobby, I'm glad we on the panel together again. Hey, baby,
Uh,
she called me a traitor, and I was. I ain't gonna lie. I would
she
take
got
every
that
honey.
VSOP
See, I ain't bring it
I
up.
energy.
You bringing it up.
did.
Okay, don't be
No,
bringing it.
let me apologize to Bob. The reason why is
Turtle
because
Truck got you toe up.
I thought Bob was picking on younger women. And then I was like, well, hell, them hoes is starting to sound a little stupid. Now, if you was in another case as a younger woman and you talk like that, because see, there's not categories of anything. Why do people want to put people in categories, Mom? Can you answer that for me?
Yeah, but you listen. I know. I remember what happened. But what I will say, most of the women, most of the people who follow me are women, and they're younger women. So if I was just intentionally picking on younger women, then that wouldn't happen, right? So, but
Sometimes you talk
when
some
somebody
mouth.
I
You be like,
battle someone and they lose, the first thing they want to scream, just like they do to you, right? Is that we're old, and then they start talking about jealous, right? I made money for 30 plus years on my looks. So I don't understand when they come up and they want to talk about you're jealous of their looks.
but
but
Bob,
They,
Bob, that's what I do.
personally, we know that a lot. Listen, I'm not talking about every one of us, but
but
a
I'm
lot
not
of women be looking at some of these young girls and they feel some type of way.
no,
You
I
know what I'm
get
saying?
that, but first of all, I just want to know what me and her were talking about had nothing to do with you. But yes, but the truth is,
But Bob,
like when
guess
I
what
was
I
young,
did? When I first came to
a
hood,
bitch like me who grew up being what they considered, what y'all call it, bad bitch, right? Which would be a woman who, I guess, getting money because men giving them money. I don't know. I'm just using the terms younger people use. But what I'm saying, why would I be jealous of a younger woman when I'm married? I'm married. I'm not in
and
search.
she don't have
I'm not.
shit.
I'm not looking for a man, so there's no competition, which means I'm not out there competing for the men y'all have.
What you competing for, we not.
Right.
I don't
So
even compete for what Bob is competing. I'm competing for insurance money. I'm waiting for this old bastard to die. Bob's still alive today.
Yeah.
What?
God damn. Anyway, no, but so that's what I'm saying. So, but but that's what happens, right? Some of these young women, and the ones I'm talking about, like shit, old women do look better than them. Some of them, right? Um, and they mad about
That's always been like, I look at you, Bob, and I really honestly not joking you, just giving you the real honest truth. I can imagine some of the women in your family was some older, pretty women with
that.
long hair that men would find attractive.
Yes, they still. Oh yeah, I can show
But
pictures.
my whole thing is what I try to tell people, not just men, not
Mhm.
just women. Stop putting people in categories. Bob, do you remember this? I don't know if you old enough to
Whatever.
remember this.
Huh?
But they used to say, as for me and my household.
Right.
Before there was internet, I kind of grew up where we barely got used to microwave.
Right. Yeah,
And
see,
so
you're older than I am, so but
just a tad bit, you ain't
no,
gotta
just
go
a
that
little bit.
far.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm on. We didn't grow
I
up with
ain't
the
that
microwave,
old.
but the microwave did exist. We
No,
just
I
didn't
didn't
grow up.
grow up in
The internet been out since I was in.
yeah.
The internet been out since I was in school, like middle school.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that means
I
just
probably
because you
was.
didn't have it, don't mean it didn't exist. So that's all I'm saying.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
Black.
but like
I gotta
even when
I'll see y'all later, okay? Gotta go put the baby on the breast.
Have a
I
good
let
I
it
got a
turn it.
good question for you, Bob. I want to ask you something about.
And after the question, we're gonna
The
get back into the video.
platform.
Sherry came for me, y'all, over somebody else. That's what pissed me off, and I saw
I
exactly how it
told
went.
you was picking on that little girl, and
I
I was
was
like,
picking on, even if
Mom,
I was picking on
stop
somebody.
it.
Let's say I was. What that got to do with you, though? But it's okay.
Because I'm a bully's bully.
Mind your business,
Well,
lady.
you're not a bully, because
I
if
ain't
you
got to
called me a
mind
bully,
shit. You ain't
then
gonna be out here picking. Now, if it would have been Tierney, I'd have
now
cheered
listen,
you on. Get her ass. Get her
now,
ass.
well, what I'm saying is right now, you're not telling the truth, but I'm gonna let it go. Okay? How you gonna be the
Okay,
bully
well, what you
when
think I
she
came
started?
at you for,
You
Bob?
was on
Come
the
on,
panel
come
and she
on.
started. No, you was on the panel.
We'll talk about it on your
They were
channel.
dragging you, and
Everybody
then
tune in the Bomb channel. We're going to talk about it. I'm
okay,
bringing my people.
I don't
I'm
know why you
bringing my
brought that
people.
shit up, because we know, like I know
Now,
you.
y'all ain't
I don't
going to
know about
jump
it.
me over there. I ain't coming single-handedly.
Well, anyway, you was getting
Y'all like
knocked
to
out,
jump
and
people
then
over there. The
when they
Bomb
wanted to take me, you
squad.
decided to
Nah,
join them.
y'all
That's
go.
what
Y'all
happened.
female
Don't be
go.
talking about
Y'all
you
ain't
were
getting
trying to protect somebody, girl. You got scared because of what they were doing to you, and then because me and
What
that
are you
person,
scared of? What I'm scared of?
you went up there apologizing to that bitch, and then
What
and then
is? Wait.
well, don't play with me right now.
I
Listen,
thought this was my first apology, but I could have been drunk. So I ain't gonna lie, she could be telling the truth.
okay, but don't get up here talking about you tried to protect younger women. That's not how that went.
Okay,
Okay,
well then what the fuck
somebody was
I do
dragging
then?
you, and it seemed like you got scared, and me and them was going back and forth, and you decided to join forces with somebody who dragged you. That's what made me mad.
Oh, fuck,
Mm.
what the
So the
fuck?
bitch, you got scared of that
No.
bitch, and now you coming for me because she coming for me. You was the one trying to be a bully
Mom,
with a
that's
bitch.
how you took
Okay?
it.
Don't be trying to make it seem like I was a bully girl. Nobody ever called me no motherfucking bully except
Okay,
Brian.
all right, look, this how I do it. I take the bully shit back and all.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
anyway, I said
I
you
was
did that.
wrong.
So
You
We
gotta
move
Too late
past.
now.
I was
I'm glad
wrong.
I'm glad y'all apologizing and kissing and making up, because it's just in time for us to get back to the
yeah,
video. Appreciate y'all.
Man, if
In
I
a Gallup survey back in 2014, which revealed that more than 39% of women outright say they prefer a male boss at work rather than a female one. And just speaking from a personal perspective, when I was working a job like a 9 to 5, I always preferred a male boss. These numbers have only recently started to shift due to a lot of societal pressures in the Western world, but they still remain a reality
Pause
in
that.
most other
Please,
societies.
please.
Do you
I'm
see how this?
sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
See, here is what I don't like. Because what I hear is she prefers a male boss because maybe her femininity and she can flirt or whatever. But in all actuality,
goddamn.
growing up, every boss that I loved was an older female boss because they taught me something and they just wasn't teaching me something because I was cute. They was teaching me something because it came from the heart and they wanted, whether it came harsh or not. But fuck
Let me ask
bitches
you this.
like her.
Let me ask y'all this, right? Do y'all think most women prefer a male boss or a female boss, or is like 50-50, like close to the same?
No, and
Never cared to know.
me myself, the way I grew up, DJ Witch Doctor, honestly, I would prefer a female boss because if she's teaching me something out of love. if a male boss is teaching me something, he's teaching me something.
What about
Probably.
what about
No, I'm
other
not
women?
saying. Hold on. I'm
Go
not
ahead. You got
saying
it. Got it.
all men is like that or whatever. But 9 times out of 10, if you attracted, that man like you, he sees something in you. The job is no longer professional. We're
God
talking about
damn.
a professional.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think I,
What about you, Bomb? You think most? Let me know about you, and then let me know what you think
Like a
most women.
woman. Well, like, you gonna learn more from a woman. You
What about
are.
other women? Because I want to hear your own experience, but I want to hear what you think other women prefer. Go
okay.
ahead,
So
Bomb.
as far as myself, and we talk, I hadn't worked for people in a long time, but when I did, it depends, right? It depends on the race of the person. So in the corporate world, most of the people, most of my bosses were white, and so I preferred the men.
Mm,
Because the women had a problem with me, the white women had a problem with me, right?
okay.
Um, and but if we talk about now, we got a lot of black women in the corporate world, right? And they're bosses and things. And I don't know what Sherry talking about when they teach you how to love. Like this is a
Yes,
business. It
they
sounds like you're
do.
trying to make it more personal. Just because she's a boss, she's teaching me because she want me to be able to do that job. And if I don't do that job, she's gonna fire me like anybody else.
No,
Wait, let her
Huh?
land. Let her land. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Bomb.
So, but like, so what she's speaking, I know why she's saying it because back then, right? Back then. Um,
yeah, okay. You right. You
so
right.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, but necessarily, but today, um,
Yeah.
the truth is women do tend to rather take information from men. Um, yeah, I don't know why though. I like it's almost like I don't know why.
So can I say this, Bob? I'm not
Mm.
the loop here because, like, even with the older, younger woman thing, it kind of still get to me because I'm a little old school. But like, when you might have had difficulties, you might have went through those tests. Everybody sends you through tests. Even though you a woman talking to a woman, that don't mean you're not gonna go through a test. Like when a son brings his somebody he wants to be his wife, somebody he interested in, who do he bring him home to? The mother and the father. Who's gonna critique that woman more than anybody? The
Huh?
mother.
That's why I don't know what you talk. Like you bringing family in it too much. We
What
talk about
I'm
the job.
saying is, Bob, how women deal with each other. Like, I mean, I know it's a corporate environment. Like my my company. Okay, listen, we're a family. Like right now, everybody all across the United States, even the Mexicans, even hell, I have some Mexicans. Hey, okay with me.
Yeah, but y'all not really family. So I don't know what's
That
going on.
we are
Well,
though. That's
let's
how
try to
I look at it.
let's try to
Okay,
keep it. Let's try to stay on track with the
Like,
male or
I
female
don't
bosses.
know. I'm going too far off a track, DJ Witch Doctor, because
yes,
I've
I
you
been.
are.
got you.
Well,
I'll help you stay on track. It's all good.
I'm not as smart as Bob because she stays
I'm
sober.
not talking about
And,
but smart. I'm not saying that you're not
but
smart, right?
what I'm saying is I got a strong togetherness,
You
like
got that strong
family.
alcohol
Stick
in that
together.
glass is what we're talking about.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead.
well, come on, Bob. Come on, give it to me.
Okay, well,
Wait a
'Cause
minute.
good.
Bob always want to give me
Wait, let,
something.
let, let bomb cook. So bomb.
Get back.
So
Come
bomb.
on.
You think most women prefer male bosses or female bosses, or you think it's close to like 50-50?
I'll take a female. Because
I
if
would.
you can survive
Let,
a
let bomb.
female,
Yeah.
Go ahead, bomb. Let bomb answer. Go ahead.
I think is what you mean. What they want. I
Yeah,
think.
which one they prefer? Yeah, yeah.
The honest truth, I can't tell you what they prefer. It's we too different. People are different, but what I will say is that women can be just as hard on another woman, right? And
yeah,
sometimes harder because she's not giving you no leeway. She's not talking that love shit or that sisterhood shit. She just there for her job to get paid, and If she's your boss, then you got to do your job and get paid. And where a man, I might be able to say, my stomach hurt. And
Flirtation.
no, I ain't. No, you the only one talking about flirtation, girl.
All I need is one mic.
And shout out to Bridget
All I
in
need
the
is
chat,
one mic.
on the panel. Appreciate you for joining us.
Yeah, I don't know why she keep bringing up flirtation. Every woman is a flirt with a.
Hey,
You a pretty
Sherry Berry,
lady.
you got it. Sherry Berry, you got to let her finish.
Don't let nobody.
Go ahead, I
Can you
got
shut
you.
the fuck up? Like I don't know
Go
what's
ahead,
going on.
I got you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So every woman isn't trying to flirt with a man, and every man at a job is not trying to flirt with the woman. But men, right, to a degree, could be a little more sensitive because if I go in and I look like I'm tired, and I might say, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. A man may be a little more empathetic to that, right?
Damn.
Because he don't know
I would
what's going
think a
on.
woman would be more empathetic, especially if you're on your cycle or something that they could
She don't give a fuck. Because when she on her cycle, she got to go to work. She still got to be on time, and she might be a little more harder. See, it may seem like she going. Because I used to think, okay, she gonna be a little more. Nah, them women was harder than the men.
Yeah.
So it could. I'm not saying all women are that way, but I'm just saying there are some women who gonna be just as hard and sometimes harder than the men, and then vice versa. So that's all I can say.
Okay. And let's hear from Bridget. And welcome to the panel, Bridget. This is the first time I'm seeing you up on the panel.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Hi, Bridget.
Oh, okay. I always get mixed up on how to do this thing. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, as far as dealing with women bosses, I find them to be kind of catty. And I think, to me, I think it's better to have a male boss. I've had trouble myself, in different roles. So if I were able to have a male boss, then I would say I would prefer that. But the type of work that I do, a lot of times it ends up being that it's a female.
So you're saying because women are catty, that's why you prefer a male boss over a female boss?
Well, I've found the female bosses that I've had, they have been that way. Some have been catty, some have been vicious. Some you can't trust.
Well, let me ask you this: outside of your own anecdotal experience, right? What about from looking at other women? Do you think most women prefer a female boss or a male boss? You think they share the same view as you?
I don't think so. I think a lot of people would prefer a female.
Okay. All right, let me get back to the clip, and y'all could stop me at any time, right?
Creates two forms of competition.
What's up, bro?
They say they may prefer a female. I think in hindsight they will, but when you really think about it, what Baum was saying earlier, she didn't say this part, but she was alluding to it. But most women would rather have a male boss due to the fact that they're raised to notice those sensitivities. Like what Vaughn was saying, that she's not having a good day, this, that, and the third. He'll be more sensitive because he was raised to be more sensitive to a woman when it comes towards that. When other women aren't raised to be sensitive, they're raised to hey, I got this period on, I can act this way. I got this, I could be this way. I'm upset, so I can show that I'm upset. When men, we're raised around women when they're like that. They say, "Oh, she's just on her period. Just give her some time," type situation. She'll be all right.
Basically, so you're saying that we raised to give women more grace than they raised to give each other. That's what you're saying?
Exactly. Because that's what we are. Because that's just what it is. I think that's what Baum was alluding to earlier when she was speaking about preferring a male boss.
Yeah, I agree with
How
you.
about this though? What about for the fellas? Do fellas prefer a male boss or a female boss?
I think fellas prefer a male boss because we're hyper competitive. But when it comes towards the hiring process, that's when it becomes different. Because now, if you're a good looking guy, I don't want a male in a, I don't want the person who's hiring me to be a male. I would rather them be a female for the
Right.
simple fact that if they're a male, they may look at me as competition. But if I'm already in the door, that's a bit different because now it's more structural. It's not based on the emotions and stuff. Now the man tends to show that emotion when they look like, hold on, he about to get Brenda. Brenda, now I know for a fact Brenda like this type of guy, and his ego will kick in and be like, "Nah, we don't need him over here. He look like a playboy type situation." I've been hired by more females than males, but when it's all said and done, structurally, it's always the business always ran better when the man did it because it was more logical and not based on emotions.
I would say I would agree with you for most of it because like most of the times when I had female bosses, with the exception of one female boss, like all of my female bosses like let me and other people get away with a lot of shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Whereas
that's
the
true.
male boss is
That's
not
true.
gonna be having certain shit. So I do see like the male boss being more effective for the business, but as far as like interpersonally within the workplace, I'll get along more with female boss. Just I think just because it's the opposite sex is just easier to
Yeah,
deal with.
that's
You
what
know?
it is. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I agree with what y'all saying as far as that.
So it almost seems the same with because I
Yeah.
would imagine that a lot of women they would prefer a male human resource person, a male person hiring them on because you know like the attraction might get you in the door and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But
People act like it doesn't play a factor, but it does. Human
Yeah,
nature always creep into all. Human nature creeps into all decisions, regardless. You'll have some females that'll say, I just don't like her energy. I can't put my finger on it, but I just don't like her energy." And that human nature will kick in, and
Yeah,
that'll be,
don't like
a
you because
predetermination of whether I hire or be around this person.
mm-hmm. Go ahead, Bridget.
no, I was saying they just don't like you because of how you look sometimes, you know?
right.
Exactly.
So yeah, I've always had I had issues with women bosses, but I never really had issues with men bosses. And I ain't gonna lie, like at points where the men would baby me, protect me. In fact, protect me.
Boy, you been married over 40 something years.
I'm talking about a job. You the one who keep making this about.
Your husband is your boss. Go somewhere and sit down. I'm just playing.
I,
I'm just playing. Don't cut me out, boss. Don't cut me out, boss.
Yeah,
still
let
deal
me
with
play.
the
Let me
world,
play this. Let me
And
play this video before we
I'm
start
just
some
here
shit.
to stir up
Oh
shit.
boy.
Mom gonna cuss me out. She gonna make a song about me. My feelings gonna be hurt. I'm gonna be off YouTube for 3 to 4 days, maybe.
Women with this more egalitarian view of themselves makes them less likely to accept the leadership from another woman. This is also why small attempts to of women outright say they prefer a male boss at work rather than a female one. And just speaking from a personal perspective, when I was working a job like a 9 to 5, I always preferred a male boss. These numbers have only recently started to shift due to a lot of societal pressures in the Western world, but they still remain a reality in most other societies. Do you see how this creates two forms of competition? Women with this more egalitarian view of themselves makes them less likely to accept the leadership from another woman. This is also why small attempts to one up each other creates a friction that simmers into hidden jealousy and hatred inside. Have you ever heard of what's sometimes called the queen bee syndrome? Any woman who's worked in a female-led environment can attest to this. The girl boss is often ironically the one belittling and excluding other women in the workplace, almost trying to guard her leadership position like a queen bee. A woman that finds her
So wait. So women bosses
Yeah.
usually try to block others from. Damn, that is crazy.
Yes.
They wouldn't use.
And
They would
withhold
not use the
opportunities.
word block. They wouldn't use
Oh,
the word block, but
but y'all
they
want
want to have
control
control.
of
They
y'all
want to have
said,
control of where this person goes and where this person goes,
Say
and they
that
want to
again.
keep and maintain their position. I wouldn't say they would use the word like block, but what they want is the control of it. Like I've seen women be
oh,
like, I want her to be in this position. No, she can't be over here. I don't like her for that position. They want to be able to be the one that dictates
Mm.
what position you're going to be in if you are going to be in one, versus allowing your marriage to decide.
okay, what
Because
was
it would be competition.
hold on.
Yeah.
Because y'all putting it all on the women, and I don't like that.
But
What
it
was
is the
Well,
women.
the
wait,
video,
hold
the
Wait,
on
let her,
now.
wait, let us speak real quick so she don't nobody else. Let's
Was
yeah,
he
let's give her the
didn't
mic so she don't
doing
interrupt
what he
nobody.
was doing, making the band. He was sending
What?
people to cheesecake and
Oh
all
my.
that. What
yeah,
y'all
but the
are
video is about
trying to
the videos
describe
of it's
is
not about men. It's
exactly
about women.
what
Wait,
P. Diddy did to men. I can describe one more, and you probably gonna drop me down after this. But ain't that what angry man do to
Who
all
we
you
did that?
niggas in the manosphere? Y'all
you
can't
said
go nowhere. Y'all can't talk about nothing. And if y'all talk about it, he gonna loud talk. He gonna make y'all listen to what he got to say. Fatty tried to be and even mention little video anti-diet. Nigga, your mouth big. That's why your channel big. But in real life, you know how you really live. In fear. You
Okay,
little
so
mid
I
okay,
appreciate you,
I
Auntie
said
Sherry.
what I
Let's
said, but I come from a place with way bigger channels than theirs. But
Jesus.
y'all want to be stuck in this place trying to prove to them that y'all good enough. See, I like women bosses. When they punk me, that teaches me, bitch, get the fuck on. I'm better than that, and I ain't got to deal with you.
Okay,
I've
cool.
been dealing with me. You know what? I just now met you, but I've been knowing me all my life.
I appreciate you, I appreciate you, Aunt
All
Sherry. Let's
right,
let's
now
move
I'll
forward.
go on mute. Now I go on mute. For
Okay.
those that get it,
Oh
y'all get
Lord.
it.
That's based
All right.
on your,
Can you hit the mute?
that's based on your
Okay, so
experience. My
uh
experience is different.
right, and but then I was gonna use like the things that
Did
she
you
used,
think
right?
you call me stupid?
Hello? Can you
I'm
hit the mute?
sorry.
Well, you keep saying you're sorry, but you keep doing it. Okay, so you mentioned anger man and these men in these spaces. Name me 3 women, big channels where they work together in this space.
Mm.
And
What
what?
You
about
And they're
name
not either.
Lucky them had a good run. You know what I'm saying? Was a couple that shit was dope. Was a
Lucky
all
where
women
the
panel.
rest of the women were. What happened with the women working with the women? I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was an
Lucky,
all women panel.
yeah, I'm not talking
Yeah,
about a
but that didn't
panel.
last.
I'm talking about where
That didn't
one
last.
channel who's a woman work with another channel who's a woman, and they're able to do that very well.
Okay,
Because
okay.
the men have been able, like when she mentioned Anger Man may say what he want on his channel, but he still was getting on other men's channels. And other men, he don't let other men on his channel though, because he's selfish, right? So that's
Oh
a
my
bad
god.
example. But these women don't work well together, right? I've been around here a long time. And I've seen where we women used to work together, and then as soon as you work with them for a little while, they do the same thing. They see that you bigger or something, and then they try to destroy you.
Yeah, they
So
backstab you.
yes, and she
Yeah.
know that's true. That's okay.
Let's play the clip. Aunt Sherry, we better play the clip.
Herself in a position of authority over other women isn't so eager to let those other women climb that same ladder and challenge her. And as the gap between their status widen, the mask of empowered feminism drops and the hidden bitchy behavior starts to strongly manifest in an effort to bring other women down. And how does this pan out? I remember Jordan Peterson once made a really, really great point about female antisocial behavior. Women take the route of innuendos, gossip, and reputation destruction as a primary channel for their anger and despise. Now, what's unique about this is it's often hidden in plain sight. Unlike men who have the threat of physical violence behind every level of conflict, women that hate each other take the covert route, spreading rumors, sending up a bad report, subtle insults, and social isolation. It's this brewing toxic pot that keeps simmering, sometimes ending in a rare but all-out catfight. Men, on the other hand, can hardly afford to be their own enemies. Men, whether it be on the front lines of war or the boardroom of a dying company, they would rather defer their authority and follow the lead of a more competent man if it's for the greater good. And in the event a disagreement does happen between them, due to the very real threat of each side having the ability to completely destroy each other because both sets of men have innate physical strength, issues usually may.
So she's saying that men got a little bit more men our conflicts be a little bit more reserved because the like a low level threat of violence amongst men, whereas women don't fear no threat of violence from other women. Because a lot of women more do shit more covertly, like spread rumors, socially isolate, meaning like turning the group
That's
against you
100%
type.
true. That's
Yeah, they
100%
do.
true. You remember the episode with Joe Rogan when he told the other commentator that, hey, the reason why this table is bigger than what it used to be is because when I interviewed Mike Tyson, I was afraid that he was going to come over, so I decided to get a bigger table to create some type of distance
Right,
because that
right.
low level threat of violence is always there.
You
And
know this
for
thing I always say on manosphere? I always point this shit
Mhm.
out. The fighting words. Amongst men, we got fighting words. If another man invite you to the Frank stand, to the SMD, you know what I'm saying? That is fighting
Mhm.
words. But I don't know if women got
Exactly.
fighting words among them. Like, you know what I'm saying? That one phrase or certain words you could say that make this shit get physical. I don't know if y'all got that, you know what I mean?
Just to show you how thin that line is, right? The situation that happened with Will Smith and Chris Rock. See, like you say, there's always that fine line, but people treated Chris Rock as a woman. He shouldn't have hit him. It was better off saying he shouldn't have hit her. He was better off saying it because he's a small man.
Right.
But like I say, that stuff is always there. That like you
It
say,
was
low level
inappropriate.
sense of violence is always within us. If Chris Rock, right, was the same size as Will Smith and Will Smith would have slapped him, everybody would have been like, oh man, he ain't do nothing after that. But since Chris Rock is petite, built like a woman, it came off as why did he hit that little man versus it coming off, as he actually hit a man.
And he
And you
deserved
know,
to get right because and I agree with what you're saying, right? Because you notice he made the joke against his wife, a woman.
right, right.
He should have thought that, oh shit, her husband is big. But he didn't think about that, right? He just thought he could crack that joke and because she's a woman. You know what
And
I
I
mean?
don't think it's just because she's a woman. I think it's because the place where he was at. Because if him and Will Smith was on a sidewalk somewhere, you know what I'm saying?
Made that
I
joke.
don't think he would have. I don't think he would have made them joke. I think he felt safe because where they was at. You know what I'm saying? There's all these white
Would
folks
have made
around.
him.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
He would not have made those jokes because it was absolutely because he felt comfortable
And
because
because
he like they got
alopecia.
security. I can say what I
Right,
want to
right.
say.
He thought Will Smith was gonna do a tweet about him. You know what I'm saying? That nigga came up and rocked this shit.
Will Smith went up there and straight bitch slapped him. And
Right.
I
But
think
Will Smith did, but you know what's the crazy part about it? What Will Smith did, any man would have probably done in the hood, in the private sector, no matter what. If you say you're gonna be disrespectful in front of the person that I'm actually with, he's gonna either pop your ass or
Wait, didn't he
probably
warn? Didn't he warn him for us though? Didn't he tell him to keep his wife name out his mouth and he continue?
yes, he sure did.
not.
You see?
That
But
was
I'm
after he
pretty sure
slapped
that's not their first time having that conversation. I'm pretty sure what ended up happening is he probably got it towards him like, hey, please don't make no comments about me and my wife and my family. You can say whatever
But
you want to say.
you know what though, man, is fair. That was around a time when Will Smith manhood, his nut sack was being shrunk. His nut sack was shrinking, everybody in the media and everything was looking at him as less of a man because of the August Alsina shit. So I think he felt he had to reclaim his nutsack, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody was moving like Jada had his nutsack in her purse, pause, you know what I mean? So I think it was a lot of pressure. He had to do something.
They forgot Will have hands. That's the problem. They expect for him to take the high road all the time. But like you say, that thin line, that's what keep most men at bay. Because when it's what keep most men quiet and be like, you know what? Let me not say nothing. Because you start to think logically. Nah,
Right.
this can go.
And you know what, even to go further, like if two dudes walk in a store, right? And a nigga give the like a head nod, you know what I'm saying, and another nigga ain't give a head nod, you kind of got your guard up a little bit on even on a micro level, because you don't know if, you know what I'm saying, you don't know if it's hostility or not, because you give that head nod and that nigga dub your shit. He ain't give you back no nod.
Like
So
I remember when this happened a long time ago. And I ran into this dude in AutoZone. You know, I'm shopping, and of course they're shopping. And you know how you could feel someone looking at you at your peripheral,
right.
stuff like that. And I feel somebody looking at me, so I look over and I said, "Boss man, you good?" Because that's just how I am. I'm from Miami. You just don't look at people like that. He looking at me like he angry. He like, nah, man. I thought I seen you in the club before, man. You look familiar. I said, yeah, but the way you looking at me, you looking like you trying to attack. And
Right.
he told me, nah, this all good. But I just did not like the way he looked at me. He was just looking at me, you know, like he wanted to fight or something. But I'm trying to get some straight because I ain't trying to get caught off guard.
Nah, that's how you're supposed to move. You're supposed to test the temperature to see if it's some hostility, because you don't want to be caught off guard. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing, though. Guess what? If me and that dude would have got into a fight, they wouldn't have looked at it as if, oh, why did he hit that person? They would have just said two dudes was fighting in AutoZone. That's all it would have been. And that
Right.
low level of violence is always there. So you want to, at that particular point, I felt like we was about to fight, to be honest with you, because the way he was looking at me as if I took his girl.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at you like, okay, are you good? I need to know if it's about to go down right now. But he told me it wasn't. So I said, all right. I had to let him know because the way you looking at me.
All right. Anybody else before we because I want to finish out this. As a matter of fact, we almost finished with a video. We good? All right.
Maintain a certain level of decency until their final moment. This hard line doesn't exist to the same degree among women. So when I say that women hate each other, that's what I mean. Unlike men who can throw punches at each other but then laugh it out later, female antisocial behavior spills over in the atmosphere and seeps into every single fabric. From tones to gestures to choice of words, it goes unnoticed, but yet infects their behavior and interaction very discreetly. And most often it stays in that state because this festering anger, jealousy, and bitter competitiveness never gets an opportunity to release as pressure. So with that being said, until the next video, I'll see you guys.
Yeah, shouts out to the young lady in the video too. That was a good coverage, right? Go ahead.
Well, I want to agree with her, but I just want to say the reason it festers is because you saw how when we was going at each other, me, the three of us, right?
Yeah.
We eventually, because you didn't interfere, nobody made us stop. We was able to get in the box and talk it out. And then we're able to get to the bottom. So if a group of women are able to do that, they will eventually do that. But at work, you ain't really got those opportunities. And if a bitch pissed me off, but I ain't get to say it, right? Because I'm at work. She did something. It was underhanded. I knew she intentionally did it. I ain't say nothing. So, I had no opportunity to say anything about it. So I'm mad about it. Every day I see that bitch, I'm mad about it. I get more mad. And before you know it, it get worse, Bridget, you know what I'm saying? And we may end up in a fight or somebody gonna have to get fired because everybody will realize that we affecting how everybody works now. You agree, Bridget?
Oh yeah.
Man, we could be petty, baby.
Shouts out to Taylor. Taylor says some of these women have never been popped in their mouth before. But I ain't gonna hold you though. Most women that I dated,
Oh, yeah.
like hearing a woman say that they never been in a fight before is not some uncommon shit. You know what I'm saying? I met plenty women that never went in a fight before, like in their life.
And some of those women, they don't want to be in a fight, so they're gonna keep cool. And then there's others where they spoiled. The reason they ain't been in a fight because somebody jumped in for them and shit, because they got that mouth, right? And then but they deserve to get popped in their motherfucking mouth. Now, once they get popped in the mouth, then they might shut the hell up and start acting right.
Oh, yes.
See, I respect others because I know that if they anything like me, if I disrespect them, we're gonna end up fighting eventually, right? Because I'm gonna end up fighting you eventually. Something gonna happen. I'm gonna get fired or I'm gonna quit after the police about to come. I got to duck out the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Man, women are, I'm telling you, which not to, some of you men don't be knowing, like, sometimes I could tell what a woman said. She said something. Y'all thought it was innocent, but I understood her language, right?
I ain't gonna hold you. I had to get in my like late 20s, early 30s is when I realized that I could be in a room and two women could be giving each other weird energy and I don't even notice because I never used to pay attention to that shit. But sometimes y'all might be giving each other, I don't know if y'all be reading each other mind or whatever the fuck it be, but y'all just be knowing that y'all just be giving each other that energy.
You know what's crazy? You'll be with your girl, right? And I guess someone will be looking at you or somebody I know or whatever. And all of a sudden, like when you guys are alone, she hit you with that bitch like you, right?
Man.
What you talking about? You ain't see the way she was looking at you? Oh, you niggas blind. Y'all don't see shit. You can't tell this girl like it. Boy, y'all women are quick to do that shit. I hate them goddamn after conversations.
Now,
After you
y'all
see
don't
somebody.
see it because y'all not paying attention. What you were saying, Bridget?
I said it's probably true.
Right. We women, we're paying attention mainly because we have to, and sometimes we just nosy ass bitches, right? We paying attention, we clocking everybody, making sure. One time I went to Philadelphia to a nightclub. I used to go ride by myself a lot. And I'm at the club and I noticed this one chick across the room looking at me. She kept looking at me. She was a big bitch too, Bridget. Okay, I'm short. I'm on 4'11", and I don't like. I'm wondering why she clocking me, and I ain't gonna lie. I had to go over there. I walked close to her and I said hello to her, and kept going. And then she calmed down. Looked like maybe I looked like somebody she thought she knew, or maybe she just figured, oh, that bitch thinks she too cute. Because bitches back then used to have blades, razor blades in their hair. They used to slice women's faces and shit in Philly. Yeah, back then women, you didn't have to know. They would get a blade and just walk by you and slice you in your face and keep pushing.
But when y'all fighting, y'all usually do go for the hair or the face type shit. I see that a lot. You know what I'm saying?
It was playing for keeps back then, man.
But I'm glad you survived. You're a real veteran. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Yeah. Well, I kept guns. They had blades, but I would have had to get to the car to get the gun back then, But I was nice. Yeah, I said hello to her. I said, "Oh, how you doing?" and kept going. And I saw her relax herself, her body frame, and because the truth is, I over there like if this bitch can't beat me.
Sabam, let me ask you this: How long you been married?
35 years. Yeah.
Do you feel like you and your husband and if any question get a little too uncomfortable, you ain't gotta answer. But I want to know if you and your husband are around the same age.
Yeah.
Do you feel any like pressure to like keep up yourself or anything like that, or after a certain amount of age, yeah, just so locked in that you don't even gotta worry about that shit?
I'm not out here pressuring myself to keep myself up, but I always know there's a chance that some other woman might come through, and I figure if she come through, I don't know. I don't want to say what I would go. I would be thinking.
Okay.
No, what I'm gonna say, I would be thinking. It would be two ways, right? I'd be like, well, maybe I'll get a break. I'm okay with being alone. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, it's 35 years. But at the same time, I figure if he leave me over like looks or some shit like that, I figured then shit, he got to go. I don't mind, right? Because we all age. Ain't nothing I can do about aging. But
And that's why I asked if y'all was around the same age. Because sometimes people just age together, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
sometimes when the age is far apart, then one might age out the other, you know what I mean?
yeah, no, he's 2 years older than me, and I'm more to him than just looks. I get that's how I got him. But you younger people not married, you know the person you with them for other things also.
Right.
Way more outpaces looks, hopefully, you know.
Okay. What about you, Bridget? You married?
Not anymore.
Okay, well then what about let me ask you outside of your own experience. Do you think women are pressured to upkeep a certain type of look when they're in a marriage?
Oh
Or after a
yeah,
certain moment?
definitely.
So there's no scenario where after a certain age people just locked in and that shit don't matter no more.
No, you still have that pressure because when you're out in public, you're still kind of wondering if he's looking at someone else or somebody younger or whatever, and you're always worried about them approaching your husband.
Okay.
Some are blatant about it, and there's always a problem, I would say.
Mm.
So y'all, I'm not
There's
sure
always
your
a
age,
problem.
Bridget. I'm not sure your age range, but imagine, okay, let's say we 67 years old. You think a 67-year-old woman is caring that some woman gonna walk up to her 69-year-old husband?
69.
Yeah, when we're
I
older,
guess
comfortable.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're comfortable, but if you're around younger women, and it just depends on the type of women that they are, because
Mhm.
some women they don't care about how old the man is. Sometimes they just want to grab anybody that's already well established and everything, and it doesn't matter if he's married.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think the marriage. I don't think the marriage factor carry any weight anymore. I think when a woman actually wants you and she feels that desire to try to get with you for whatever reason,
no,
whether
I
it's
agree.
money, love,
Now show me the
gonna go after what she
69-year-old
wants.
men. I just need to know what these 69-year-old men, where these younger women are trying to snatch up all these 69-year-old, 70-year-old men. I think we're not thinking, you know, he's 70, he damn it 70 years
I
old.
wouldn't say a
Well, all
lot,
these
but it's,
mhm. Is anybody in here if you under 30 right now, or even if you're 40, are you looking at 79-year-old men? Because even I, 55, not looking at no 79-year-old man.
I thought you said 69.
And
69 is 70, right? That's 1 year from 70.
No, no,
Bomb, I believe those guys that are like 69 that the younger women are looking at is the ones that are
Your mic went out, bro.
Yeah, because his Mike was saying he about to pull out some bullshit right now.
They
Because
might be looking at a 69-year-old man for some paper, you know what I'm saying?
exactly. He's well off
right.
financially. That will be the reason why they
Well,
most
So
likely is looking at
they're
69 year
plotting
old
on
man.
his resources. They plotting on the
They see
resources.
him on his boat. They see him on his boat. He's near the end of life. And they like, hey, I could just get in and on the come up. And a lot of them will do it.
right, but
yeah, and they
I
just
agree.
want to make sure that the insurance policy is in place.
Well,
So
I don't know, but
that's the
but
thing.
I agree that if he got money, and then now we got to look at how many of them exist in our community, right? I'm thinking that we're thinking about us. I didn't know we're thinking about an imaginary world where we got all these 70-year-old men with wealth. Even in the white community, there's not a whole shitload of just available 70-year-old men that all the women are looking at.
That 79-year-old common person in that common neighborhood, he just trying to hold on to everything he got.
Yeah, he not even thinking about sex like that. Or like, I know this is something that the men don't talk about, ladies, but after a certain age,
the women don't care about the sex.
Yeah, but we speaking like he does. So if he don't care about the sex, then now he's not. What is he looking for?
That thing about to switch up now, though. It's about to switch up because that dude was on Vlad TV talking about.
Yo, your mic went out.
I got an implant that he could just pump it. You get hard.
Yeah,
and these are 79-year-old men who's
there's a pump that men been using. That you were using. Yeah, that. Oh no, there's a pump. That's a.
And they're saying that a lot of older men are buying it, like in their 70s. So that shit shit up.
Yeah, but they're not telling the truth on what the pump is for. The pump is suction. That is the sex that they're using it for. They use it. Yeah, they put their penis in it and they pump, and it's like a suction, almost like an oral sex.
No, not that, Bomb. No, it's an actual, like, he was explaining it like it's something that it's something that they put in their paws on all levels. It's something that they put in their ball sack that they can actually pump it like a Nike pump, like you used to pump in Nike shoes, and it automatically goes up.
It's been existing. It's because you hearing about it for the first time. The thing been existing.
It's a surgery though. It's a surgery.
Oh, now you talk about a surgery.
Okay. Yeah, it's a surgery. That's what I'm trying to say. It's an implant. It's an actual surgery where they got that thing hooked up to your junk where you can't see it or anything. It doesn't give you any girth or anything. What it does is that if you watch the Vlad TV, the Vlad show with him on there, he explains it. I don't know anything pretty much about this market, but he said whenever he's ready to go up, he grab his paws on all levels, and he pumps it, and when it's time to release it, he hits a button underneath it, and it releases, and it goes down. Paws on all levels.
What
I was like,
that's crazy. Y'all gonna get that?
What was the name of that with Diddy?
He said it cost him. That's what I'm talking about. The Punisher. He said it cost him $32K. And he said that a whole bunch of 70-year-olds is actually buying it. I mean, actually getting the surgery because what he like to say, this is his saying, not mine. He said it gives you instant freezer meat, regardless. Pause.
I remember now. I remember him saying that.
Okay, so now we're gonna go back to that 69-year-old, 70-year-old man, right? Who wet. So the men who can afford it, they may go get it. They are men who have had surgery, penile surgery, and things like that, and they talk about the problems that they have. But even if they do, they're not using. It's not that million. It's not a lot of men doing it.
So let me ask you this: what are the reasons would a 70-year-old man try to date a young?
Probably because of the price right now.
Most 70-year-old men not trying to date young men. I mean women. They not, most of them not, and that's my point.
So wait a minute. So what age the sugar daddies be?
Exactly.
Yes, a sugar daddy.
70 is there's still some nice looking older men that age,
Okay.
And what would they want with a younger woman aside from sex at that age?
Okay, so wait a minute. We gotta go back. So y'all say, what is a sugar daddy? A sugar daddy could be a man in his 30s, 40s, and 50s, or any man who got money, and he's some woman's sugar daddy. And he could be a sugar daddy even if she's older than him. So that's the answer to the sugar daddy thing, right? Because I used to be a sugar baby. Like I used to be on this bitch making money just with my looks. I ain't meet nobody or nothing, but I've had men just send me money. And when I say money, I had some people sending me money. Okay, thousands of dollars a week. Okay, that they were sugar daddies. And now if you're talking about the older men, though, an older man in his 70s, a younger woman to him is a woman who's in her 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
So that don't necessarily mean the younger women that when he need to get
But
this peanut stuff
So
like
when he
that.
get a woman that is in her 50s, 60s, don't he trying to? Because I'm thinking when you're grown at that age, the only thing you're looking forward to is some punani. Because come on, you ain't got to work. You retired. You old as shit. Like what else you gonna want a
They
relationship?
looking for companionship. They want to go to bingo with somebody, go on vacations and cruises and things with somebody. They want companionship. This sex thing is this younger people thing, and everybody, they sell us sex, so we just assume everything's sex all the time. But that's not true. Right. So, like I said, a 69-year-old, if he can get with him a 50-year-old, he gonna call that a young woman because she is to him. Right.
but I
And
still go ahead.
and as far as sex, like he might not he want to have sex if he can, and if he can't, they're in the bed doing whatever they do, and what they can't do, they don't do. A lot of men not gonna go and get their balls cut open to put no piece in
Hell no.
it. No, that's the fact. Okay, most men ain't gonna do that shit.
Oh boy. But we've seen some older people or older men dating these younger models. And you know good and well that he couldn't do anything with her, but it's just the fact that he likes to be around a younger woman,
Right. Where you seen them at? On TV, you mean?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
where
But I'm talking about the real world, right? I'm not talking about TV, because we even found out what his name, who had all them young, beautiful women in his Playboy mansion when they wrote books, right? He wasn't able to have sex with them. It was all just for show. And he had an older woman around his age who he really was in a relationship with. The younger women he got the money for them to be there, but he was with a woman closer to his age. But she was about 50 something. I think he was in his 70s.
you can even look at your president. He's got a younger, prettier woman. You know what I mean?
Look at who?
The president.
What president?
Trump.
Oh, yeah, we can look at President Trump, right? And
his wife.
His wife, right? Who was his wife? Is that his son though? Is her is her youngest? Who is that her son? Did she have a baby for Trump?
I'm not sure. Good question.
That's right. Good question. Trump was out there having sex with other women when he was younger. You hear about him grabbing the vaginas and all that.
Yeah.
And the ones who said sex, they said that it wasn't that. The one who.
So you saying after a certain age is just for the look?
Yes, most men, right? Y'all admit that. That's why you want this beautiful woman. It's for the looks.
What's the name of those guys? Those handsome guys.
You breaking up, Bridget?
Yeah.
What's the name of those looking older guys that dress up and everything?
They got a lot of them. They got one who just had a baby. What his name? He was actor.
It's a group of them, and they dress really nice. And I forgot the name of the golden.
Oh, good. I'm glad you forgot the name.
The dandies. You talking about dandies or metrosexual?
I came up here to sing a song. Can I sing my song?
No, girl, we talking.
Wait, not yet, on Sherry.
Sing my song. Y'all ain't talking about shit.
Yes, we having a good conversation.
My way back.
Somebody
trying to find my way back. Listen, Bob.
don't
be mean.
DJ, which doctor?
Baby girl. Baby girl.
Go. You could go.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the what?
She want to sing some bullshit. Go ahead. Yeah. Ooh, that sound good, girl.
Right.
Which doctor? That's the best thing you ever
You got.
done.
There's somebody in the chat should know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
Those,
even if we
those good-looking guys that dress up and
it's a lot
and
of
they're older, Yeah,
it's a lot of good looking guys who dress up and things, and they're gonna be they got some handsome older men who gonna still be able to catch him.
You talking about Silver Fox? Somebody says Silver Fox.
Yes, silver foxes.
Is that like a male cougar?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
A silver fox. I thought that had to do with their hair and stuff like that. They got women who are silver foxes too. I thought, maybe I'm wrong though. I could be wrong. Let me look.
They don't even know what silver fox means.
I don't know.
I seen there was a black woman. She was so pretty. Her hair was, it was on Instagram. She looked like well, I can't tell you what she looked like, right? Because she looked young for her age. You could tell she older, right? And she was so pretty, man. A lot of beautiful women.
By looking at their neck, you look at their neck. Well, that should show their age.
Yeah, that's how you could tell. On all of us, right? Either our neck and our hands. And with black people, we get we be even older, right? And still looking very. Yeah. Let me see what silver fox means. Okay, silver fox is a slang term for older men.
I haven't heard of the dapper.
Yeah, so a silver fox could be married already. It just means he got gray hair and he's handsome.
Yeah, I heard about how they really try to do Jadakiss' wife dirty. You know what I'm saying? Jadakiss, I never heard him in no scandal. I ain't never seen him with no hoes. They try to do his wife dirty, man.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. I want to give a shout out to one of my favorite MCs out there, Jadakiss. The Jadakiss Style P, the Locks. They did their thing, man. Especially after they left Diddy. That's when the Locks really came out, man. And they was killing it. You know what I mean? Jada, Styles, Chic Lounge. I mean, it was killing it, man. You know, shout out to them. Shout out to the whole Yonkers, New York, man. Shout out to Yonkers, all right? But I just want to talk about the fact that Jadakiss, you know, as a black man, he's been married a long time to his wife, okay? I don't know exactly how long they've been married, but they have been together for 29 years, all right? 29 years, something like that. It's been a long time, all right? It's been a long time. And so now what's happening is people are basically roasting Jadakiss's wife. Now, folks are seeing like, okay, well, Jada, he might look somewhat the same, but his wife, you know, basically is overweight. And a lot of the comments that I've saw, like, check out this one here on Thug Life Music. It's 55,000 likes on this photo. Some of the comments are positive, but some are negative, okay? Over 3,000 comments. You can go ahead and look at them yourself. But a brother saw the comments, and a brother went and made a video, and this is what he said.
Hey, check this out, boss. I'm sitting here listening, and I'm watching all these women in the comments disrespecting Jadakiss' wife, talking about she look old and she look... And it really hurt me because it's women. You know what I'm saying? Because what I learned is about entertainers and rappers, people got so much unrealistic expectations of men, thinking that every man has to be with somebody that's fake lips, fake ass, made up dolls. For the ones who had the women, that's cool. I'm not gonna say them not good women, but the ones that stayed down with you, that was really with you, them the ones you supposed to. Denzel been with his wife for how many years? Ice Cube been with his wife for how many years? Snoop Dogg been with his wife for how many years? Man, we taking the women that came from the trenches with us, baby. That still exists. Chasing these unrealistic hoes out of order for even thinking that. I bet you it's them hoes they body done. Believe that.
So let me just look at some of the comments, man. Like, I actually want to read some to y'all. Natasha James says, that's his damn mom. No, it's not. Joseph says, mom.
Damn, that's fucked up. That's his mom is fucked up.
Lord Jesus.
That's disrespectful. I remember I had an ex one time. We sitting down at this little event, and a chick gonna pull up and ask if we brothers and sisters. And I could tell her my girl wanted to fight her. You know what I'm saying? Because the chick was choosing the whole time. What up, Free?
What's up, everybody? How everybody doing tonight?
Chilling.
Hey, Free.
How you doing?
As to why I don't see what the problem is. Y'all should be a little more careful before putting people's names in your mouth. Everybody was saying, like, look, it could be his mom. Look at Melissa Alexander right here. And I don't know if he's married or not, but basically they've been together for a long time. And for me, she don't look bad at all, right? Look at this one. I thought this was his mother. They look just alike, or she a cougar. Like this, the sister is, you know, she might not be the most smallest person in the world, but how dare he be with her because she look like she might be late 40s. You know what I'm saying?
And I ain't gonna hold you. Jadakiss' wife ain't look bad. You know what I'm saying?
He was good to me.
No,
You know,
Yeah,
she's okay.
they were being mean.
right. Because I checked some other pictures of her, and she probably just they probably caught her on a day she wasn't. You know what I'm saying? She probably wasn't rocking her regular shit. You know.
I just don't really know. Let me just say this, man, because the disrespect is crazy. They were saying the same thing about Ja Rule wife or Ja Rule girl. Okay, a lot of dudes we think because they've been around.
You know what? I think it's because it's celebrities. People don't expect celebrities to have like a regular person who's just fucking done with him. You know what I'm saying? Like when you a celebrity, I'm pretty sure it's rare to just have somebody that just fuck with you outside of you being a celebrity. You know what I mean?
Right.
in
People don't
hip
think you
hop,
love
they
no
got
more.
access.
Respect.
Nah,
sorry.
people thinking about the image. You know what I'm saying? How the shit look.
Right.
You know.
They got
Yeah.
chicks. They
And
chicks should
how
be
many
Instagram models.
when,
They women
when
should
both
be.
of them are celebrities? How many of them stay together?
That's the thing. A lot of celebrities, when it's both celebrities, they don't stay together.
A lot
And
of
you
them
know,
do.
some of them do. But it is like how much celebrity couples we know that just stayed forever versus the amongs that just we see them in relationships after relationships. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why I always respect
Probably.
Denzel Washington because he don't be in no scandal with no chicks and shit like that. He been with his woman for mad long and they don't really be in the public eyes like that. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Girl. Okay. A lot of dudes we think
I think
because
that's one of the
they've been
reasons
around it.
why they stay together, because
What is
they're
the
not on
reason?
social media and all that kind of stuff.
You know what? I think so too. I think
Because
when you
they're not on social media. And oh,
yeah, I
are you
think you
talking to me?
my bad. I think you got a delay. I think you actually got a delay. All right, let me do this here, right? I'm gonna say 1, 2, and you say 3, right? 1, 2.
Three.
Damn, you got a real delay. That is crazy. That's
Big delay.
yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I'm gonna
You could just you could drop down and come back up. It
get
probably
off
just the connection.
and I'll try and come back on.
All right. And I do agree with what she's saying. A lot of times when people relationships in the like for example, all right, let me finish what I was saying. A lot of people who relationships in the public, it put too much unnecessary pressure on your relationship. Because if look at JP and Flora, I think if none of us knew about their relationships, they probably would have last longer.
Right.
But it's the pressure from everybody in your shit. You know what I'm saying? Now you're doing shit not just based on what you would do, you're doing shit based on what people seeing and what people gonna judge you by.
Right. So that makes sense when I said that most of them do stay together. And your answer was not the ones we see. But there are a lot of people in Hollywood who relationships we do not see. But the ones we do see, we see it. And the ones we don't see, they stay together.
But I'm saying like two celebrities, it's hard for us to not know that two celebrities in a relationship. Well, they probably could be dating, but if they married, we'll know about this shit. You know what I mean?
Not really, no.
Why
Right? If
not?
they don't want people to know their business, they gotta let you know. Some people they don't know. Look, do we know if Rihanna and which company? Do we know if they married or not?
Who ASAP?
Yeah,
I don't know if they married, but they dating.
right. But we don't. But they could be married, and we just don't know it. That's my point, right? We know they're dating because we're gonna see them together out and about with each other. We see that they making a family, but we don't know for real if they married or not. I think I forgot somebody had gotten married. People thought they were dating for years and years and years. What is his name?
Birdman and what's her name got married? I think Tamar Braxton. That's who Birdman is married to. Yeah, they married for a couple months.
Yeah, and what her name? The one Diddy's wife, right? Diddy's wife, the one who had the twins for him. Come to find out, remember after she died, and what his name admitting that they were married back in the day. Nobody knew it. LB Shore.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's like, oh, by the way, that was my wife. You know, they were married, and people just didn't know it.
All right.
Our Ja Rule girl. Okay. A lot of dudes we think because they've been around in hip hop, they got access, they got chicks, that they chicks should be Instagram models. They women should be all of this and all of that. Listen, man, I can tell you, I live in one of the most youngest countries on planet Earth right now, which is Uganda. All right. I'm in between Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda all the time. Okay. You will see so many dudes. I'm talking about dudes that is super rich, super wealthy. Now, I'm not going to say that they don't have like the side chick thing going on, because that definitely does happen here in this part of the world. But the main chick is going to be somebody that's taking care of business. And you'll get tired. I'm just telling you, you're dealing with the chicks that look good here and there. The IG models, the Instagram models, they booty models. You get tired of that so quick, man. That's so annoying. They always broke, begging, clout chasing. They ain't really dealing with you like that. They want you for the wrong reason. Soon as somebody else more hot come, then they're going over there with them. They doing whatever they feel like doing. You know what I'm saying? They not. I know one chick, right? It's a true story. We have something called the Pan African Dating Show. Brought the chick on the show. I wouldn't mess with her like that. She comes on the show. Chick is bad though. She's so bad. Dude flies to her country or to the country that she's in. Won't tell you where it was. Could be here somewhere else. Dude come from Florida, right? Boom. It's all good.
Damn, nigga. Damn, free. That nigga. Y'all Florida niggas, his passport, bro, is free. Damn.
Bro come from Florida. He hitting them, everything like that. About to get her a visa to come to the States. It's a true story. I wish I was lying to you. He catched the girl cheating. He tricked the girl. He said, listen, I'm about to monetize your TikTok, but I need your password so I can monetize it from the USA because you can't make no money in your country. Her dumb ass gonna fall for this shit. Boom. So dude get the password and all of that. And now once he get it, he find all the messages of her talking to other dudes. Boom. Okay. Now after that, dude break up with her. He stopped talking to her. She never apologized or nothing. Like no accountability, nothing like that. Next week, she on her way to Lagos, Nigeria. Out there thotting it up in Lagos. I'm on the Instagram story. My partner, he's seen her on the show. He showed me, she got me on there where I can't really see it, like blocked or whatever. So I'm like, okay, what's this? She out there thotting it up in Nigeria. I'm like, man, this right here, this is crazy. Boom, she go out there, dude, drop her. So I'm out there and recently, and I go to Nairobi. I get a message from the girl like, yo, I'm in an emergency. Can I get $50? I'm like, $50? Yes, urgent. And that's what they always hit you with, something urgent, right? I'm like, okay, I just was testing, like, well, why don't you come over here and get it? All on my period. And I'm like,
damn, the nigga try to hit the chick accent. You say he's just trying to test it, though. That's crazy.
Urgency, can I get $50? I'm like, $50? Yes, urgent. And that's what they always hit you with, something urgent, right? I'm like, okay, I just was testing, like, well, why don't you come over here and get it? All on my period. And I'm like, I wasn't gonna see her. No way. I just want to see what she's gonna say. But you think that this story is not uncommon, man. This is a very common story from dudes across the nation that's just out there dealing in the streets with these chicks out here like that, and they ain't talking about nothing. This happened a lot, fam. It's a lot of chicks out there like this, and you'll think that because you got somebody that's looking good, they ain't got no substance though. They're booty clappers. If you got a female that you're attracted to, who cares? Somebody else attracted to her. You want to go out there and just deal with booty clappers all day? Every time you got to start over again, talking to them, why you ain't got no man? Well, everybody, whatever. As soon as you leave that date, she got 45 dudes ready to clap them cheeks. Every time. You there thinking that, what I'm saying? You go into the lies all the time. Every time you got, and then as you got somebody that's listening to you. You got somebody that's been down with you. You got somebody wanting to see you in. Somebody that's putting something into the relationship. And these chicks ain't putting nothing into the relationship sometimes like that. Get tired of that, man, arguing with them. You be ready to block them, man. Like, you're not getting no respect from these chicks. And you fighting trying to get respect from a chick that can't give you nothing but problems. Like, nobody got time for that, man. Not for real, bro. Like, this is not what we doing right now. We're not sitting around, man, demanding that booty clappers give you respect, bro. I can see why a dude, he got a chick, she looked regular, as y'all would say, and he happy with that. You know what I'm saying? Chick just going around playing games all day, doing stupid stuff. You know what I'm saying? Trying to ruin your life. Man, nobody got time for all that, bro. Like, we just don't have that kind of time no more, bro. It's let this guy live. She been there probably for a long time. It ain't nothing for somebody.
You see, that is crazy. But he I fucks with how O'Shea covering this shit though. You know what I mean? What he says, she look regular. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. She don't look like a bad looking lady. She just, she give him some kids and shit like that. You know what I mean? Shit. Let's let Aunt Sherry to the stage. What's up?
Now I want you to hear me. You hear me now? I done took my glasses off and everything. Do you know O'Shea Juice, whatever he calls himself now, Juice Booty Jackson?
Oh my God.
Kid in the medical school.
Where he was
He
a crackhead.
ran. Yes, he used to be on dope.
Kid, girl, come on now.
I swear to God, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. He went to Africa, and thank God his life got better. I thank God. I'm not putting down people prospering and being better or nothing, but I've been around these YouTube streets.
Girl,
I
he
know
was
y'all.
no crackhead, girl.
Yes, he
Oh,
was.
he was a doctor. Look, he was
Yes,
studying to be a doctor, girl.
yes.
Yeah,
Just
he
like
wasn't.
Angry Man pandered little girls.
Wait,
And he
wait,
had
wait, wait, wait,
all.
wait, 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 wait,
Angry for pandering little girls. Angry Man, the Angry Man.
Oh,
Yes.
wait, what? You said an angry man. I thought we were talking about O'Shea.
This content is for entertainment purposes only. Opinions expressed by hosts or guests are their own and do not reflect the views of this channel, platform, or the Not for Human brand. Viewer discretion is advised.
Sherry, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's not.
I do. Yeah, I
No,
do.
no, I don't know. I don't know. Wait, 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 wait. I don't know about Angry Man and no little girls. Wait a minute.
What's
Wait a minute.
right? That's
Don't
Wait a,
why
accuse that
it
man of that
won't
shit, girl.
wait a
I
minute.
ain't
I don't
saying
know
that
what you're
angry
talking
man
about.
either. I ain't got no reason to lie on it.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if she mean the guys that he's pandering to guys and she referring to the guys as little girls. I don't know, and I don't want no part in that shit right there. That shit is like I'm trying to stay away from certain shit. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know. Yeah, we could hear you just now, Bridget. We could hear you.
Hey, Bridget, welcome back, sis. We can hear you.
Speaking of YouTube history, though, yesterday we was talking about Umar Johnson, and somebody was bringing up SETI, how SETI got Sarnetta popping, which is actually the opposite. Sarnetta got SETI popping, right? But I want to know if y'all remember the time when SETI and Umar had it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember when SETI and Dr. Umar was going at it?
Yeah.
That shit is crazy. As a matter of fact, let me pull some shit up. I think I got a video about that shit too.
All
I remember that. I remember that nigga say that old big old ass nigga.
I remember when Umar tried to call some fake goons. That shit is crazy. Umar need to stay off the cocaine allegedly. That nigga is tripping.
I heard he trying to lie and say a school burned down. His school burned down.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, not the whole thing ain't burned to the grung. He kind of exaggerated, but it got vandalized, and I think it got burned though. You could see when he was walking through. You could see
What school this nigga bought? You know, I live in Delaware. He said he bought that school in Wilmington right there.
Yeah, he said is the schools them that's opposite from each other. He said he owned both of them.
In Wilmington?
Yeah.
Nah, listen, we could nothing.
Oh my God! Don't say. Oh my God! Don't say the man that owned the school.
No, that man ain't own them schools. Was when they owned them schools. He clicked, and then why didn't he fix them schools up? He had enough money. One of them schools was for sale. I agree, and they let him walk through, and he acted like it was his that he bought, but he couldn't fix nothing because he didn't own it. He couldn't even go in the gate. The next time he walked by it, and then one time he walked by a school that wasn't even here in Wilmington. He was just walking by a school claiming it was the school.
And you know what else, Bomb? They call me a drunk, Mr. Fantastic. Ain't nothing fantastic about the nigga. Cause all you giving up is falsehood. But what I was trying to say, cause I grew up and I know them days. Actually, I was older than his days. I saw the little nigga coming. Actually, I saw you coming, little nigga, if you want me to tell you the truth. That motherfucker has a baby by a white woman in Europe. Why do y'all think
got a
Dr.
baby by a white
Johnson keep talking about Europe? Now, it was all black. And then, you know something Raw B made me mad at, and I'm just going to speak my truth.
Wait a
If
minute.
I
Come on, man. Wait.
say what the fuck I say, it's not that all black people born here, because I actually Bronxfoot. I am not from where you come from, other than if you say, oh, civilization. I can kind of look at the books and be wondering, but I ain't too sure about that shit either. But what I'm saying is, why the fuck, bitch?
No.
You so good money, but you with an internet loudmouthy faggot. And let me.
Oh Lord, somebody save her, because she gonna be apologizing to them.
All right, let's get into the video. Let's get Aunt Sherry making it hot. Right. Come on, man.
And never miss another update.
Ain't no nigga gonna control me. You see? Ain't nobody gonna control me at all. I hear people making some comments about a tribunal, calling some elders to a tribunal, and if the people don't show up, then the people. Listen here. I'm not coming to no motherfucking tribunal by some goddamn elders that have not even been active in the goddamn community.
Real bad man.
You an elder? I got elders in my goddamn home. Don't come out here calling out no elders, nigga. And I don't call no names. Because you ain't big enough. Nigga talk about ain't nobody out in the game bigger than him. Let me explain this shit to y'all one more time. Okay? I created this shit in my mind long before it existed. Every motherfucking component. And that big nigga ain't have a part in putting together no component within this community at all. Man, please. That one title.
Let's let DJ Genesis to the stage. Damn.
Hey, what's up? You got my brother up. This is my brother, Sarah Suit and Sadie. That's my big bro.
Yeah, shows out to City, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's my
and let me see who else we got in the building. Oh, and this is Bridget. Back at it again. And Bridget, you could do a song check whenever you get a chance, right?
One lecture having ass nigga, you're not a teacher, you're a preacher. And you need to stay in your lane. This music shit, this hip-hop dress, hip-hop African, the necklaces, the whole motherfucking swag, nigga, is me. So remember that you can't fuck with me. I'm too creative, nigga. I'm too creative for you, nigga. I come all out of bounds on you, nigga. You too stagnant, nigga. You too stagnant. That's what happened with all you niggas. See, y'all didn't have the ability to create. Flat out. I'm not no little nigga like this. Nigga, I've been out here doing work for 15 years. I don't know none of you motherfuckers. Fuck y'all. Flat the fuck out. My elders is right here in Detroit. If you're not on the lines of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark.
That niggas, the Detroit people is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Look at DJ Genesis, for example.
Hey, day after my birthday. Listen.
Oh, today's your birthday?
Yesterday was my birthday.
Wait a minute. You see, it was your birthday and you didn't even pull up on us. You probably had a secret birthday party, but we still fuck with you. We ain't taking it personal.
I slept my whole birthday.
Oh, my bad.
Doctor. It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. Go shorty. It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. Go shorty. It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. Go shorty. It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. Go shorty.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
slept for my birthday. I went to bed for my whole birthday.
Stop lying. We know what you did on your birthday. We know why. We know what you did before you went to bed. You know what I'm saying?
You went to bed, your birthday, girl. Nothing wrong with that. That's like
Code. That's what she talking about. Show so.
Yeah, I had to go to bed. I had to sleep the whole day through because
You know, show so to you. You know what I'm saying?
Had a happy birthday.
Amen.
Amen.
What you know about this SETI versus Umar beef? What started the beef? Because I know you from the conscious community sector. What started the beef?
Well, there was a whole thing about whether or not the metal netter had ever been translated.
Deciphered. Yeah.
And so they were supposed to be doing a show, like a live show against the Amin Ra squad. And I think somehow, I don't know how Umar Johnson got in the middle of it, but I think he jumped in the middle of that whole argument. And then he was hooting and hollering. Then they got to going back and forth. And
wait, but why was he in it? He don't debate. Who was the Amin Ra squad? But was about a debate against?
Well, the Amin Ra squad are the atheists.
Yeah, there's what's his name from Atlanta?
Brother
Unc. Yeah.
Corey, who else? Chef, and I forgot the other nigga name.
I think that Umar kind of jumped up there, like, because I guess that was a big thing, like to say that the metal netter had never been translated when all these people are naming themselves after Egyptian this, because at that time the whole Egyptian movement was real heavy,
Yeah, and they even say son that a name ain't what he thought his name was and shit too.
Well, yeah, I don't know, but that caused a ripple in the whole thing, and a lot of people broke up after that. That's why you see some people just, I think even well, I'm not even say that person's name, but a lot of people like left that whole just went on their own and kind of dispersed after that whole thing.
Okay.
I was going, he's in prison right now, so I don't want to even say his name.
Nigga should have went with Nature Boy.
Polite.
With his name.
Yeah.
All of them the same. They like little girls and shit like that.
But ain't that a coincidence that they always picking these niggas up on some shit like that? Because look at what they do to Malachi Z. York. That's what he's done for. You know what I'm saying?
I always say is that like a lot of these people he was a part of Malachi. Polite was with Polite. He was a part of like the whole.
No, he was part of Malachi York movement, but he never met Malachi Z. York. That was cap.
Oh, so he never lived on that land down there in Atlanta.
He never been on the land. He never been to the land in Atlanta. I know niggas that born in the Nuwapian nation. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas live on the land. Them niggas don't know Polite, man. Polite come late on the scene. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's too young to have lived on that land, isn't he?
Exactly.
Well, no, he's not too young because you know who I found out.
No, he too young to he too young on the scene. Like, cause I mean, Polite is older, but he wasn't rocking with that whole Nuwapian shit. One of his wives was part of that shit.
Well, yeah, because she was dating Music Soul Child, and they were both a part of the Nuwapians. And but here's
no,
the
you're
thing.
talking about that's another chick. That's his wife. She messed with him after. I'm talking about one of his baby mothers. Then not that chick that was saying that she was his wife. That was no real shit. But I know who you're talking about. That dated Music Soul Child.
But hold on. Do you know 21 Savage was born down there too? Because they had a whole beef. This other guy, they were calling him out because he never spoke up for Malachi York. He made a whole like song just recently about it.
Who, 21?
I guess 21 Savage's mom, the reason why she was in Atlanta was because when 21 Savage was a kid, he was actually there on the compound with all them.
No, I didn't know that.
A lot of them left that and then came into Ifa because Atlanta got real big with Ifa after that.
But you know what? Ifa is like the new Jehovah Witness. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Y'all be recruiting like a motherfucker, and y'all use social media. Somebody always got telling you that you was cursed. They know how to. Y'all be recruiting like a and plus you gotta pay a fee to go in to join. You know what I'm saying? Y'all give it up crazy. Y'all do not play. But y'all like the new Jehovah Witness, look.
No, it's not the Jehovah Witnesses. Jehovah Witnesses is one group and that's underneath one umbrella. all these
But yeah.
different people have different houses, and so each group runs their house differently. So you can't, it's not organized in that way.
Hmm.
There's no main head E5 person that's running the whole shebang. So that's the only difference,
Oh,
All
so
right,
there's a
so y'all
main.
the new version. Y'all the new version.
Well, no, we are African spirituality. We don't believe in a lot of the stuff that, so no,
Okay.
completely different thing. Can't even be compared.
But y'all do have other different races other than black people in IFA though, right?
Yes, yep. There are people in China practice E5.
Oh, I know that.
It's actually, I think it's over 100 million people that practice E5.
Okay.
If I got the number correct. Yeah.
Nah, dues is not required to join most organizations. You don't gotta pay money to be a Christian, a Muslim, Hebrew.
Well,
I
you
don't
don't have
even.
to pay the money to join. Here's the thing: you could just get readings and then pay for the reading, But if you go to acupuncture,
You gotta pay to play though.
You gotta pay for something. You gotta pay for something.
God requires money, huh?
Don't you gotta pay tithes?
No,
You could choose to pay. You don't got to.
Well, you can choose not to get a reading and then just choose to live your life. I mean, if you
But how
want
you
to.
gonna be a part of the IFA and if you don't pay?
Well, here's the thing. What usually happens is that there is, because you have to, of course, the person that's if the chief, if the Baba or the whatever the priest never charges for the readings, then how do they survive?
But you need
Go get a
readings.
job. Go get a job.
Right, but if you have 100 people calling you, and that is your actual destiny to be that and only that, then like you're not supposed to get a job. Some people are just only supposed to be a priest. They're not supposed to be a moonlighter.
They supposed to be a priest.
Yeah,
You making sense of nonsense, huh?
no, it's not making. Look, there's some people that are called, and that's what they're. Okay, why doesn't what's his name? That owns that church.
Well, it don't sound like they. You were about to say they called, but if they need money to do it, then they're not called, right?
Well,
If
they
I
have
got
to survive. We're living in this is a whole world that is based on
The
currency.
call is not a free call. It's not a toll free call. You know what I'm saying?
Who called?
It has to be some. It's called the law of reciprocity. It has to be some level of exchange. Otherwise, how can the person survive?
if they exchange, don't have to be money, right?
Well,
If you
put it like this. If I'm a doctor and the people come to me to get healed, and I just heal everybody, and how I just be on the street healing people and don't have no money to like.
Isn't that what God did based
So,
on?
then,
Well,
so if you poor, how could you join IFA if you poor? What if you don't got it?
Well, people are poor that are practicing EFA all day long. They
So-
either they dedicate their time or they dedicate whatever they have, depending on how it is.
Okay.
So you don't really need money then, right?
You have to survive. Like, how are you going? That's why these churches. Why do you think they need money? It's called the building fund and offering and tithes and all these different things.
But even that's
different.
Building fund is really a lot of them people buy cars and they live in these big ass homes, right? All just without a scam.
Right.
So EFA is just another scam.
It's a religion, but the bottom line is that when you actually you get your reading, there's certain thing that the priest has to do to clear your energy. They have to get a certain thing, you know what I'm saying, to get whatever the things that they need to help you. And on top of that, you have to pay for your reading, yeah.
So how much you had to pay to join IFA?
Listen, you pay for a reading, and if the readings come out, if there's something you need, then you do that ceremony for that. You pay for the ceremony. You're not paying to join IFA, so to speak.
And you know why they do it?
I can answer a question.
It's illegal to do it any other way. It's illegal to do it any other way, so they gotta charge for a particular thing. Right?
No, that's not how it works because IFA is all over the world. There's not no legal thing that has to deal with anything.
What? Just because it's all over the world don't mean there are no legalities. What are you talking about?
Listen, IFA is biggest in the Caribbean. What are the laws there?
What's the difference between the EFI readings and psychic readings? Where they be
Ifa is
None.
based on the science, and it's based on them contacting a spirit. Ifa is based on a mathematical binary system that goes into a certain aspects of scripture, and based on that, the Bible is able to interpret that scripture and tell you what, based on that number, what scripture aligns with that.
So the Ephi use angel numbers out of
No,
the Bible.
no, they don't use angel numbers. It's a binary system. There's a 16 Odu, 256 major Odu, and over 1,000,000 stories that go along with them. And so bottom line is that Babalawo, is able to interpret those stories based on a Noquele chain that they throw that comes out with a binary code of zeros and one or twos and ones, and based on that twos and ones, which represent expansion and contraction, darkness and light, whether you are in balance or unbalanced. If you are balanced, you do certain things to maintain balance. If you are out of balance, you do certain things to stay within balance. And most Babalaos charge you initially for the reading, because those readings could go for 3 hours long sometimes. That's the difference.
That's they use the Bible or another book.
It's actually not a book. It's an oral tradition that is passed down, and then they also have some written based on what house it is. They'll have some of the Odus written down that, because of course nobody can just remember all these scriptures. There's so many scriptures. You can't put it into a book. There's too many scriptures. And there's also scriptures being added as time goes on. It's a growing catalog, a library of information.
I ain't gonna hold you, ma'am. It sounds very similar to the Egyptian stuff that was passed down and the Jewish stories that were passed down.
Well, honestly, to be quite honest, the people that the Babalaos did come from the Nile Valley did come from Kemet. So those were the priests in Kemet.
Okay, then it makes sense.
It sounds close. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, well, no, back then it sounded like something they really truly believe in. Today it just sounds like a bunch of crap.
Well, you can't be in this and not truly believe in it, because why would you pay so much money to get initiated into it?
I agree, and so you gotta be a true believer, and you gotta use a thing called faith. And if they tell you something and it don't come true, then they're gonna say, well, it's just because you're not a true believer, even though you was a true enough believer to give them all your money. See, that's what I'm saying, and that's
quite honest. I haven't seen too many things that did not come true when you got that. When I got my reading, just about everything that they said.
Right, like a psychic reading.
It's not like a psychic reading.
Yeah, like a psychic reading when she tells you about things that she see, because she knows you're a woman. She's gonna mention that I could see that you have some internal.
It's called cold reading. When you know how to read people,
cold read. You don't cold read.
What you do?
But how would you know? Like,
you can't, because I'm a priest in the religion, so I know that they're not cold reading. I know that the scripture that they're getting the reading from.
You're a priest?
Yes.
All right, so you can give a reading.
No, I don't do readings. So different priests have different things they do. Some people are called to do readings. Some people are called to do other things.
What do you do as a priest?
Well, I'm more of a conduit. What I've been doing mainly is bringing people, like if I know that they need healing, I counsel them on certain things, and then I direct them to the elders to help them a certain way, whatever they need. So that's pretty much how I work.
So if I need, so you just a person who, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, like somebody said, right? They always looking for new people. So you the person who looking for new people.
No, normally people come to me. I haven't looked for anybody. I don't go door to door and say, hey, join me. No, actually, no, it's not. That's never what happened.
Oh, they just come to you and then you direct them to Ifa.
No, what happens is that I talk to them, and if they say that they're interested, and I put them in touch with the Bible. I don't immediately go to Ifa for certain people, because I know that some people just might be Christian and they just might need someone to talk to, So, some people I just talk to. Some people, if they say they're interested or want to learn more, then I direct them to certain elders that are able to point them in a more deeper direction. I'm more newer as a priest, so I know my limitations.
Okay. All right. Let's see what General said he talking about, right? And Bridget said that okay, I think Bridget was having bad connection. You know what I mean? Let's go back to General City. There we go.
Nigga like this. Nigga, I've been out here doing work for 15 years. I don't know. I come all out of bounds on you, nigga. You too stagnant. Nigga. You too stagnant. That's what happened with all you niggas. See, y'all didn't have the ability to create.
Wait, you say General City is locked up right now?
He is?
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
No, he's not locked up. No.
Okay.
I'm not no little nigga like this. Nigga, I've been out here doing work for 15 years.
I
I
said
don't know
Polite
none of
is
you
locked up.
motherfuckers. Fuck y'all.
You say what?
I was talking about Polite.
Yeah,
Oh, Polite. Yeah.
Forever. Okay, but
Yeah.
You too stagnant. You too stagnant. That's what happened with all you niggas. See, y'all didn't have the ability to create. Flat out. I'm not no little nigga like this. Nigga, I've been out here doing work for 15 years. I don't know none of you motherfuckers. Fuck y'all. Flat the fuck out. My elders is right here in Detroit. If you're not on the lines of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and Pianki Medkepara, you ain't calling SETI the shit. You ain't calling me the shit, nigga. I'm a rebel and a motherfucking outlaw. No inactivity ass elders who don't give a fuck about the community unless there's an economic plan in it for them. Okay? But when niggas is down here brawling and you ain't saying nothing. Okay, now y'all gonna try to say, oh well, let's have a tribunal. No, we need to have a tribunal for your ass. For all that goddamn money, nigga, that the people been sending you. And you ain't built no goddamn schools. See, you asked for it. You asked for it. You know what I'm saying? You didn't know how to stay in your lane. You trying to capitalize off of what it seemed to be, a downfall right now. You thinking you can creep in. Nigga, you ain't boss enough, man. Straight the fuck up. If you gonna be just like the last nigga who think he bigger than what he is, and then when the nigga served you, I'm gonna serve you that plate, nigga. Cause you got to eat now. Okay? I'm gonna serve you that plate. Now you got to eat. You know good goddamn well, I'ma stay booked. Okay? I'ma stay booked. Y'all want a war? I'll bring it to you. I'll bring it to you. It's not a problem. I'll do you niggas too. Not a problem. Every motherfucking day. Because y'all worthless. Y'all only come in when y'all trying to assume some power. When niggas was out here and wasn't no elders.
SETI is from the conscious community, Sonetta TV. This back when the debates used to be the most popping thing on YouTube. Like all these sectors and all that shit. I don't even think these shit existed back then. You know what I mean?
Out here, nigga.
Oh yeah, this existed, baby. And we were bigger than them. That sector was not the biggest thing. Okay?
Oh, I never knew about none of these other sectors until after Kevin Samuels, then Lapeef and Anton Daniels and Fight Club, and then I know about all this other shit. But before, all I know was Sonetta them.
Oh yeah. This sector was big, and I've been here for 10, 11 years. Yeah.
So who was the biggest people in this sector back then when all of this was going on?
So what Taz and Nyla was big, but it's Cynthia G, right?
That's the thing. I know about Sonetta before Cynthia G though.
Sonetta been around since like early 2000.
Sonetta been around before YouTube because he had them DVDs.
And he with Khalid Muhammad and along with him. So Sonetta, and then on Harlem, before it was YouTube, it was the DVD game and all that.
Okay, but I thought we were talking about YouTube. So we're gonna talk about before YouTube, then that's something else, right? We were talking about.
No, we're talking about YouTube. We're just saying that Sonetta, soon as Sonetta hit YouTube, he already had clout. So yeah, it didn't take him long to get big because he was already big. He just brought it to YouTube.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, that was YouTube. When he came to YouTube when he was big, it couldn't have been in early 2000s. It must have. It must have was like 2000, maybe 8, 9.
Nope, it was earlier than that.
Okay.
You see, I know about it around then though. I didn't know about it before then.
It's been here since the beginning of YouTube. Okay?
Like he used to
in the beginning of YouTube, you couldn't even do no lives, what you talk about. And you couldn't even have your own stream. You only could have a couple of seconds up. See, so you can't tell me about some shit that I've been on the internet 30 years plus. Plus, my oldest son is 31, and I was pregnant on the internet way before I even got pregnant with him. I've been on the internet a very long time. Since before the 2000s, like it was in the 90s. I have Yahoo account over there that's way in like 92.
Fact.
I'm
I
Yahoo
know
chat.
Hell, we all been. I was on there when they had when the whole what was it called? That
Yahoo Instant Messenger.
when what?
Yahoo chat was the shit back in the day.
what was it called net something
Net zero, but I was here
Net
way
zero.
before net
That
zero.
nigga is
I was
old.
here AOL at the first
AOL,
thing.
Yeah, yeah,
That's right.
bar AOL.
That's right. And way before net zero. Okay. And I could tell you that you wasn't able to do what y'all saying that he was over here doing back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he wasn't going live, but he was doing videos and going on to Harlem and interviewing people and putting them up, interviewing the Hebrew Israelites.
I remember when he started doing that, and like I said, that had to been like 2000. That was more closer to 2009. Okay, I know when you was able to do that, when you was able to put up the videos. I was here when he was here. I was already here. With what I'm saying.
Where are you from? New York?
No,
I
I'm
think
talking
she's
about New York.
Philly.
When I say here, I'm talking about YouTube.
Oh, okay. Well, no, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not okay, but no, because I was saying that there was that whole thing. Like I said, remember when the Hebrew Israelites be on the corner and cussing people out and stuff like that?
Yeah.
They was on a
around
program that I also count on.
2000
And radio. We call y'all radio. Damn. But that's where we all were before we came to YouTube.
So around 2007, because I was actually SETI's web developer. I was the one who did his Black Power cartel. So back in 2007, when World Star Hip Hop and everything popped off, you know what I'm saying? That's when SETI got real big, and then he created his own because he had gotten 1 million views on YouTube. And that's before YouTube had all of the restrictions it has right now, where he was able to cuss people out and stuff like that. And that was around 2007, 2006.
Yo, you know it's funny that I forgot about that shit because niggas used to be saying the most craziest shit, but no, I don't even think Sonetta could have had them. I don't even think Sonetta could do them debates like he was doing back in the days, because niggas was getting real crazy. They was doxing each other. They was doing shit like we doing in this space, but they was actually debating conscious shit.
And they was about to fight. Like I remember when the Nation of Islam was there and had to and they about to fight the Hebrew Israelite or something.
You remember when the Hebrew Israelite was gonna fight Polite? Them niggas told him cross the line. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Went to Zaria. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So they were doing a combination of YouTube and stuff in the real world. I wish people could get back to that because all this just only YouTube stuff is it's getting lame. But like that real world like debates and all that stuff really made it saucy. So
I remember when SETI came on the scene and wasn't he rapping or some shit?
Yeah, initially he was rapping. Yeah, he's still rapping.
Oh, okay. And I remember, they all got together. They was trying to. Sonetta was trying to rip them young men off him. Not Polite. What's the other one? The young dude.
Young Pharaoh?
Yeah, Young Pharaoh. They were the two new ones, and they were trying to bully them and trying to get them to go.
You know what? Honestly, they was embracing Young Pharaoh. I think that Sonetta was the thing that really made Young Pharaoh pop up because he had his own platform. And he was talking about aliens and all this other stuff. But I remember the first time I actually saw Young Pharaoh was on Sonetta's platform. So
yeah, Sonetta actually put him on because with the events and shit, he needed more people for the events.
That's right. You want and they didn't want to
but
pay
it
him.
fell up. That's what all of them fell out with Sonetta with because he ain't paying people right.
That's right. And so that's what I just said, right? I said I didn't say that he didn't promote him. He promoted him for his benefit because he didn't want to pay them. I remember all that shit.
But I know that all that stuff started in Harlem, you know what I'm saying? Like on the streets of Harlem, going back and forth. And he had his own website, but he also was on, and then those videos were getting like 1 million views back then.
Blog Talk Radio, that's what it was. Blog Talk Radio.
Talk Radio. Yep.
Yeah, with Miss Blue and Polite, Brother Panic used to be on there. I remember that shit. As a matter of fact, all of them used to use that shit. Well, most of them.
All of us used
Hell, I was on there. Shit.
I think Tariq Nasheed was on there too. That's one of the first
Yes.
people I listened to on there.
Yep.
Professor Black Truth, Jason Black, all of them niggas.
Yep. But Cynthia G was out before 2006.
I didn't know about Cynthia G until around the time I know about Tariq Nasheed is when I know about Cynthia G.
No, I knew
He got his start on Sonetter with a Sonetter too. So did Dr. Umar.
I don't know. I think Tariq had his own shit going on before. Yeah, Tariq had his own motion before Sonetta, but he was doing mostly like the Mac lessons, like the dating shit, like the pickup artist.
Yeah, I'm saying from when it comes down to the conscious stuff, that was that was through Sonetta because he was doing the Mac, like Macking and pimping and being on MTV.
Yeah.
So but when he started to go into the conscious before he did like the hidden colors and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Most of the conscious niggas come through Sonetta. Like he was kind of like the record label for them niggas.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
But let me continue.
But what I was remember what I had said was that there was other sectors before him. He got big like that on here. That's all I said. I didn't say he wasn't here.
Okay.
But was the red pill sector around in 2006 like that?
Yes.
Cynthia G is a part of the anti-red pill argument.
She wasn't that big way back then, but Red Pill been here since they came from Block Talk Radio. All the men came from Block Talk Radio, and they came over here as well.
I say that. Okay, so you're talking about like the Facebook because there was YouTube. Now she probably was big on Facebook because Facebook had like a whole thing of people that came over from Facebook and came into YouTube, but they came in after that whole because the conscious community was on YouTube. And then you had some people that was on Facebook that had blew up real big. It was on.
You're right about that shit. Most of them niggas who was on YouTube, a lot of them was big on Facebook before they come to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but everybody, y'all mentioned that Facebook there was Facebook, there was MySpace. Before there was MySpace, there was Black Planet. Before there was Black Planet, there was Net Noah. Like, so what I'm saying is, even I didn't join Facebook until 2000, what my account is 2012, which but I was on other things, and there's so many other places that was way bigger, right? Facebook came after MySpace,
right? But they was not getting 1 million views on YouTube back in 2006 like
yeah, but I was getting 1 million views on YouTube way back, even before they got here. Right, so there was a lot of
what I don't know. So what was that sector? That was that. Was
that's what I'm saying. It wasn't sectors then. That's what I'm trying to say. Like when you say about sectors hadn't existed then. It was just YouTube, and what made YouTube big was when the music got here. But even before the music was here, you just can have a little short little clip. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
the short clip that was Vine. YouTube was never only about short clips because people.
Yes, YouTube was only about short clips in the beginning. That's it. And I'm talking about short clips, and I could prove it because I got a lot of little clips. And internet, the super fast internet wasn't even here. It would have taken you a week to put up a video on YouTube without the super fast internet. So you need to think about that. Like, you know how I know? Because one time I tried to load a video on here that was only small, but it was me moving to it, music in it. It took 3 days for me to get it up here on dial-up. So,
yeah, damn.
So you was only able to put a short clip, and that's all YouTube was back then.
Yeah, I couldn't use YouTube with no slow internet. That shit would have tortured me.
That's right.
Because if YouTube started in 2005 and then in 2006 was when everything started to pop off on YouTube, so it's only 20 years old. But I'm gonna say this: remember King Noble? Remember there was a whole thing. This guy named King Noble.
Yo, I remember King Noble. He got big on Facebook first, though.
Yeah, and see, I don't know what happened to those guys. It was King Noble, and he was against SETI, and then there was this one guy that used to chop up SETI's videos and make fun of him. Remember that? It was like like make him repeat himself and all kind of stuff. So, and then right around 2006, 2000, but the end of 2006 is when he was like 1 million G dang views, 1 million G dang views, and they was copying him, making him say that like little funny looking face and this, that, the other. But they that was around 2006, and around 2007 is when I started to work with him. And that's when World Star Hip Hop was real popular because people was going to World Star Hip Hop more than they were coming on YouTube. And then they started to play SETI stuff on World Star. That's when it blew up even bigger on YouTube.
When niggas was out here rumbling and shit, you didn't say shit. Now you're thinking you can come in through the back door and seize power. Nigga, y'all don't know where these young Africans is going. I know where they going. You ain't got the heart, nigga, to deal with this type of bush nigga. So you need to stay up there with them suit tie niggas, y'all. Because I'm going to give you that work. And I'm not the one you want to run into. Because I'm going to make sure that every time I throw a dagger in your ass, nigga, is one that you can't pull out. Buy you a treadmill and get your big ass up there, nigga. And lose some of them goddamn bellies, nigga. And come up off of fucking with me and mines, nigga. And fuck you. Flat out. I built this motherfucker. I built this. And whatever I build, I'm going to fucking defend it. Flat the fuck out. Niggas don't like it, then it's too motherfucking bad. Keep your motherfucking mouth closed. Mind your own business. That's what's wrong with you, motherfucker. My name bigger than everybody. Yeah, your belly bigger than everybody's too. But then nobody asked you that, nigga. And your titties bigger than everybody else too, nigga. But then nobody asked you, see you talking.
I guess you done ran out of, old ladies and, thirsty sisters to pimp. So now you're looking for a new goddamn arena. Okay? Stay in your motherfucking lane, homie.
You know what I'm saying? I will respond every time to you, nigga. I don't play none of that suit tie shit, nigga. That shit means nothing to me. I could go any motherfucking way I want, when the fuck I want, and don't have to ask nobody. I'm not one of them niggas.
Don't worry.
So this is Dr. Umar respond. That was Detroit. Now we got Philly. And plus we got a Detroit and a Philly representative. We got a Philly representative, Auntie Bomb Cherry, and we got a Detroit representative, DJ motherfucking Genesis.
When I'm done talking about the Parent Association, I'm going to deal with Papa Smurf. I'm going to deal with that little dirty nigga. I heard you, albino. I'm going to handle your ass tonight, pussy. We ain't getting away with that shit. You should have never came for me, nigga. I never fucked with your little dirty broke ass anyway. Still living in your fucking mama house. What type of grown ass nigga going on 50 still living in his mama house, nigga? Look at my face when you talking to me. This ain't no WWF, nigga. Who the fuck is you, the conscious Hulk Hogan? You the conscious Hulk Hogan? Papa Smurf? Motherfucker, you look like Tattoo from Fantasy Island with your stupid ass. Who the fuck is you? Randy, Macho Man, SETI Savage? You's a fucking nut, nigga. You's a fucking nut. What platform you got? What platform you got, nigga? You's a dirty nigga. Sonetta built your nut ass. Now you want it with the prince, nigga? You the general? Well, I'm the prince, nigga. The general answers to the prince. I call the fucking shots, you dirty midget. Fucking albino nigga. Your problem is you got an inferiority complex. Don't blame me for that shit. I'm not the reason you look like a fucking cracker, nigga. Dr. Umar ain't the reason you look like a fucking cracker. This ain't Sonetta talking. This me, nigga. I stands my own ground. I ride alone, nigga. I don't need nobody backing me. Fuck you calling niggas on the phone for? You got something to say to me? Why you calling men up on the phone for? Speak your speech, nigga. Speak your speech.
This is where that shit come from. As a matter of fact, I need to damn, I gotta clip this. If somebody remind me to clip this speak your speech shit, damn, let me write this shit down.
I just wanted to say that
ain't the reason you look like a fucking
wait, let me stop it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You couldn't put up long videos on here until 2010. Okay. That's when you was able to put up long videos.
And you write about that shit too, DJ Genesis. And you know what, Bomb? That's around the time I started watching Sonetta. It was a little bit before 2012 when people thought the world was gonna end and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was in New York. But the thing about Umar, he's saying Sonetta, he's saying SETI made Sonetta, but SETI low-key made both of them. Not Sonetta low-key put both of them on. Because Sonetta is the first person I heard, the first person that introduced me to Dr. Umar, you know what I mean?
He's a dirty nigga. Sonetta built your nut ass. Now you want it with the prince, nigga? You the general? Well, I'm the prince, nigga. The general answers to the prince. I call the fucking shots, you dirty midget. Fucking albino nigga. Your problem is you got an inferiority complex. Don't blame me for that shit. I'm not the reason you look like a fucking cracker, nigga. Dr. Umar ain't the reason you look like a fucking cracker. This ain't Sonetta talking. This me, nigga. I stands my own ground. I ride alone, nigga. I don't need nobody backing me. Fuck you calling niggas on the phone for? You got something to say to me? Why you calling men up on the phone for? Speak your speech, nigga. Speak your speech, nigga. Speak your speech. You built like that? I got some shit for you. I got some shit for you. Y'all ready for this, family? Y'all ready for this? I'm in Detroit Friday, nigga. I challenge you to a debate in your own fucking city.
Man, these niggas talking crazy and about a debate. I could have swear is real smoke. This is vapors.
Damn. Yeah, this is just about money for them. I think it brought a lot of people to.
But Auntie Bomb, this man is steaming from the forehead, and at the end of it, he's gonna try to tell a nigga come and debate. All of that disrespect, and they gonna debate. What the type of, they might as well debate online. Why they gotta meet up to debate? For all that meeting up, they probably need to meet up and squabble. You know what I'm saying?
Because they charge people. That's what I'm saying. That was the thing. They charge people to come and see the debate.
These niggas is on that bull. Looking back at these niggas is all frauds. That whole son at the camp, everybody seems like there was frauds over there. You know what I'm saying? Except Sonetta. Show the Sonetta.
I'm in Detroit Friday, little nigga. Let's debate. My lecture will be from 6 to 8, and I charge Papa fucking Smurf. I charge Minnie Mouse to a 1-hour debate on who really runs the RBG Black Consciousness Movement, nigga. Fuck a YouTube, fuck a Facebook. You versus me in your town, nigga. That's right. You got the hometown advantage. You got home court, nigga. 3 questions. 3 questions is what we want to do. Seti, you fucking nut. 3 questions, bitch. Question number 1. What have you done for black people in the past 15 years? Because your ass keeps screaming about what the fuck you done, but I ain't seen shit but a bunch of plagiarized ass lectures. You ain't no fucking scholar, nigga. You ain't done no scholarship. You taking shit out of niggas' books. I'm published, nigga. Research articles and books. I'm published, nigga. You ain't wrote no books. You ain't done no articles because you's a fucking plagiarist. All your information come from other niggas' books.
But I can say this. No, these people back in the day, this whole thing, if they would have did a debate, it would have, because they were fighting each other at these debates. Make no mistake, all this.
Oh, people was especially the Hebrew Israelites. Niggas was people was fighting. They had to start having securities at the events. Remember,
like about to fight each other and everything. So it wasn't just a bunch of wolf tickets online. They was really about to fight each other. But and then they have rooms like going after each other too. So this whole thing got real salacious. You know what I'm saying? Because they was real serious about these elders. You know what I'm saying? And this person saying, well, this person is bull. He got mad because he was saying he don't honor other certain elders. And so, you know, that people get real bent out of shape about their elders. You know, they be ready to come holler at you about that. And that's kind of what happened about that debate with Young Pharaoh. And then people was like about to come for each other. So this was not just online wolf tickets, you know.
Some of them was wolfing though. I ain't gonna hold you. Cause they ain't had as much fights as it had wolves. You know what I'm saying? Like this right here, this is a wolf ticket right here Umar is selling. Right in front of our very eyes, he's wolfing. Y'all gonna see.
Seen shit but a bunch of plagiarized ass lectures. You ain't no fucking scholar, nigga. You ain't done no scholarship. You taking shit out of niggas' books. I'm published, nigga. Research articles and books. I'm published, nigga. You ain't wrote no books. You ain't done no articles because you's a fucking plagiarist. All your information come from other niggas' books. Talking that shit, Mighty Mouse. You think I ain't studied your little nut ass nigga?
Nigga,
think I ain't studied you? Every time
Mighty
you look in
Mouse.
the mirror, you see a cracker, nigga. Every time you look in the mirror, you see a cracker, nigga. So you got to go extra hard because you're trying to prove to your
Damn, that is crazy to say. The man said every time you look in the mirror, you see a cracker. That's some light-skinned hate right there. That's crazy.
Damn.
Crazy. I make light-skinned joke, and my bad, because he overkilling. So on behalf of the darker skinned brothers, I apologize. Because this is crazy to tell a light-skinned person. My fault, Bomb Sherry and DJ Genesis. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. This is crazy. Do light-skinned black people feel inferior to dark-skinned black people? Do y'all feel less black? Anybody care to speak on it? Anybody? Damn.
No, I'm sorry. I had to tuck my daughter in real quick. What was said? What just happened?
Nah, you ain't that light skin anyway. You ain't really that light skin. I really was waiting for Bomb Sherry to say something. You know what I'm saying? But I
So
was
what were
saying,
you saying?
no, I was saying, do light skinned black people feel inferior to dark skinned black people?
No, I don't think so.
Because a lot of times when I see a light skinned person being pro black, they be extra pro black. They be the pro blackest of pro black. You know what I mean?
Well, hell, if you think about it, Elijah Muhammad was light skinned. Farrakhan. I mean, what's wrong with that?
Malcolm X. Even nowadays, look at Michi X. Michi X be going
Well, how
hard.
if in fear and you're the main one campaigning for it? Oh, look at all even the Black Panthers. Think about it.
That's what I'm saying. Is it like you're overcompensating?
Well, why would that mean you would feel inferior? If anything, you would feel that you're, on the top of the food chain.
I don't know. I think if you gotta go harder, feel like you gotta prove something. You know what I mean?
Or maybe light skinned people have more of a temper or something. The temperament's a little bit different.
Yeah, I think so. I used to hear that growing up, that light skinned people got a shard fuse. I don't know.
I think the temperament is definitely a little bit different.
Information come from other niggas' books. Talking that shit, Mighty Mouse. You think I ain't studied you, little nut ass nigga? Think I ain't studied you? Every time you look in the mirror, you see a cracking nigga. Every time you look in the mirror, you see a cracking nigga. So you got to go extra hard because you're trying to prove to yourself that you a black man. I ain't got that problem. I'm melanated, bitch. I'm melanated, bitch. When I look in the mirror, I see a black man. When you look in the mirror, you see a cracking nigga. You got that Napoleon thing going on. You got that Napoleon. You see that date, August 21st, bitch? That's when I was born. 821, nigga, bring it. Bring it, motherfucker. Little dirty midget. I called for an elders meeting because shit was getting out of hand. It wasn't about you. I don't go around think about you, you broke ass nigga. Do you even have a job? Talking about you leading the RBG movement, nigga, and you living on your mama couch. How the fuck is you leading the movement and you living on your mama couch? Explain that shit to me. Who gonna follow a nigga who can't even get his own place to live, still got to live at his mother's? Do you even have a job, nigga? And then you bringing up female shit? You really want to go there, family? You bringing up female shit? You really want to go there, nigga? You better think twice, nigga. You fail to realize you dealing with the prince of this shit. You dealing with King Kong consciousness right here, bitch. I done came across people you didn't met with. I know chicks who didn't spend time with you, nigga. And they didn't all said the same thing. You's a broke ass nigga and you got two pennies to rub together and you gonna come at me, nigga? I challenge you, nigga, to a debate in your city on my stage Friday. Call his ass up. Do you accept or not, nigga? I'm not paying you because you do nothing for me. I sells out everywhere the fuck I go. I don't need you, nigga. You are no benefit to my fucking movement. You broke
But
ass nigga.
FYI, Umar did get his start. As far as this is concerned, that was through Sarnetta.
Oh yeah. They all came through Sarnetto.
Yeah, so I just want to let that be known.
Do you accept it?
Why you playing interference? Because Philly is you know what I'm saying? Because Philly is going in on Detroit. Why you come on? Why you playing interference? Why you trying to help City? You know what I'm saying? He grown, you know.
And you got two pennies to rub together, and you gonna come at me, nigga? I challenge you, nigga.
You know, City's my boy. You just go with
it,
so.
And I know that shit. That's why you gotta let Omar mop him up.
Together, and you gonna come at me, nigga? I challenge you, nigga, to a debate in your city on my stage Friday. Call his ass up. Do you accept or not, nigga? I'm not paying you because you do nothing for me. I sells out everywhere the fuck I go. I don't need you, nigga. You are no benefit to my fucking movement, you broke ass nigga. I'll send you some taxi fare, nigga. 3 questions. The first question, what have you done for your people that you wasn't paid for in the past 15 years since you keep on screaming that shit? Question number 2, what is the platform and ideology of your so-called movement? And then I'm gonna lay mine down for Team Pan-African, IMI-PAP. And then the third movement. What is your solutions to the problems affecting us as African people? You fucking midget, you little Napoleon. Answer that shit in front of the people. I didn't disrespect you. I said we all need to come because we all got peace. You ain't the only one with a problem. But I knew you've been itching to hate me. I knew you've been itching to hate because niggas been telling me over the years you've been saying little slick shit. I heard little slick shit out your mouth. Suit and tie niggas. Pussy, I got credentials. You ain't got none, you dirty nigga. Ain't you the same nigga who sold drugs to go to Kemet? Didn't your dumb ass say that on YouTube? You sold drugs to go to Kemet? You counterproductive, degenerate motherfucker? Who gonna sell drugs to go to Kemet?
Why Umar snitching, man? What's going on? Umar, come on, man.
I think this is about the same time he was starting school. but he's never opened up. So I don't know. Well, he's selling a dream to go to do something. So what?
Damn. I
At least you
feel
get
it's
high
some
off
weak ways
drugs. You
to
can get
pull
high
that
off.
light skin card. It makes a person look very insecure and weak. I think so too. 18. Go ahead, DJ.
I mean, at least you get high off drugs. You can't get high off whatever this dream is that he has at this school. I broke into he back at square one. So I don't even know where.
Because we all got beats. You ain't the only one with a problem. But I knew you've been itching to hate me. I knew you've been itching to hate because niggas been telling me over the years you've been saying little slick shit. I heard little slick shit out your mouth. Suit and tie niggas. Suit and tie niggas. Pussy, I got credentials. You ain't got none, you dirty nigga. Ain't you the same nigga who sold drugs to go to Kemet? Didn't your dumb ass say that on YouTube? You sold drugs to go to Kemet? You counterproductive, degenerate motherfucker? Who gonna sell drugs to go to Kemet, bitch?
I'm right here, nigga. Come bring it.
Umar Johnson don't bow to none of you niggas.
He's talking to Seti. He's not talking to Sonetta on this. He's talking to Seti.
Yeah, he's telling the city. He's telling the city. Let me see. I thought this was the same clip. Let me see. Let me pull this shit up. I'm trying to pull up the video when okay, there we go. There we go. Wait, I think it's we gotta find it right. We gotta find it when he was calling the goons up. That's what I thought. That was a short of video. I thought this was a video when he was calling the goons up. I gotta let y'all see that part.
Almost 50 years in black leadership has not given us a sustained Friday night. Will you be there? You say you lead RBG. I say I lead RBG. Detroit would like to see this. Respectable format. 3 questions and let the people choose who they want. I don't do debates, nigga. You the debate man, right? Because you got to prove your manhood.
Go ahead on DJ Genesis. I'm about to try to find on another tab too. Go ahead. DJ. I think you're muted.
No, I'm talking to Sonetta because he was gonna come up and let y'all know about like the history of this whole thing, because just to get the history of it. He's watching. He's watching.
Send him the link. Pull up Sonetta.
Yeah, I sent him a link and everything. He said they're not. He said y'all wasn't really hitting on the stuff that y'all was hitting on earlier. So like, because I know people had a lot of misconceptions about people not getting paid and stuff like that. He paid Freddie every time he did elected.
Okay.
He paid everybody because all the door money, so it wasn't like he wasn't paying people. So yeah. Please come up.
So he's saying he was paying. He was paying.
He was paying people. So that's a misconception that he wasn't paying people. And that's what
the tether Rick trying to claim Sonetta. You know what I'm saying? Sonetta one of us. He's a tether. I'm trying to see when
that is a tether.
Yeah, because I think in Sonetta people
I don't know the Puerto Rican I'm not sure. I don't know.
Oh, I got it right here. I got this shits right here.
Hold on. Yeah.
So this is when Umar was about to call his goons up, you know what I'm saying, to deal with Seti. Or he's saying the goons call him to deal with Seti. He's trying to call the goons up, right?
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this.
So right when he was calling, right? Right when he was faking like he's on a phone call with the goons. No, I got this. Yo, I would have taken a break from the internet. I would have taken a break if that shit happened, bro. That gotta be embarrassing as fuck. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, that nigga was faking big.
Yeah.
But
nah, I got this.
And it
I got this.
Ah, shit. And he got a Lil Wayne ringtone. This nigga got, yo. After this, I don't think nobody. After this, look, it's shit like this make me believe that the school shit was never gonna happen. For little shit, if you're gonna lie about little shit like this, you know what I mean? Come on, man.
Was that alive? Was that live when he
It
did
was
that?
it was live because he wanna upload that shit. It had to be. Ain't no way he's gonna upload that shit. You know what I'm saying?
The King Kong of consciousness. Damn.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this. I got this.
And the man continued. I would have cut this. I would have cut this stream, bro. Ain't no way, bro. This is too embarrassing right here. This is too. I wish if Sonetta would I wish if Sonetta would re-upload or bring back some of them old debates. Some of them shits would break the internet right now. Them shits was heated. You know what I mean? Do like a throwback Thursday. And guys sit down and binge watch them shits. Cause a lot of them I can't find them on the internet no more. I don't know if it's because different issues with people. Cause I remember a time when a lot of people was talking about, well, not a lot, certain people was talking about money or they want more money and shit like that. You know what I mean? I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that I think he had him up there, but I think that YouTube started to like give him a hard time, so he had to delete a lot of stuff.
Did he get demonetized or something?
Yeah, so that's why he had to take everything down and start all over again. So yeah, he had all that stuff up there for the longest, but people started to attack his page.
You know what? He could low key put them shits on like a Patreon or some shit, like a paywall.
Yeah, that's what he's doing now. You know, he has some of those older videos on Patreon, and then he plays a little bit of them here and there of the pieces of it. But yeah, too many people was going off on him about those videos and then coming after him, so he took them down.
Yeah, that's a fact. Narrative. Those were real debates. I don't know what these niggas doing today in this gender war. I'm gonna hold you. I think them side of debates, the religious stuff, I think that shit would distract or deflect away from all this gender war shit. You know what I'm saying? But gender war is the new shit. Back then it was more like it was more on some black history. Like, yo, is we the Moors, the Hebrew Israelites, the we Islam, whatever the fuck. It was just everybody trying to figure out what black people come from. You know what I'm saying? Like, it used to be black history and people used to debate a lot about religious ideology, but them side of things would deflect from all this gender war shit. You know what I mean?
I honestly think that what happens is now with this new generation, people are more apt to report your channel and all this other stuff. Like if they don't like what you say, they get to reporting you, because that's what happened to Cynthia G. Had to start all over again, So probably had a whole bunch of good videos where she was making probably a lot of money a month, and then they take her whole video down, all her stuff down. So YouTube has gotten more strict as time has gone on. So that was just the day that you have to go back to, and just if you saw it, you was there. You know what I'm saying? You got to see a period in time that when it was going down. You know what I'm saying? But now you can't even do half the stuff you used to be able to do on YouTube.
Yeah.
Said he used to, every other word was a curse. You know what I'm saying? He mother effing blah blah blah. He'd be cursing the whole time.
Yeah, even I used to the people who I used to watch the most is Brother Panic and Bobby Hemmett, especially Panic. You know what I'm saying? Because Panic is more relatable. But them niggas was cussing all the time. Them niggas didn't give a fuck. Them niggas delivery was spicy as fuck. Especially Brother Panic. That nigga used to break shit down in real nigga terminology. R.I.P. Brother Panic. But I'd fuck with that shit more than the a lot of the political or the more historic stuff. I fuck with the occult shit, the metaphysics shit. Even Phil Valentine, but I just didn't I didn't really like his delivery the most. You know what I'm saying? Respect to him, but I didn't a lot of times he would talk over your head type shit. You know what I mean? He didn't break it down in just raw terminology.
Sonetter's sister lives with Nature Boy. I don't think so.
Wait, Sonetta's sister live? Nah, what the hell? Nature Boy is. I think Nature Boy is locked up. I don't think Sonetta get no young sisters that's messing with Nature Boy. But Nature Boy, I found out about him through Sonetta too. All of these people came through Sonetta. You know what I mean? Sonetta was like Smack. You know Smack that do the battle rap? Sonetta was like the conscious Smack. You know what I'm saying?
I think that they pretty much a lot of people got their format from Sonetter. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of how they did stuff, but I would rather hear what he got going on than all this other stuff. But I think that this resurgence, a lot of like the young kids are starting to go into it and find the old stuff from Sonetter.
Mm.
I think it birthed a whole new group of people.
I think Sonetta need a little upgrading. You know what I'm saying? Because he got all the shit, he got all the connections. It's just that YouTube changed from how he used to do it. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, YouTube changed a couple of times from how Sonetta did it. But I do think is still room for his content. I just think he gotta have like a more updated delivery type shit. As a matter of fact, I think me and Sonetta need to work together, low key. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, just really quick. That was a typo. I was asking, didn't Sonetta didn't he do interviews with Nature Boy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a typo. My bad, y'all.
Yeah, so he just texted me. He said they're all on his Patreon. All the older videos are all on his Patreon.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of those. I was like, yikes. But at the same time, it's like, that's he had the access, so it's like, I always found him very interesting. I wish he would pull up.
Word.
Yeah, I think that when it really comes down to it, there is a new audience. I said, that's what I was trying to tell him. A lot of this is like a whole new audience. A lot of people have not even heard of him, even if that's right. So,
and a lot of his type of content, I think I know how to introduce Sonetta type content to this space. You know what I mean? Because if you notice, sure, the space is full of man versus woman stuff, right? But if you notice on this channel, a lot of times we talk about a lot of that should be 20% of the conversation. Like we talk about a bunch of other shit, you know what I mean? And a lot of times we get like religious debate. Sometimes 18 letter might be up here. We chop it up about like a lot of like black history. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of history.
I think a lot of Sonetta stuff, because if it was up, I would be reviewing this shit right now if a lot of the old debates and stuff was up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's dope. I enjoyed his content. That's what I was doing when everybody else was doing Fight Club and stuff like that. I was, tuning into people like Young Pharaoh and getting Sonetta and people like even Polite and different conscious people like that on my timeline.
Yeah, I'm still subscribed to all of them. Brother Garfield. I'm subscribed to all of them still from my DJ Witch Doctor channel, because I always had that channel for a good minute. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm on that channel, I don't see a lot of the stuff we see in our space. I see that from this channel, but the other channel, I'll be seeing a bunch of other shit.
I think it's not under. I'm not sure if it's under Sonetta TV. I think it's still up under Sonetta TV or Black News.
Black News 102 or Sonetta TV. I think he still got both. Then he had another channel. It was Sonetta TV, Black News 102, and something else. I can't remember. House of Consciousness. Yeah, HOK. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys need to check that out. Because he's still doing debates. He's still doing it. Every day he's doing a new debate. So. He
will be jumping. They'll be jumping like back in the days, or is it
I mean, it's jumping like today because back in the day you could cuss, you know what I'm saying, and all type of stuff. So
No, I'm talking about as far as the numbers. Let me I'm on his channel. I'm checking it out now. It looks like he's still doing
Yeah,
good
because
numbers over there.
yeah, about to say because I know I would like to know where he's at and other people in the chat too. Can we drop that in the chat?
Yeah, you could drop his YouTube channel. As a matter of fact, Sonetta is so big. All you gotta do is type in Sonetta TV on YouTube, and you're gonna find his shit. You know what I mean? It's impossible for you to
HOK,
not find it.
yeah, also conscious HOK, you'll be able to find
Mhm.
it.
Let's just
Let me
make
see.
sure we spell it correctly for the ones in the back.
I
I'm
can't
on my
post,
phone, so
I can't
I don't.
post the links. So
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now. I can do it, but it'll take me a little minute. Hold on.
Taylor Bell said, "I've never heard of these people, but I'm white."
you be having white people on there too. That's what's
I
crazy.
know. That's why I was like, let's go ahead and drop the
You be
Nah,
having
info
but
for
white
the people.
a lot of white people, might not know of him. Some might know, but it's not like he's not popular amongst white people. You know what I'm saying? And that's his channel. You go to that channel, you should see all the other
Yeah.
channels. He got his other channels linked over there too.
Okay, there we go. Thank y'all. I'm about to say because I'm on my phone, I can't even do it myself because I'm on YouTube. Um, yeah, but it's interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just interesting content. It just makes you think. It made me think, so I suggest it.
What it made y'all think about? Because I think a lot of y'all just want to see people debate and argue. What did it make you think about?
No, I didn't really watch the debates. I watched the more informative videos that he did by himself. Or like I said, I saw a couple of interviews that he did with Nature
See,
Boy.
Sonetta did a lot of videos by himself, and that's why I rock with Sonetta
No.
because he don't got like a ideology that he's trying to push. I think he's Muslim because I know he used to rock with Khalid, and I think he was in the FOI. I know he used to rock with Farrakhan them. So I don't know if I don't know if he's a practicing Muslim because he got a name Sonetta too. You know what I'm saying? He could be tapping into the comedic stuff, but I think he just fuck with all of that shit. He's probably more like a agnostic person. He probably believe in a higher power, but he just ain't got no specific school of thought. But that's what made it easier for him to have a bunch of different people up there. Cause sometimes he would see shit how a Hebrew Israelite see it, or sometimes he would see shit how another person see it. So it made everybody feel comfortable coming up there and talking their shit. You know what I mean?
but
But
Khalid Muhammad, he was kicked out of the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, but that don't mean he's not gonna be a Muslim no more.
But I think after he got kicked out, he got more into like the comedic type of stuff, like African spirituality type of stuff. I don't think he was pushing the Muslim stuff anymore.
There's a lot of
but it
people who's
almost sounds
Muslim. There's a lot of people who's Muslim that they're not like secular Muslims. You know what I mean?
but it almost sounds like, people can't separate like their faith system from just taking in knowledge or facts, and you know what I'm saying, and trying, and figuring that stuff out for themselves for, to a certain degree. Because I mean,
I
you can
think
have your faith system, but for me, like I like to know about facts. You know what I'm saying? So whether it be about the Nephilim or whatever, like I might not know about that. You know what I'm saying? But like if I find some information about it, then it's like okay, like that's interesting. But I
yeah,
don't know.
I'm open to different I'm open to all different forms of spirituality and religion. Like open to like hearing what's going on and all of that stuff. But I'm still like skeptical. I just believe in a higher power, and I believe in higher powers, and I believe in lower powers. But I just don't subscribe to no like spirituality. I think like if as a person like me, if I did that, I think I would be limiting myself. You know what I mean? So I just don't subscribe to one.
Before I go, I just got back because I was in the shower, but I heard the word Nephilim and things like that. So if anybody believe in Nephilims and stuff like that, then they believe that they're in Hercules and Zeus, right? Because And that's where these Nephilims came from, right? Which means you don't really believe in God, or like unless you saying Jesus or God is like one of those type of gods. So it get real confusing when you talk to these people and the things that they say, because they really don't know the truth, right? They just know what people are telling them. Um, different just like different religions and different cultures, they had different belief systems, and just because they believed it back then don't mean it was necessarily true, because they believed the earth was flat. There's a lot of things that they believed that wasn't true. So they truly believe in Hercules and Zeus.
But isn't that in the Bible? Like, so those things were they're supposed to be the sons of God, the Nephilim in the Bible.
But that's the thing. A lot of times we listen to religion, we listen to
Hello.
stuff, and we take.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of times we listen
I
to stuff.
literally just got a phone call. I'm sorry,
No, it's all
Bob
good.
Cherry.
It's
Can
all
you
good.
say that? I know you said something about the Nephilim and
She said people who believe in that stuff don't believe in God. What I was about to say, right? A lot of people
but they were
take that.
mentioned in the Bible.
Wait a
Yeah, but the
minute. But
Bible
wait
is
a
just
minute.
a
Wait a
book that
minute. Wait a
somebody
minute.
wrote.
All I need is one mic.
Say this one thing. A lot of times, I just want to say this one thing. A lot of times we take shit that we read too literal. Sometimes it don't mean like it is not meant to be taken literal. A lot of these shit is allegories. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like Eve didn't eat an actual apple.
Only thing Nephilim means is a giant. So
No,
Yeah.
no,
there's archaeological evidence.
because it was a child of God, like Zeus, who slept with a human, and then now you got this giant. That's where it originated from. So if you believe that they have these giants, right? But this is before the term God, the way y'all like y'all mention it now, because they were the gods. Zeus and who the other ones are? He had his whole family, but he was the head. So if you believe in that, these giants, then you have to believe in that, which means that comes before the God, the one, the God, the Holy Ghost, and the Son.
Why do you think that we have to believe in Greek mythology in order for Nephilim to or giants or extra tall humans to exist? Like, there was, like I said, there was tales in the Bible that said that angels, like, making
Yeah, but they
babies
wasn't
with
talking.
humans and stuff. But we
The
didn't
reason
say
why you asked the question,
Zeus. We didn't say Zeus and all that stuff. Though.
yes, because the Bible come after Greek mythology.
I
It's
get it, but
after.
we
So
didn't
it's
say.
a
I
belief.
didn't say anything about Zeus though.
You did. You
I
asked the
did not.
question.
I said Nephilim. You took it as I
No,
meant. Yes.
no,
You took it
no.
as I meant Zeus or Apollo or
No, I
somebody
did
like
not
that.
take it as that. In fact, what I said was, if you do believe in that term Nephilim that existed before the Bible, right? There was a
That
belief.
just means giants, though. Like literally, that's all I meant.
Okay,
But
and I explained how these giants come about. The giants come about through Zeus tricking women into sleeping with them, and they had his children, and that's how they became giants. So that and all I said was, if you believe in that, these giants and things, then you have a belief that's before the Bible existed. That's what I said. So that means you believe in Greek mythology. We call it Greek mythology back then.
no,
Today, but back then they
I
didn't call
just
it mythology. Back then they called it the truth. Just like you believe in this one God today, they believe in several gods back then. They believed it. They sacrificed their souls and their children and everything on that belief because they really believe it. What's the difference between their belief back then and y'all belief today?
I just
And that
think
is
there's, like I said, if I didn't say it, then I didn't mean it. I take Greek mythology as being mythology. They're stories, like you said, they're allegories. But like when I say, I just meant
What about
giants. I meant
biblical? What
tall
about
people.
biblical? What about biblical mythology?
Well, to be quite honest, it is known that because that was considered the Torah, the first books of the first aspects of the Bible, first books of Genesis and different these books that mention these things. And if you look up the actual thing, it'll say that this is Jewish mythology. So, you know, there is a certain aspect to know that this is a considered mythology. It's biblical Jewish mythology, but it's
Not only that,
however, giants did exist based on archaeological evidence. However, whether they came down because they were a spawn between angels and all this other stuff based on the description of how they got. Hold on, one done. Whether the description or how they got here is right, one thing, but there are giants. There were giants.
Where they at? Where?
Yeah, and just maybe my
I'm not saying
wheelhouse
that
is
you're
just
wrong. When
like I
did
said,
they
it's not
put in the
referring
museum
to those.
and said that they have bones of a giant? You know, we see bones of dinosaurs all over the place, right? In museums, I mean. And so I've been to many museums, all types, right? And I've never seen the bones of a giant. So when they say giant, did they mean a giant the way we would think of a giant, or would they mean a big guy who might be 6 foot tall? Because back then that was really tall. In those times, people were shorter, people were thinner, like all kinds of things, right? And that's what I'm saying, right? It's okay to have your beliefs. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that your beliefs, because in the Bible, when they start mentioning the first man and woman, but we know there was a woman before Eve, right? We also know that there had to have been people already, because unless everybody's related to one another, there couldn't have been just one man and one woman, because if they have children with each other, those are brothers and sisters. When they have those children have children, they're cousins, and they're intertwining. But so, like, it just don't literally make no sense, right? Christians make no sense when y'all talk about certain things. And you refuse to go back to the beginning. You mention that Bible all the time, but you refuse to say, well, if sisters and brothers was having sex with each other, then okay, right? Sisters and brothers. We know that happened in history at some point. We know what happened with those children too. We know that their DNA was so close that it started to affect our community. That's why some of y'all born. Because somebody in your family.
I just I feel like nobody was like saying that. Like I feel like for me personally, I like to use whatever logic, you know what I'm saying, that a lot of like the popular people, you know, like the popular opinions, you know what I mean? Like, because a lot of people like to use the Bible, right, Bomb? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just like to use it, you know, and throw it back, you know, kind of just throw it back around and see how it could be explained, because that's one thing that gets me in trouble personally. You know what I'm saying? Because I ask too many questions.
No,
you know what I'm saying? No,
And wait a minute, I just looked it up. I just looked it up for y'all, right? No, there is no scientific proof that giants, as in a race of enormous humans, ever existed.
Exactly.
Okay.
Never.
Well, I stand corrected then. And
Like,
I had no
you
problem.
know, it's right
And
there
I
on the
had no
internet
problem
though.
with that.
But the
you
thing
know,
is,
when I hear
we in a generation,
about,
we in a generation with the internet. Right now, we talking to each other from different parts of the world and everything. But the thing about people, we like to just repeat other people, which that's what they depend on.
That was like literally coming from the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've heard of the Nephilim, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I was like, I like to kind of, you know, like I said, throw that back around just to get more clarification. And I like to play devil's advocate sometimes as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, I went to school for journalism, so it's like it's always been my disposition to ask
and you ain't doing no fact
questions.
checking. Oh man, Jesus.
No,
Anyway,
I'm just asking. No, I'm asking questions. I mean, shoot, I'm not claiming to know anything. So, like I said, if you think that I'm coming with the question because I'm trying to get a gotcha, that's not what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying?
I think maybe because the way I speak, y'all think I would just join in on real quick before me and hubby get busy.
It's just
we got our child. We about to get busy, honey. But what I wanted to say,
that's you. You know what I'm saying? I love it. You know what I'm saying? That's how we learn. That's how we learn.
Yeah. But you know, like, there are dinosaurs. We know they were dinosaurs. You know why? Because they found the bones, and not only did they find them and tell us, but they on display, right? and they've been on display for a very long time. So it's not like they was created by a printer, a 3D printer. They also have found all types of people. But did y'all know where that term one God came from? That was a king. A king, right? Before him, there was many gods. They never made claim to one God. Before this particular king, there was many gods. When he became king, he told his people, we're not going to believe that. You're going to believe what I tell you. And we're going to believe in one God. And that one God, he said, was the sun. And what he meant was the sun in the sky. He did that. So when we as Black people, we just believe anything they say. That's how the God, one God came about. And that was before that Bible. You know, there's many things before that Bible. Many millions of years on this earth before that Bible. And that Bible ain't explaining none of that shit. Right? So when that one God decided to that one Pharaoh decided that he wanted his people to believe in one God, then that's what they believe. And ever since then, they've been dictating this world, how we move and everything through religion. And then most religion, I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, right? It could be a good thing. They put rules in place, but there was rules in place before that. People wasn't just out in the world killing one another and robbing from one another, just nilly-willy. So, you know, there was rules and things for the cultures. So, but I'm not, I am against religion.
Yeah, me too, Mom.
Yeah, but spirituality, like what you were speaking, witch doctor, that's more beneficial to us, right? Believing in that there is a higher power, believing that, that we come from something that created us and the earth, and that you could give back and they give to you. God ain't giving us shit.
You know what, Bomb?
Right.
Spirituality make you open to receiving more information and seek more information, but religion make you just accept and just worship. And that shit is crazy. There's what kind of growth is that? That's how I look at that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
people
you
could
just
control through religion. You're right.
right. It's like don't think for yourself. Just bow down and do what you're told. That is crazy. You know what I'm saying?
And you know the most harmful thing, because I never really talk about people in their religion, right? People could have a right to believe what they want. I still believe that. The bad thing about that is, though, let's say you really believe, which some of y'all do, right? Y'all really believe in the Bible and everything. And then you go to seek some help, right? You go to a priest or whomever. You do everything right. And they claim they're going to help you through whatever, right? Through praising over you or whatever. And then when it don't work, you know what they told people? Your faith isn't true. Your faith isn't real. So they put the blame back on the individual. But before that one God, there was many gods. So if you needed wealth, there was a God for wealth. Maybe if we're not praising to the right God, that might be why you ain't getting it, right? If you needed rain, there's a God for rain. If you needed, whatever you needed, there's different gods for these different things. That make more sense to me than one God who everybody in the whole universe goes to.
But I would say this is
totally agree.
in Yoruba culture, which is like I would say over more than 2,000 years old, before the Common Era. What they understood there was one main God, Olodumare. The Orishas they handled things on the earth, but there is one God that created everything. So we did believe in one God, that is the creator of all.
Yeah, you just said 2,000 years ago, and I mentioned that the earth been here way before that. We could go way past 2,000 years ago, like
I think the thing about this the whole wait a minute, the thing about the whole one God, multiple God, one God versus multiple God, I think they both could be true at the same time, because like in and this is just some occult shit. In occult, you know what I'm saying? Occult means hidden culture, you know what I mean? It's not no spirituality, it's just occult. There ain't no specific demographic, right? But in this shit named the Hermetic Principles, or the seven laws of Tahuti, it said that all is mind and the universe is mental, which mean, right, all of us is part of God. So if you want to say there's one God, then all of us is that same God. We just all a part of the same thing. Just like how I could be DJ Witch Doctor, but my pinky finger, that's DJ Witch Doctor too. My other finger is DJ Witch Doctor. My ears, my nose, the cells that make up my body, all of that shit, my cells and the bacteria and all that shit on me, all of them shits got their own consciousness on its own level. You know what I'm saying? But all of that should come together and make up the whole me. And then me and all of y'all come together and make up and the trees and the animals, we make up the planet Earth, and then all the planets make up the solar system. So like the many versus the one is low-key a illusion, because we always got two identities simultaneously. We got our individual identity, but we got a collective identity that we all is one part of a bigger thing. And that bigger
I
thing,
wasn't able to finish what I was saying. That's
and
pretty
wait a minute, and that bigger thing I would consider is God, but I won't give it a name and try to claim like, oh, my spirituality know what it is, or no shit like this. Some spirituality might call it some shit or some other, because the thing that you're talking about ain't tell nobody its name. Is humans trying to understand the shit and naming the shit. This is why I don't put no spirituality or no religion above another one, because it's just a bunch of people trying to figure it out. But I don't think no spirituality got it figured out. You know what I mean?
Well, what you said, there is a religion that believes similar to what you said, except that thing about one God, right? Because that's what they believe. But they also, the closest thing to God on this earth will be a woman, right? It will be a woman. She will be the closest thing to God, right? Because she produces children. Now, y'all would then have an argument and say, well, men, you can't produce the children without men. And to a degree, that's true, except for the fact that not necessarily, right? Because you may give me your seed and I have an egg, but within my egg, I have a baby, right? That's a baby. And then the baby can decide that, I'm going to make a baby out of me, right? Those are called twins, right? You know that how fraternal, there's identical twins and fraternal twins. And if you know how they work, you know that an identical twin comes about just through what they call magic, right? Your cell decided to replicate itself. Like if you do a DNA test, you'll see that DNA is the same, exactly the same. Because the cells got bored or for whatever reason decided to say, I want another me. Show me anything that does that. And that other me ain't got nothing to do with that man at all, right? Except that he
plans all the time. But I didn't get to finish what I was saying. So when I was actually talking about, because she was talking about these religions and that they had multiple gods, but I think that the understanding of multiple gods is more along the lines of what Witch Doctor was saying, because Orisha in the Yoruba tradition, you have one main Olodumare, the creator of everything, whatever, but the Orisha are just manifestations of that within yourself, within nature. Is the microcosm versus the macrocosm. So the Orisha has a function on this earth. It has a function in your body. So the Orisha make up all parts of your body, and you could actually break down the for each Orisha what part of the body it governs. So the actual science, the actual Yoruba religion is not really a religion. It is a science breaking down the body into different parts. So the Orisha is not necessarily a gods, but they are a function of nature around you, your body, the macrocosm, everything that's above, outside of you, the universe, and everything. And each Orisha, like even the Odu, the actual scriptures of the actual religion or belief system, which I would say is not even that, it's a science, breaks down the human body as well. So each Odu connects to a human body function, connects to things in nature, connects to mental situations. So when you actually get a reading and that reading comes out, like I said, it's almost like tapping into a database of information, and then that database shoots back out an answer, and that answer can tell you if you have something wrong with your body, something wrong with your mind, something wrong with your family, all those different things. So it's not like you're just a spirit, you're getting like some intuitive thought. It's like, this is like how a doctor could go to WebMD and look up your symptoms, and then some things get spat out. So it's
I
almost
hope we don't go to WebMD, but I see your point. I'm just joking. But no, yeah, I see what you're saying.
it's a search engine.
So
So
a
it's
whole lot of that Bible talk that
not,
you can't say that religion and science are equatable, right? They absolutely the opposite. Right?
No, they actually are equatable.
No, because see, they say that a woman came from a man, and science will tell you that's him.
But I don't think most of the world believe that woman came from a man. I think that shit started with some Christianity shit. I don't think that's what most of the world always taught. Like I don't see how like a man don't got a womb to even give birth and shit like that. You know?
No, but if you believe in the Bible, if you believe in God, the Bible, then you do believe in that, and they do believe in that. Yes, they do. They think.
Oh,
that
I don't
God,
believe in the Bible. I don't.
right, but the ones who do believe in that, and we know that that's scientifically impossible, along with many things that's in the Bible. That's scientifically impossible.
To keep it real with you, if you don't take the Bible literal, you could actually gain from the stories and learn some shit. But if
Yeah,
you
like
take
the
it literal, you're not gonna learn shit. You're just gonna be, you know what I'm saying?
Like, remember the big book? I'm not sure what your age group is, and I don't even know if it exists anymore. It used to be this big book of fables with Jack and Jill and all
Right,
those.
right.
So those stories had a right. You read the story.
Aesop's fable. Aesop's fable.
Yeah, well, that's what the Bible is, right? That's the Bible. Each story got something that it's trying to say, and it's written by different people, just like that book of fables, written by different people, different stories, and that's all the Bible is.
I want to show you how science can become religion, because religion is something that you practice on a regular basis. If I get up and brush my teeth every day, I religiously brush my teeth every day.
No, but you know we ain't talking about that, girl. Now you trying to gaslight.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to explain that your most atheistic person is practicing a religion. Why? Because they're just worshiping what's it called? That evolution. They worship
no, just because you're atheist don't mean you worship evolution. That's ridiculous. We know exactly what religion means. When y'all try to gaslight it, and that's what you will say. But just because you brush your teeth every day don't mean that that's a religion. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy talk.
Look at the etymology of religion, and then you tell me, because if you don't know the meaning of the word and you're just saying it, then you wouldn't see.
Apparently, you don't know the meaning of the word. If you just said just because you brush your teeth every day,
that's
means that's
law.
religion.
It's law. That's all.
It's what? Is brushing your teeth law?
If you do it on a regular basis, you say I'm gonna do it every day and do it every day, and that's what I'm supposed to do every single day.
Don't make it law. No, that's a difference between something you do and something you're supposed to do.
Law that you create of your own self.
Man, y'all don't listen. Okay, now we're proving that black women could be just non-readable as black men, right? You just saying things. That's got to be.
You've been saying things the whole time, man.
Okay, just because you do something as a habit or something, you go to work every day. Is that a religion?
Okay. The word
you could do it religiously. Like if I see what she's trying to say.
The actual meaning. Hold on.
I'm talking about two different things.
Religion are not the same. One is
etymology.
Noun and one could be an action, a verb.
Bond, reverence. Okay. Religare, to bind. Okay. So if I do something, I bind myself to that every single day, then I am doing something in a religious manner. So if I go to church every time, or I look at this Bible and say that this is the thing, and I'm bonded to it, bound to that. If I'm bound to science, then I'm doing something. I'm practicing my own version of religion. I'm binded to that thought pattern.
Man, y'all got to listen. Go and learn what
Middle English
are, verbs are, nouns are. Like you need to go and learn what those things are, and then think about what you've been saying on this panel just in a few last seconds. Okay. The word religiously and religion are not the same thing.
Say religious, but I said religion.
Right. So I just want, so when you do something every day, like a habit or whatever, you could say you're doing it religiously.
You know what this is called? This is called plain semantics. Because look at this, right? If I say I got a weapon, you might expect me to have a gun, a knife, a bomb, something, right? But if I just got a fucking a vase, you could say, well, you could use that as a weapon, but no, it's not a weapon. Or if I got a hammer, you
If you
could
have a
say it's a
book,
weapon. But
if
you
you have
could, but Genesis is
a
saying the hammer is a weapon, but Bomb is saying she's because I think you know what she's saying, but I think it's we just playing
Right, they
semantics.
playing game.
I know
Right.
what you were saying. Do I know
Anything can
what
be
I'm
used as a weapon,
I
but it
know what
doesn't
I'm
make it a
saying,
weapon.
but she's arguing with me saying that a person that the actual etymology of a word does not make any
But
it's not
DJ Genesis, you know that people who's into Scientology, they don't claim a religion, even though we would say that that is their not Scientology. People who claim to be atheists, they say they don't claim a religion, but we would, but but you would say that science is their religion because they believe in scientific facts, but they actually don't claim a religion. So that's why I'm saying you're playing semantics because you
they're
know what
playing
she's
But wait a
saying.
minute, just because they're atheists don't mean they believe in science neither. They could not believe in science and they could not
But
believe in
but they're not claiming a religion though. That's why they're atheists.
because they
right.
don't claim one of the main five major religions. You're saying that science, when you actually look at the actual
I think
thing,
there are thousands of religions, and so even if they like there's thousands of them. Thousands of religions. And so we're not talking about no main five. Because you even mentioned a religion I had never really heard of, or something like that. I don't even know how to spell it to look it up.
well, five
Which
is one
tells
of the
me,
ones for it. So that's actually what they say in Benin. There's different ways that they say it.
right, but I'm saying I never heard of it. But my point is there's thousands of religions, right? Thousands. And
Science is one of them.
well, science is not a religion. Scientology, see y'all see if you don't understand Scientology, they just wanted to claim that there was a religion for tax purposes. Right? So and if you, like and so that's it. There's no religion in it. None. Not even they're not even sciencing Scientologists. So like you need to know if you don't know that though, you will hear Scientology and you assume that oh that's a religion. No, in fact, they were just getting that credit because the guy who created it wanted to be able to get money, get wealthy, and not have to pay taxes. And that's all that is. They don't have no beliefs in nothing. Okay. And he was a cult leader. See, so if you don't know that, then you'll think something different. But
The reason
look
why
it
I'm
up.
going to say that science is religion, and let me give you an example, okay? They can find some bones, right? They could prove, okay, well, this is what this bone means, right? And then they find another bone, and then after all this thing, this is what they believe, okay? Because all this is religion is based on belief, right? And science is based on evidence, okay? So science will find evidence that could be debunked later on, and so people at this whole thing will believe that this is the truth, and then they find something.
So everybody who goes to the hospital, science is their religion then.
People that
Yeah,
practice
like she's ridiculous. See, because she using the word belief. Now she using the word just because you believe in something, it must mean religion, which is false as hell. Just because so you can believe in something because the science said one thing, but they find that it's not true. That's happened through all our history. But that doesn't mean that it's a religion. It just means nothing. They
Let her hear what you say, Genesis.
all I'm breaking down is how science and religion, people try to think that it's two separate things, but the bottom line is when you actually look at the bottom line of science, it's basically you're binded to an idea, and the only thing that science saying
But
that
then Ifa is your religion.
yeah.
Yeah, but
But you claim that as a religion. People who scientists don't claim that shit as their
Wait,
religion.
no, let me ask her a question
don't
because
claim that, but I know
she
that-
doing it. So is eating chicken your religion?
I do it every day on a regular basis. That's what all I eat, whatever, and that's what I
okay, but is it your religion?
If I do it on a regular basis,
so
I'm bonded to it. And that's all I eat.
So and that's how ridiculous.
Because if a scientist say, well, all I do, if only, okay, this is a fact.
You
and
wake up every day. Is that your religion? Waking up,
and then I base everything I do on that. Then you're no different than a religious person because that thing could be debunked when more evidence comes clear.
Is eating chicken could be
No,
debunked.
that's different. Wait a minute. Wait, don't let her get it. Don't let her run, bomb. That is different because look at this. Religion you believe in without even needing to see any proof of anything. You just
Yes.
having faith. It's like blind faith. But science, you seen some type of evidence that you buy into. Like you seen something. You know what I mean? You see if somebody throws something up, it fall down. So this is why them people saying that is not a religion, but a religion is something more where you gotta just believe in that shit. You know what I mean?
But hold on. So
Wait a
okay.
minute, wait a minute. Let me
What
say
about
this. I gotta
everything
go. I gotta go.
called,
Hubby want me. So I just want to say I had a great conversation with y'all. And especially you, Detroit. How you say name? DJ Genesis. So don't think just because I'm giving pushback don't mean that, but I enjoy your conversation, girl, because you stand on what you stand on. Nothing wrong with it. Okay. Dr. DJ Witch Doctor, thank you for having me. And everybody in the chat and everybody in the panel, thank you for having me. I'll see y'all later.
there's a reason why I say what I say, and I'll see you later too. There's a reason why I say the science and religion go hand in hand because at one point in society, science and religion worked together. There was no argument. You know what I'm saying? There was a
As a
time
matter of fact, the people who created religion know science. You know what I'm saying?
exactly. So what I'm saying is that when you start to separate out science and religion and compartmentalize it, that's where you have a problem at. African tradition is based on science and spirituality, which and then people religiously
So
practice.
by your logic, right? Everything somebody practice, all forms of spirituality is religion, and there's no difference from being a spiritual person and being a religious person.
To
As a
some
matter of fact, if anything, I'm more spiritual than you because I don't got nothing that I practice other than get to it. You know what I'm saying? That probably might be my religion. Get
that might
into
be
it.
your religion. You understand what I'm saying? If you get into that month, whatever it is that you do every day to get up and do, that you're binded to every day. Like I got to get up every day, get on YouTube to make this money. That's your religion,
So YouTube is this is my church right now. Then
right? You I think that people, like I said, the reason. Listen to what I'm saying. If you let me just get this out.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
like I said, at one time, science and religion were one in the same. You know what I'm saying? When people would go to the priest, okay, the priest would not only have a connection to God, but also be able to heal you, right? And they had scientific things that they would do based on herbs and things like that within nature, because all science is the study of nature. So, what do you think these priests were doing? They studied nature and they knew how to heal people within the community. So it was a
Yeah.
combination of the belief in and also in what they were doing and God, and then also the scientific breakdown of these herbs and things like that, elements in nature to be able to heal the community.
Okay.
So that's why I say it's not separate. People try to separate it, and that's where the mistake is.
The reason I would separate it because I would look at a religious person versus a scientific person versus a spiritual person, right? I would say the spiritual person is somebody that is open to more truths and is a little bit more fluid, right? I'll say the scientific person, they want to see more concrete evidence. They want to show and prove stuff. You know what I'm saying? But a religious person, to me, that's like just blind faith. Like you just going along with something based on belief. You don't gotta see proof that is true or not true. You just going along with it.
You want to know? You want to know why I believe they separated science from religion? Is because think about this: the entire scientific health community gives you a pill that does not heal the underlying problem. Okay, and if they were really practicing things from a spiritual matter, they would get to the root of the cause. When they would practice holistically, they wouldn't give you something that gives you one thing and then gives you something else and only fix like the actual symptoms versus the actual problem. I think
Mm.
that the way that when they separated science out, so they have this thing called the placebo effect, right? Where they can give you a sugar pill and tell you that it has something in it, and then you will in your mind believe that this thing is going
And you
to.
heal yourself. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So hello, so where did that placebo effect come from? Did that always exist, or did it only exist when sciences were able to measure it?
I mean, look at this. I don't disagree that science got its limitations, but I think I'm more aligned with science and spirituality go hand in hand. But to me, religion is just some blind following shit. The reason I even think religion was there is because back in the days everybody didn't had the opportunity to research shit or experiment and do all of that stuff. So the few people who could observe nature, they just put it in a certain formula where people could just follow it without having to do the research or do the legwork. So that become religion. People just practice these things that other people witness and other people put into a system. They didn't put it to a system or they didn't even observe the shit. They just blindly believe it, and the pastor or the priest or whoever is a credible person. So we're gonna go along with whatever this person say, but they observing the accounts that we got in our religious belief. And it's just some blind following shit to me. You
But
know
hold
what I
on,
mean? Like,
I don't think it's only just blind follower, because let me just say this. Okay. So I believe this is what my take is. Okay. Science, I mean, religion is what happens when you separate science from spirituality.
spirituality. Okay, okay.
Religion
I
comes
could-
in the center of that, and then it's like a binding to a specific thing. They take one part of the spirituality, and then they say, okay, they create a story around it, and then you're bound to that story. Now, placebo effects happen all the time in church. That's why people believe so much. The
Yeah, this is
reason,
why people be fainting and all of that shit.
hello, and all they're doing is using music to their sound vibration to be able to get people to go into this state. You know what I'm saying? And there's a science behind music. So the bottom line is they're using science, but they're not letting people know that they're
But
using.
they not even know. Look, they this is what I'm saying. To me, like religion is when you put the blindfold on. All of the shit, you still doing all of the things, but you just ain't consciously aware of what exactly it is you're doing. Because people singing and chanting and them shit, you know what I'm saying? They chanting and they invoking certain energies, you know what I mean? But they're not consciously knowing that that's what they're doing. They just it's like it's to me it's more some blind shit, you know what I mean? And I don't think like religion. I think in the next 20 years we might not even get most religions no more. You know what I mean?
I don't know, because they're like they really trying to hold fast to this. They're doing wars and everything, about to blow the whole world up over religion. And I will
I
say
mean,
this.
I think people look at religion on some traditional shit, but I don't think most people buy into that shit or even adhere to it. If you look at it, most people adhere to science because when a person gets sick, the first thing they do, they run to the hospital or some shit. They don't go to the pastor to fix that shit, you know what I'm saying? Or the imam.
Right, to get to fix the symptom of the problem. You know what I'm saying? And at one point they did go to the pastor. They did go to the imam, because the priests were the people that they were the doctor. There was a time where there were not a thing called a doctor. It was the priest that was the healer. So, and that's why I was saying there was a time when all this stuff was all in one. It was a group of people, and Jewish, it was the Levites. In different cultures, they're called different things. And even if you get into Chinese medicine, when you go into the I Ching and stuff like that, all those different things were used. I mean, I went to a Chinese doctor, and it looked like he just like took my pulse, and then he went into this back room and did a reading, and that reading told him what was going on with my body. Now in China, when you go into those different practices, they're still practicing this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You just think a person comes out the room and just knows what's wrong with you. No, they went and did a reading.
One of these days, probably next show, we might gotta do some more religious talk. You know what I'm saying? Cause like I miss chopping it up about religion, but I wish I could get some more religious people up here because I don't think there's a lot of stuff. I think we'll agree with most shit we talk about. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think none of us is religious. Even though you say anything you practicing is religion, and you would consider Ifa as religion. A lot of people that I talk to that
It's science. I'm sorry. Listen.
no, but this is what I'm about to say. A lot of people I talk to that practice African spiritual system, whether it's voodoo, Ifa, whatever, it always got like some sort of scientific explanation behind the shit. You know what I mean?
Right. I believe that it's a combination of spirituality and science. However, I also could say it's a religion too, because there's people that have came into the situation and created a certain level of a structure to it, to how initiations are done and all this other stuff, all these rules and things like that that did come into it. You know, the one thing that happens is that what happens is that, you know, you had white people that kind of came into Nigeria, and when they found this thing out, then they began to write books about it, you know? And so that kind of created like, it's a whole thing. It's a long
Testing,
story.
testing. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. We hear you.
Yeah. So y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, you sounding. You got the God mic now. Damn.
Yeah. Man, I've been trying to talk about 10 minutes, man.
Damn, we ain't hear nothing, bro.
So my
You
laptop
wasn't
don't got
warning.
that much. It don't have that much signal. Then I had to
Yo,
bring the laptop outside. But
yo,
anyway,
your shit sound close as fuck. I had to look around to make sure you're not in my crib, nigga. The fuck.
Right. Like
yeah. So y'all tapping on some stuff. I'm gonna have to act dumb. So I want y'all to listen to what I'm saying and like look in between the words that I'm saying, because I don't want nothing to happen or whatever. But everybody, both sides was talking some good stuff. I like what with the Greek etymology of religo, meaning to bind. And
Yeah.
then I like when about the placebo effects and all the different kind of things like that. In a certain book, it was saying that science, religion, nature, mathematics, and I think it was something else. They're all um, forms of showing what God is. Because if you notice, like science is almost like you're discovering something, and it's a form of showing you things that's already here. Then when you look at mathematics, the numbers are discovered. They If you look at how they was broken down, you can tell that when you look at the numbers, how you get the numbers, you count how many right angles are in the numbers. Like 0 don't have any right angles, 1 will have 1 right angle, 2 will have 2 right angles, so far and so forth, all the way up to 9.
Okay.
So, and when they talk about religion and science, I was absolutely right on that, saying that they both went hand in hand with the frequencies and different things like that. Now, they're not going to necessarily tell you about the frequencies and how they use different kind of things like that to try to ward off the evil spirits and all that stuff, and how the bells used to be in church. And that's why they be having the bells strike at certain times of the day, and the different songs and all that kind of stuff at the frequencies and things like that. But everything supposed to be an aspect of God and show you that God is, even the breath in your body.
And you know what? The pastors are not going to tell you, because let me tell you something. I knew a organist, and I don't know if you guys probably don't even realize the pastor cues the organist. You know what I'm saying? They like when when it start getting good and he about to get to his certain thing, he give a cue, and that's when you notice the organist. They be sitting in the audience, like when his think about this. Think about what's going on psychologically, right? So the pastor gets up to give his sermon. The musicians, they did one good song right before he goes up, right? And everybody's they're getting into it and they're really feeling the spirit. Then everybody sit down and they get to hear the word, including the musicians. At some point in the end of that sermon, when it's about to wrap up, if you notice, the musicians get up and get back into their position, and that's when you start hearing the music, right? So the music is, so first they make you cry, made you get all your like thing out, and then the pastor gives the message. The people get back up there. They get to playing the organs and getting you real wrapped up, and then he and so and so and so, ha, and blah blah blah, ha. Now all this is really ancient African practice, okay? even down to the choir, how they repeat things, they'll repeat verses and they'll do like a call and response. All this stuff is African practices that we hid in the church because we were not allowed to practice that. We drumming and everything like that was illegal on the plantation, so they did it in the churches, and so we continued that tradition. At least the African American church, whatever, we continued that tradition and hid the African spirituality, the music, and all that stuff in the actual church ceremony. So people don't even realize that we're just, and they might just be doing it, and but they know because they cue the person, get up here, it's time to, I'm about to end the sermon, and that's when they get everybody all riled up again, and he teaches, and then
Yeah.
I didn't even lead the drum set. I used to play probably about 20 years in church or more.
You stayed there the whole time. They sit
I
down.
just stayed there the whole time because like what you saying, doing the pastor might come up and he might sing a song that he likes to sing at before he started this message up. And shoot, that's what they do. The music is one of the main selling points of church because
And
of the
don't he cue
frequency.
y'all? Don't be like,
He don't cue us because we already know what to do. We already, when it's starting to get to the end, we already know to start adding some cymbals, and the organ and keyboard player start playing in the background and all that stuff like that, and carry it on and climax the sermon out into maybe another song or something like that. And we also play during the time when it's time for people to come up and put money in the church. You play then too.
and I'm sure there's like chords for money and all type. They probably, I heard that if you want people to be happy, you play the white chords, but if you want them to cry, you hit all the black chords and minor chords. So major.
Yeah, yo, that is crazy. Because when you
Hey,
building beats, the minor beats is for like the darker, dung tempo, sad type feeling, and the major chords is for like some more upbeat, like high energy type shit. That is what.
And you know, people forget that the piano is a percussion. It's not piano, is a percussion.
it's a percussion instrument because the hammers are striking the strings, but it's actually a hybrid. It's songwriting is built off of the vocals. You can have a piano or a guitar, and you can be able to write pretty good off of that. And then you have you add the drums or whatever. And every instrument will go together. Is either going to be like a bass or a percussionist instrument or some kind of melody instrument. So a guitar, you can play lead on it, you can play melody on it. Shoot, some people have horns. It can either play melody or it can play bass. And you got your drums. Sure, you got your keyboard that can play the bass and the melody, so far and so forth. You can play
Have you ever heard
acapella.
of the United House of Worship?
Yes,
Okay.
we got a couple of them in my city.
So, all right. So you know that James Brown came from United House of Worship, and a lot of like how he did stuff was based on how that pastor, I think his name was Father, or what they call him, Brother Love or Father, something like that. I forget what the pastor's name was. They called him something Love or.
I don't want to dox myself, but
don't dox
that
yourself.
area.
But I forget what his
I'm
name was.
very close.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about.
That dude done passed away though, but I think they have pictures.
But they have some new. They do a new. So once he passes, it's almost like the Pope. Once one passes, they bring another one on. Another one passed.
They have a house right behind the church.
The House of Prayer. Yeah. Yep. It's called the House of Prayer.
I know what you're talking about.
Now this started off.
My parents used to stay by it.
Yeah. And so a lot of like what you even hear in music today with James Brown came from the United House of Prayer. So people don't even realize that when they're hearing get up, get on up, boom, boom. A lot of all his whole first line. I'm not the first line, but his trumpet section. That whole trumpet section that played. They all got that from the United House of Prayer, which was a Christian church that this guy what is his name? But they got that whole cadence from the church. Okay. And so what happens is that the musicians create a groove, right? Over top of the groove, you have ha, pa, come on. All these randomized
playing
things.
on the one and the four.
Yeah. So you have boom, 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 and they're just playing it over and over again. And that's hypnotizing, right? And then on top of that, get up, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the pastor is really doing when he's giving his sermon with the actual people, the people in the background playing the organs and stuff. He over top.
But they'll do it. They'll do it even with the music not playing. The whole cadence of like the Dr. Umar saying things 2 and 3 times, spinning around, throwing the prayer towel up in the air, saying the hots and all that kind of stuff like that. You don't need necessarily no music to do that. It's just
a rhythm.
It's a rhythm of the person, and then the band will come in when it's time, and then fill in and stuff like that, and add to the climax of the message. But that's not even no practice thing. That's not even practice. That's a natural thing at church.
Wow, I thought that
it's no cue to that. All musicians know how to do that if they played at church.
Well, I guess maybe at that when he was at the guy was like had the cue. Hey, boom, hit it. Boom, boom, boom.
They now in songs they'll be singing, and then it might be some kind of cue or something. It's like if the leader of the song, like James Brown did it all the time. He would be the pastor, and he'll sing something, and the choir would know it's a call in a action. That's what you're talking about. So if he'll sing something, they know what to sing after it, or the verses they're supposed to go, and he melodically rides singing the ad libs and singing the lead part or whatever. But he'll call the drums to do the breakdown and all that kind of stuff. But they following them. It's a call and lead type thing.
Call and response.
Call and response. That's it. And it's a lot. It's that's not even just church anymore. Like it's a lot of bands that just do that. Period. If you go to marching band, that's where they get that from. The drum major, call and response with the whistle.
Yep.
Go. Everything. A lot of songs like that.
Parliament Funkadelic was big on that too. A lot of your 70s band was known for that, call and response. That's how their concerts would last so long, and you wouldn't even know that you had been there for 3 hours because they would get you in a groove, and it'd be like this repetitive thing. Techno music does it, house music does it. There's like a steady groove, and then you like it's like a way to like go to a higher level of consciousness. Same thing happens in the drumming circles in Ifa, or in like the African drumming circles in Africa. They'll play.
Do you want to answer this question, DJ Genesis?
Yeah.
By Lady D. It says, so how do non-believers raise non-demonic people who don't go to prison?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with? What do you mean?
Well, sure, they think that you need a religion to act right. You can't act right without them. So what would you do to stay out of prison and be on a straight and narrow path if you don't got nobody a traditional religion to believe in?
People do it all the time. Like, what do you mean? Like, people do it all the time. I think that we are put on this earth with everything that we need to know who we are. I think that all these beliefs are a byproduct of living life, However, we you know, a lot of like the things that I learned on my like just by me being a human being living on this earth. So
Right.
you could say that I don't think that you need a specific belief system. I wasn't raised in a specific. My mom allowed me to be free and to learn anything I wanted to. So I've been in all different types of religious modalities. So that's why I understand. I've been in all the different things. You know what I'm saying? The things. I've been in Mormon churches. I've been in Jehovah Witness church. I've been everywhere. But I would say there's what about non-believers in China? You know, China's an atheistic country. I don't think they have a huge uh, prison pipeline in China like we do in America. I think this is not about spirituality. This is about a system. So it doesn't matter if you're a believer or not. If the system is flawed, it doesn't matter what you believe. It's the system itself that's flawed. That's why they go to prison, not because a person is demonic and evil, because they don't believe in God.
Yeah, because there's some people that the religion never reached their people.
Honey, there's a
That's
lot of
why.
religion in prison. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of religious people in prison because the moment you do go to prison, a lot of them either got to choose. They're gonna be up in that church or whatever and be believing in God. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, I mean, I can also say it's a lot of in hotels. It's a lot of non-believers go to hotels. If you open that drawer, it's a Bible in there, and that Bible don't stop them from doing the non-believer stuff that they do.
well, Jim Jones was a very charismatic. He was in the Christian church at first though. Jim Jones was a Christian pastor at first. That he became, then he took that and then ran with it and then did all this other stuff. You know, and all he did was use the music because at his church he had like this choir. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They are getting them by the music. Same thing with clubs today. They're getting you with this music. Back in the day, they had up in the club, F everybody. You know what I'm saying? They had I ain't never scared. Back in the time when early 2000s, you had all this battle music, like fight music going on. You had way more people effing each other up, getting sent to prison because they was never scared and they ain't worried about nothing. Don't start no. I mean, Atlanta brought that whole energy. That there was a whole, snap the fingers thing. At 1 minute it was snapping the fingers, and then it turned into don't start no S, don't be no S. And then 808 drum. Let me tell you something. Making music with the 808, 808 is a war drum. The sound of the 808 is a war drum. So if people are using this in hip hop and don't even realize they're inciting a warrior spirit within the people. That false 808 sound, it has a frequency to it. A real drum sound don't sound like that. So when you start using all these like digital things to make music and you don't understand the frequency at which you're making music, you don't understand 44 versus 40, 444 versus 448 versus 442, I think. If you don't even understand the frequency which you're making, which is there's different like false frequencies and there's like a more higher frequency, that's another thing. You're not like, if you listen to most music today, I think it's at 444. And you'll tell a huge difference if you tune that frequency up to 448. I think it is. Are you aware of that, which doctor, about the frequency at which you make music?
Oh yeah. I'm using the frequency that is the radio use, but I know you see most of the digital audio workstation they just let you export at certain frequencies. So you gotta go to different websites to change it to the I think my shit is at 44.
Yeah, see, 444 hertz is that's not a good I mean that's at C, but 448 is
It depends
more.
on what you're saying is good because it all depends on what you mean by good.
Oh, excuse me.
At this point, it's just perspective because
Have
when
you
you look
never
at
heard the
the
difference between how your music sounds at 444 versus 448?
Not really. I
not
try. I put it
really.
on this site to change it, but I couldn't really tell the difference. But there's sites you could convert it to different frequency. But the thing is, because so much sites, the requirements is the 44. You know what I'm saying? Like on like me uploading my shit to Spotify, iTunes, and everything. I'm using the same frequency as the music that's already up there. You know what I mean?
Well, 448 actually, if you look it up, it actually is a healing frequency.
Okay.
448 is a healing frequency. 444 is just I think it's almost like it's just at C. It's not necessarily like at the healing level of frequency. They like
I
people.
think Lady D is fascinating. It says so you don't want to blame broken homes for the demise of the black community. You're blaming it on drums and religion. Well, broken drums should have some religion up in there, don't you think?
Hell, half the broken home started with a song and somebody was getting it in with the music. Okay.
And then not even and not just the songs and the and the music,
Oh,
but
you know I love you by what's his name? The dude. And I love you. Whatever that song. Oh. Honey, they was and then having kids. Okay. So a lot of the thing that even bring kids about there's a music behind it, you know? This new generation.
So you're saying having kids, it got like a little ritual to having kids?
I think it's a ritual to when you combine the music into it. And I know that back in those days, there was music that went along with the, you know what I'm saying? There's whole like the Quiet Storm and all that back on the radio shows. They used to have a time where they would break down. Radio would break down and have a quiet storm at a certain time of night and play all love music. There used to be a time at the club where they would break down the all that but you know hard music and it would go into slow dancing. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Music plays a huge part. This whole thing that we exist on has a frequency. We all have frequency. There's a sound to
Well,
everything.
if you say frequency too much, you talking about science, so you better chill the hell out.
Why should I chill out talking about science?
I'm bullshitting with you.
Okay, my bad. Yeah.
You wound it up.
Right.
Yeah, man. I think
if the music right now, listen, that at the end of the club, if you go to the club now, are they ended it? They might play Before I Let You Go at the end of the thing. They don't break it down to where people can get back together, get to like, you know, dancing with each other slow, and honey, they'll play whatever song, and they might the club might end. They might play some Frankie Beverly and Maze Before I Let You Go, maybe 2 love songs. But back in the day, there used to be a whole section at the end where people would, hey, you want to dance with me? And they would dance and you know, and there was a romantic side to all the things that we're doing now. There's no romance anymore. Think about it. And it starts with the music.
I don't know if it's no romance no more. It
looks different.
Yeah. I think romance just upgraded or the genre changed. What up, who's that, Manosphere?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you think romance did?
It just looks different. I think you said it best. It looks different now. It's not right now. Romance is like, oh, you know, oh, he raised you up type situation. They could just look at you and not know you and be fantasizing about you. Now they just call it risen. It's not what we was used to. We was used to slow dancing and playing slow music because that's what we came up on. But nowadays they don't need all that. You just gotta be popping, and that's romance in itself. Like what I've learned about females is that as long as a female is into you, it doesn't matter what you say, no matter what you do. So if you say anything, you funny. Whatever you do, they looking up to you. As long as they into you, it's just you just wanting to be around them when they into you. It's romance to them.
And I think now people got their own. I think now most people got their own definition of romance, whereas back in the days they had different. Romance was probably more like
A program.
more. Yeah, it was more program. It was like A, B, C, or D is romance. But now everybody, like, you could give a chick a blunt and some, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck she like, you know what I mean? Everybody see romance differently now. But back in the days, they told us what romance was. You know what I mean?
And you know what's crazy, Witch Doctor? Back in the days, even if you bought a woman something, she'd be like, "That doesn't mean you love me." But nowadays, oh, he bought me a purse. He loved me. He took me out on a boat. Yeah, I know he. That it's like it's switched up. It's different now.
Damn.
Materialism is valued more now.
It is like those purses that they so happily like. Everybody like these purses because of the price tag. They don't want to admit it, but they like these purses because of the price tag. They like these cars because of the price tag. Had you slapped Honda Civic on there, or you slapped, Toyota Corolla on there, they'd be like, nah, I don't like that particular car. It's just
And
what
let's
it
get
is.
chocolate to the
Remember, there
stage.
was a such thing as baby boomers. Okay, think about the music that was playing at the time of baby boom. Right now, there's a decrease in population. So I think that there's a real clear evidence how music has shaped how society is even giving birth. Because the music that was happening back then was love and I love you and this that the they be talking about their problems, but they be talking about them from a trying to understand each other perspective.
Yeah,
Now
but DJ, what about the system though? I'm not gonna just put it all on the music. I think the system put it in place now where people don't want as many kids, or if they want kids at all, and that's
that is being ran by the music. Listen, when they took the program, when they took like the freedom of the radio away, and then they got program directors. I think this stuff happened around about early 2000, not late 90s, when Clear Channel and all these radio stations started to like get away from individualized programming. And then I think it was Clear Channel took over most of the radio stations and Viacom and all these different like major entities. They put a program director in, and that's when you get to like start hearing the same song over and over again. So you can't tell me that that's not programming the people's minds.
okay. So if it's programming, it's not necessarily just the music. The system is using music as part of the system to carry out the ultimate goal. It wouldn't just be just the music. It would be the system that's set in place.
Knows how important the music is. That's why they created like these monopolies, iHeartRadio, all these different Clear Channel monopolies that are controlling the musical entity. But now people are beginning to
We used to do it we used to do it all the time. Like it's like when you like a girl, you made an A1A slow mix, no matter if it was cassette or CD or something in that fact. We use that music to get the girl into the mood. Like for instance, we're not gonna play rap if we trying to have some sex or something. We're gonna play something a whole lot slower. We're gonna play something a whole lot slower. I'm just talking about back in the days, Chocolate.
I'm just
Now,
answering.
now,
It's just a joke. I was just asking, hey, how y'all
now,
doing? Go
yeah,
ahead.
now,
Chocolate.
yeah. So now, guess what? A girl will have sex with you listening to Sexy Red.
Right.
Why y'all always talking about Sexy Red?
It's an easy name. It's an easy name, and it's easy to think what you're trying to say.
Leave her alone.
Okay.
Say Glorilla. Is Glorilla okay for you? Is Glorilla okay?
No, none of them. Those are children. We old up here.
Well,
Who is under the age of 25?
Those are the influences.
We're not going to talk about the music that we listen to because they don't listen to that music anymore.
Why not?
Because they don't listen to that music
about
anymore.
who is they? Who is
Are we
that? Who
talking?
you trying to?
Let me
Who
ask
you
you.
trying to put in the bed?
Do you want me to answer who they is,
No,
or
I
you
just
just want to talk over
no.
me?
I just came up here to call some bullshit, just like y'all do
I can
from time to
tell. I
time.
can
Y'all be
tell,
on
Chocolate.
shit.
You was on some bullshit.
Yes,
I know
baby.
you
I
on
don't
some
care.
bullshit.
Listen, you taking a page out of my book. Look at you taking a page out of my book. I be doing
This
this
bullshit. Shut up. No, I'm just playing.
ass
What's
money.
up, y'all? What's up, y'all? For real. I'll just joke.
Mhm.
Sorry, brothers. I just mess and calm down. Put your skirts down. I ain't gonna do you like that. I
Right,
just can't.
don't do them like I be doing them. Just talking a bunch
Nah,
of
they
bullshit. Crazy.
think I'm mean. Nah, DJ, you don't know. We getting to know each other. I'm mean too around these streets. That's
Yeah,
what they
chocolate
say.
ain't mean. Chocolate be acting mean, but she's soft, man. What y'all think about this Lady D comment? She said, "Well, white people are not using punk rock, heavy metal,
Yes, they
rock
are.
music, etc.
Yes,
for
they
the
did.
demise
She
of their
don't.
community." That's what I'm saying. That's what
I
I'm
said she
wondering what
don't
she's
listen to
talking
the
about.
music.
I can't even let it be. I can't even.
People that are listening to punk rock.
Oh,
Baby,
they also use rap. She could have threw rap in there too, because they the larger consumers of it.
Yeah,
stop
it
it.
was more white people at that one concert.
You
What's his
know,
name?
if you
Travis Scott.
yeah,
It was
if you
mostly white
want to
people.
really
Yeah, most
Oh, hold on,
mainstream rap
DJ.
concerts you
I'm
see a
gonna
lot of
leave.
white people.
I'm gonna leave your kills. Your audience said I fucked the vibe up, so I'm gonna go because I messed up the vibe. Lord,
Oh
You
my
gonna
god.
you gonna just
let me
listen
back
to one
up.
person?
Hell no, I'm just talking shit. Anyway, I'm just saying, look, I wanted to come up and say this to Miss DJ Genesis. I catch you. We get to talk every now and then. But the way you was talking about the music, I just want to applaud you, sis, because I'm a music head. Everything you were saying, I was like, yes, that's right. It is just, it's just great to hear another music nerd that's up here. That's all. I'm
Yeah, I
just
was
saying.
in band. I played 5 different instruments, so I
Hey
like.
man, I played the French horn. I was in like 2, 3 bands. I got you. Hey. There you
What
go.
Hey,
what
that's a
instrument you played?
valve trombone, and trumpet.
I
Okay,
played the
okay.
French horn and what was it? And then a flute. No.
I played trumpet. I played the Rolo toms. I played bass. I played cymbals. I played snap, and
Shouts
I
out to
played drum set.
Shout out to musicians
man. Let me tell you,
everywhere.
flute players are so under. Listen. I had to switch to brass because it'd be like 100,000 flute players in the band, and they don't even be hearing them flute players. I said, hey, you can't even hear us. What are we doing? So I had to switch over to
Well,
brass.
You gotta
speak
be
for yourself. My wife was first chair in piccolo, and she played the flute, and you could hear her.
Not
why
on
I
the
you
don't
marching
know
gotta
what
be
band. Not in the
lying?
marching band. When that brass get to play, you can't hear no damn flute. The
Y'all
brass
so
is
weird.
I don't know what you were
play.
doing. I don't know what you were doing at all. Cause
Who?
that piccolo will cut through.
Not the
They had a
piccolo.
piccolos by the bass drum. They still were cutting through, even at my school.
They must have had about a 1,000 of flutes on that thing.
Piccolo.
Well, piccolos are real high. You probably can't hear it. Maybe they had about 5 or
Sound
6
like something
piccolos.
good to eat.
If you only
It was
got a few
only
piccolos, the
I think it was
brass,
like
they're gonna
one
be
or
like,
two.
you ain't
One or
gonna hear
two
no
piccolo.
flute. So you just
Okay,
get.
I'm gonna be good and let y'all get back to your
Hey,
conversation.
listen, were you in a band that danced and stuff like that? Did you go like
Well,
follow?
you talking to a drumette over here. You talking to the pom pom girl. You talking to the I'll throw it in the air, catch it behind my back type shit. I started that in like
that shit
third
ain't happening no
grade.
more, chocolate.
Third and
So
Only
up.
thing
major
you
rip.
throwing out, only
So
thing you
major
throwing
rip.
now is your back.
Only thing
They
I'm
got
throwing now is okay. That's
on the
right in here.
they got the
I
This
fact.
didn't
nigga trying to age shame you and
wait a
shit.
minute, hold
That's
Yeah,
on.
I
I
ain't
didn't I
say
didn't hear
nothing. I
the
ain't say nothing.
joke because I'm so old.
I
What did
wasn't
you
I
say?
wasn't trying to shame
I'm
you. I
just
wasn't trying to
They
shame
got
you.
oh, he was age
You
celebrating. My bad. He was age
they
celebrating you.
dancing. They doing all kind of wild.
DJ, I personally know from knowing you now in the little bit of time I've been gracious, been graced to your presence, is you like to instigate shit. So listen,
Nah,
man, it's
come on,
here.
man. Come
You
on, come
good.
on,
I
come
know
on.
you was. Say that. See,
That
he
is
liked it.
crazy to
He
say
always
that
liked
in
to
public.
He
To
was
say that in public in front of everybody is wild.
not I'm
That
wrong.
is
Not
wild.
I'm wrong. But that is I'm saying it in public. Like that's
And
what.
is low key wrong. It's
Nah, that's
partially
too
wrong.
late. Too Nah, I just came up say hey, see how y'all was doing, and that's all. Talk amongst your lifestyles and see what y'all talking at. But no, yeah, I
Yeah, I
do.
heard we didn't even talk about the Trump thing that much. I mean, we started off early, but I wanted to hear more information. But what y'all think about this whole Trump taking everybody to war type shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He
I
think
seen a little bit of before I came on the panel. It said something about they went at Iran nuclear stuff or something like that.
Yeah, I think they attacked 3 places. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, they hit 3 spots. But see, he didn't need the permission of Congress. He gonna still need the permission of Congress before he can truly enact war. That's part of the Constitution and the money that's needed. That still belongs to Congress,
So
unless
wait a minute. So the president got enough power to just do shit like that? That what Trump did without consulting nobody?
because he did it in his
Press the
last
button
term
if you
when
wanted to.
That is wild.
he sent them drones. Remember, he sent them drones when he was in office. Like what was that now? 4 years ago, right? No, 8 years ago. So when he was in office 8 years ago, right at the end that last term, he did. They had sent they had it was I think it was an Iranian airport, something like that. But again, it's just wild to me. Like, yeah, this was coming. I mean, for me, I'm a politic head, so the writing was on the wall. This man had already been colluding with warmongers. The people that he has in office are warmongers. They want war. War makes money for those who are already rich. The only people that surprise is those who I have to agree with Lady D with that. I don't know why people are surprised to this degree because he's doing whatever he need to do 2 things: make as much money as possible, gain as much power, and not go to jail. Yeah,
I don't like how she just sit there and just said we the one voted for. I ain't vote for that
no,
nigga.
no, no, no. I
That,
don't
that
think.
dude,
Well,
man.
I didn't take it like that. So I get
I
what you.
know we didn't. I know I didn't vote for him. Shit.
Yeah, I didn't. People did though. Like that's the
I tell
part.
you,
It's
shoot, only
knowing
thing
the
I
truth.
voted for was extra spice on my chicken.
You know what going now. Prove me wrong, then got flavor wine. If I'm wrong, prove me. Prove me different. Show me something.
I think he want to be a king. I think that he's trying
He
to create a
wants to
monarchy.
be, yes, Kim Jong Un.
He's
Let's
been trying to.
see,
They've been trying to do that for the
Putin.
longest. And they wouldn't let Obama.
He mad.
Obama was going to do it, but he didn't do it.
No, but he mad now because they shunned him too. Because Kim Jong Un got to talk shit about him. So did the president of China. So did
So
the
did Donald Trump did this? So Donald Trump did this on behalf of what you call it? Was it Israel?
yes, him and Netanyahu, they go way back.
So the American military is kind of like low key Israel
Yes,
military.
they sending them stuff.
Absolutely, they allied. They allied
Yeah,
with
get another.
America. It
We don't have
always
to
been that way.
here. Yeah, this go. Yeah, like I said, go back. If you want to just get into the ghetto espionage, you only have to go back as the 1980s. Trump does not want war. Why? Because you're in the office with him. Do you know for sure, sir?
I think that what's happening is that they had that thing bricks, and he's trying to break it up all that over up all
He's
over
not
there.
that smart. It's not him. It's Stephen Miller. That's it. That man can barely stand. Did you see him walk into a wall? You really think he making these decisions all by himself? And so I'm
No,
gonna leave right
yeah.
there.
But I think whoever the powers that be, whatever this shadow government
Stephen
is,
Miller.
they're trying to break up that whole brick situation by creating a war, so that takes their mind off of that one currency that they were trying to put together. So they're going to create a war to like to wag the dogs, so to
He
speak. To
did this.
Meanwhile, they're going to probably put another currency over here. Because see, all this stuff is really like a psyop. So while we're talking about Iran and this, that, the other, what's going to happen is you're going to see like some kind of law get passed over here that you're going to be like, when did that get passed? You're gonna be like, what?
But you can
That's
sign up. I'm gonna say that to you. No disrespect, but you can go to the government website and sign up for their newsletters. Go find out who your people are. Get that shit in your email. Then you will know, because there are laws that are in place that we don't know because we weren't even taught them in school. Unless you die hard into all of the shit and the loopholes and the back ends of it, they don't teach it to us. They don't educate it. This is why I remember this attorney when they was pulling all these brothers over all over the United States. Like, bam, bam. My nephew was one of them brothers. And then he started making cards that gave young men the points of reference to do when the police rolled up on you. And had them laminated, gave them out for free.
What's
He in
his
charge.
name? Do that shit to Real Naga
Yeah.
TV. What's his name? The dude
Somebody.
with the one eye.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know he had one eye, but there was a man who did it. I don't think he had.
The
Maybe
bald
they-
dude. DJ Genesis might know him. Real Nagas TV. Damn, I forgot the dude name, but he does a lot of that stuff. He used to rock with a lot of
I
Morris.
love the different attorneys who are on here. That's why I said I don't know what certain people be talking about on here. YouTube is vast and it's not just fuck shit. There are plenty of black folks out here that are giving solid information, teachable information. I don't care whether people think, oh, well, blah, 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 this and that. Whether it's one person, if you listening, just go look. And I ain't talking about no kids. We need to, as adults, you call yourself a grown up? When the last time you learned something new? When the last time you read something that would bring some extra to your life? When? For you, not to prove anything, but just for you to have in your arsenal. We don't encourage language learning. We don't encourage teaching after we become adults. We want to shit on folk that go back to school when you're old. I was so proud of my grandmother. She was in her 40s, went back to college and became a nurse. I don't have an excuse at all. I have no excuses. My brain still works. That's all that matters. It really, that way you start to be, to understand and see where it's going. Because humans' pattern is the same. We can see it coming a mile away, but we pretend we don't. We don't have the music that our parents listen to now because our generation, we were pushed out of those areas. They don't talk about that either. Us as musicians, writers, artists, and during the era, anyone between the ages of late millennial to mid to early Gen Xer, art was not a priority for us. Creativity was not a priority to us. Black folks had gotten themselves in a frenzy, especially black parents, black churches. All of us was gonna do crack. All of us was gonna have babies if we breathed or even looked at each other cross-eyed.
Yeah, you could keep. I'll let you get my crack. I don't want it. You could smoke my
It
crack.
was fear-mongering. It was fear-mongering.
that the 90s was a very creative time for our community, and
But they didn't let it continue though, DJ. That's what I'm saying. Yes,
so
it was.
the advent of Napster and things like that, that was the beginning of the end. And on top of that, I think also when you start talking about like when Public Enemy was doing their thing and KRS-One in the 80s and stuff like that, you had a whole movement, but they had to break that movement up. And you'll see like videos and documentaries talking about how there was a whole group that moved to purposely control the industry, and there were rappers that were involved with this whole thing,
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I completely agree that you're always going to have a portion of people who manipulate it, but it doesn't change the truth. We stopped. What older artists, because now we so old, I guess, whatever, but where's our artists? Because our parents had artists still alive, still performing. Where's ours? When last
What do
time
you
you heard
mean?
on stage? here
No,
and you
no Edition still be doing. We got the Essence
come on,
Fest.
DJ Genesis. Come on.
Genuine be trying to get up there and do the work of the
Oh,
dance.
really? And they have become memes.
Right,
Stop.
but hold on. But if they had the internet back when the Temptations was out, because I went to go see Frankie Beverly Amazing, the Four Tops, and Temptations,
I got
and they
you.
had to roll some of them out there in wheelchairs, and they were still doing the move. So
that's
they
not
get
what
mad because Genuine, jumped and fell off of a stage that one time and made a joke of it. So, but he's still out there doing his thing. Same OG.
No, he's not.
Omarion's still doing his thing.
No, he
Oh,
not. Have you seen Marion dance lately? DJ, what is this? Okay, I'm gonna mute up. I was here to support you playing games out
but
here.
no, they still be trying to do content.
Amarion
New
is
Edition do be
younger
trying
than
to do
me.
content.
No, Amarion is younger than me. He's a millennial. I'm a Gen Xer. I'm talking about between us. Where
Yeah, but-
are they? Name me somebody that just dropped a record, DJ.
In our generation.
Yeah. Okay. See, that's when you don't have an answer.
Okay. No, I'm looking up.
just
I'm looking up. I
You
gotta
can't
like.
chat GPT it.
No, I'm not. I'm actually trying to think.
No,
Like,
no. I'm messing. Please don't fucking with
No, there
you.
is
There's
there
no
is
malice. No
none of our
hate.
people in our generation do not have new albums coming out.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's all I'm trying
You
to
have
say.
Charlie Wilson. Now, even Charlie Wilson,
He
he's
is
from
not in our
that era.
era.
But he was working
our
with R.
parent.
Kelly. He was
No,
working with R. Kelly.
we ain't going down that street. I'm saying
Okay.
you said we were talking about the insurgents. Even Big Giz was talking about that.
But
The
who was
sound.
dominating the airways? It was P. Diddy and the whole.
No. What I'm talking about. Hold on, before we go down there. Hold on. Before P. Diddy got his money. Okay, let's stop right there. I just hang on with me. What I am talking about is even from who you named off earlier, KRS One, all these great prophetic rappers and artists and different people that contributed to basically like our soundtracks and movie tracks of life. We were never in charge of distribution, of radio, of pressing music. We weren't in those places to keep it going. We never really we weren't able to, how we're able to do what we do now in comparison. We didn't have that kind of firepower behind us. Imagine that.
We have it in the 60s and 70s and in the 50s.
No. I'm not even going that far back. I wasn't there. I don't know. Even trying to be condescending. I'm just for real. Like, I don't even have to go that far back. That shit was happening in the 90s.
But Def Jam was on. Hold on, Rockefeller. Okay, you want to know the black
No.
Rockefeller, Def Jam, Bad Boy, Uptown, LaFace. What was the other one? LaFace Records. What was the other one? L.A. Reid, Babyface. What was the other one? The one from Minneapolis. I forget what the other guy. Damn, what's his name?
I never let anyone talk. I just got up here, but Taylor Bell says, "You never let anybody talk." I'm gonna pause up for you.
No.
Which one he talking about? You or DJ Genesis? You know.
I don't know. I just like, hey, what are we talking?
But we did run the labels. Now we didn't own the distribution channel because Koch
on the label
distributors were back then. I was really heavily in the music industry back then.
I'm not disputing that point. What I'm saying is we didn't do it. I don't care how many people was there then. It's not there.
He had his own.
That's all I'm saying. But now we can, and we acting like we cannot. That's all I'm saying.
Why are we forgetting all these black labels that were out back then? That was actually.
I'm not forgetting the labels. What I'm saying is, if we're gonna honor those labels, here's the opportunity that we didn't get then. We can create new music. We can change those type of dynamics. There's plenty of R&B artists still out here. They don't get the shine, or maybe they're not this or that, but it's still out here. It's just not in the front. Billboard even got charts. So somebody listening to something. That's why I don't understand why
the machines behind those things don't exist no more.
Oh.
All of those record labels. I mean, well, no, because Coco Jones is on Def Jam, but Def Jam
Jones is a baby. I'm not talking about.
I don't know.
Talking about people our age.
A lot of the ways we used to and show so to sell in the building. A lot of ways we used to listen to music is different now. Even in the club scenes is dying out. A lot of shit is dying out to where all a bunch of different genres of music could exist right now. Cause now it's not like you gotta just like when we was talking about TV, you had to wait to watch a show for your other show. Just
Right.
like on radio, you had to wait for listen to songs to listen to your song. No, you could actually choose exactly what you want. So no, the way we listen to music, that shit is changing. You know what I mean?
But what does that have to do with the message? Message still the
The
same.
message, but the message is gonna change too. The message is
No, it's
gonna
not. Sex, money, dominance, having fun, coming in of age, losing somebody, cheating, lying,
so what?
dancing.
Ain't
So
nothing
I
wrong.
mean,
Music always had multiple messages, though.
exactly. What? That's it. There's no argument. I'm just the way you guys presented it was if we couldn't do that again. That can't be duplicated. These people were not like
It's already being duplicated. It's
okay,
just in a different form. It's
you.
just not gonna come in the same form.
I did. Who said that though? I never said that. Coming from a musician, I know music can is endless. That's not what
Yeah.
we
Timberland just signed his first AI artist. Okay, so I think, and then you got this whole AI thing that's gonna like that's copywriting
As a
using
matter of
all
fact,
of
we should look that shit up. That's good. My fault, DJ Genesis. I'm about to try to pull it up too. The Timberland thing. Go ahead.
so AI is using copyrighted like people's like kind of like how they do stuff to
Mm.
even like duplicate music. So what's fixing to happen is you're not even gonna be even real people anymore. So the whole industry is about to change
Do
completely.
you really believe that?
I
They've
believe
been saying that since the industrial age. You can find people saying that we're going to be replaced. Again, can I just say it's being built by us? There is nothing 100% guaranteed to work. We can't even keep rockets in the air. We can't bring home people on time. We still have to wait 5 to 7 days to get our money back when we return something. Don't tell me that we just so ready and on it that we gonna turn ourselves. We gonna have enough situations and create enough opportunities where robots is gonna outdo humans. I just don't believe that. Not
I
with
think
human.
it's already. I think it's already happening though. Cause when is the last time you went to a Walmart?
I don't. Why do I have to? They deliver with humans. They bring me
No,
my stuff.
I
I
did.
order
it's gonna
and
be a drone that's gonna drop that shit off in front of your house. And
Right, right. Cause look at this.
somebody
Walmart. All of these places got either equal
else.
amount of self checkouts as regular cashiers or more self checkout than regular cashiers. I'm
Hey,
telling you.
Rich, I went to Popeyes earlier today, right? And I'm waiting at the counter. There's no register. You turn around. The register is you to go on the machine to actually
It's the
put the stuff in.
Costco shit. Right, right. That's
Yeah,
crazy,
and
man.
you know what's so crazy about this stuff now? They give you a discount not to use the human. Do you have a mobile app? Because if you got the mobile app, they give you a discount. They'll give you coupons and stuff. So you go to McDonald's or Burger King, any one of the places right now, they're gonna ask you, do you got a mobile app? And once you ride up on it, you get them that code, they don't have to use humans to put those orders in anymore. They
And you
using
know,
you to put the order
you
in.
know it. You know it's fucked up, bro. That used to be the guarantee go-to job for people, bro. Fuck it, I'm about to get a fast food. I never did. I can't do the service shit because I can't deal with people and they bullshit and shit like
I
that, right?
remember with fast food.
But
Yeah,
man,
I'll end up done
hey,
fighting somebody. But look at this. See, that's the go-to job for people fresh out of school, people drop out of school, people fresh out of jail. No, that shit is gone to the
hold
fucking
on.
machines.
May I just
It's
ask
like
a
they're it's
Let me
question?
like
say this one more thing before you go in,
Ah,
chocolate
here
and,
you
and
go. Here you
manosphere. Let
go.
me say this one more thing. When is the last time you call? Look how hard it is to call a place and talk to a real person on some customer service shit. You gotta go through hella. Them niggas literally let you go through layers of machines before you could even talk to a person. I gotta Google Xfinity how to talk to a person so they could show me steps on where I could get a real person. That shit is not easy to talk to a real person.
But I've done. I mean, but that's the thing. We again, um, one of my specialities is customer service, teaching customer service, especially in in and on the phone, through emails, through chat, person to person. It's hard. The public is rough.
Right.
Listen to us. We rough on each other. What do we tell each other all the time? You ain't got vex skin. This ain't the place for you. Shit, you can say that everywhere.
But look at this. But still, I'm saying
But
I
hold on
prefer a
before I
person
forget.
customer service than an
I'm
AI
not
because
disagreeing.
a person could use empathy and try to fuck with me a little bit, give me like a coupon or some shit. But AI, that shit is too straightforward. You
Let
know what I
me
mean?
ask you a question real quick. When y'all say AI, can you just give me like one word? When you say AI, what do you mean by that?
Artificial intelligence.
Okay, and what is that?
A search engine, like a search engine.
No, it
Yeah.
depends on which farm. No, it comes in different
Hold on.
farms.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Just hang with me. Hang with me, DJ. No disagreement here. You are exactly right. They have models. Different AI models that do different things. There's AI models that'll help you organize a calendar. Whose job is that?
Yes. Pretty much it'll find the an algorithm.
Do you
They have
know?
an
Because
algorithm used to model those.
now I'm gonna give y'all another
Models.
example, something that we don't talk about, I haven't heard. I have a great friend who is disabled. He cannot see because of the AI model that's available to him now. This man can work for himself because the computer is in tune with him.
Yeah, yeah, being naive about this AI shit. I ain't even gonna hold
Okay.
you.
Yep.
Because there's
You're
only
right.
going to be more and more AI shit, and they're not creating. How much people do you need to program this shit? It's not enough. It's not enough jobs being made or enough businesses being open as many as being replaced by
How?
machines and
But
AI and
how are you
automation.
No,
going
you know
to?
what the
But hold
killer
on,
is?
real quick, please. I'm sorry. How can you keep saying that when nobody is wanting to step out to create new opportunities? If you're not gonna fuck with the AI, how are you going to find out if there are opportunities that can be
No,
created?
I'm saying you're gonna look. There's gonna have people. Look, everybody can do that shit.
Oh my gosh, it's
It's
always
just like how everybody can be bosses and we need workers.
you're right. You're right, DJ. I'm gonna stop right there. I don't want to do the everybody
One
argument
thing,
with
one thing I will say is going to happen though, because I know that we think there's going to be this whole AI revolution. What I think is going to happen is that we're going to find out that there's nothing really behind AI. That AI really is not thinking. AI is just basically giving you what you want to hear. It's
AI is learning.
lying to you. It's not even learning.
You're
It's
bugging.
I'm trying to tell you. And I've talked to a person that actually
It's following a system. That's what it is. It puts
what
systems in its algorithms, and if that's what it's following.
what it's doing is
whatever humans are
what
typing
you
in and
want to
coding them
hear.
to
It
do.
is collecting information on what you're typing into it, and then every time you
That's the
go, the
part of
more
it.
that you use it, the more it's going to give you exactly what it thinks that you want to hear. So at some point, I believe the system's going to break because AI is not just thinking on its own, like, oh well, you have to pretty much tell it what you want to get out of it. Because if you actually like really use it really, really heavily, you'll find that it'll go into a loop. And it's because it's not thinking. You have
You
to
talking about Chat GPT, right?
I'm talking Claude, I'm talking about all of the AI models. It you have to replicate. I mean, I use different levels of AI.
AI learns
That's
patterns. AI learns the patterns of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Computer,
and
like
it,
game.
it's
We
only
have to
Oh,
catch
ma'am.
up with times,
Oh,
though.
I
We have to
promise I
catch up
will.
with times,
Bad.
and that's where a lot of people fail at. Is that this is the new industry. Back then, you used to ride horses and stuff like that. When they brought in automobiles, people started to be like, "I'm not riding that monstrosity. I'm not riding that. That's dangerous. My horse is just fine." Then now what? We got horses on the track and everybody in vehicles. Pretty soon, we're gonna have everybody in probably autonomous vehicles, and you're gonna be able to ride your dang cars, your gasoline cars on the track. It's going to be a tourist attraction. It's just what it is. It's a new industry. You may not
You know
like it,
what?
but it's
That's wild that you would say that. And I want to ask you. I want to ask you this question, right? Because I don't even know. What happened to the? Because if mostly people was using horses, right? What happened to the horses when automobiles come? Because they gotta find some other use for the
Glue.
horses.
They became
I
glue.
don't know, man. Guess what? They became tourist attractions. They became,
Toothpicks.
way of a way to
So
they
look
they
at this
became
now.
a way of
So
moving
we get it.
cattle, way of
So
still
we
moving cattle.
so we get in some way. So it had less need for horses now. So it's probably got less horses being used now than back in the days, right?
Of course.
Yeah, because
Let me tell you,
What you think is gonna happen when they're replacing the humans? It's gonna have less people with jobs, less
Well, let's
people with
get
ways to
there.
eat.
Let's
our
get there
jobs,
first.
our jobs then, because our
I'm gonna
jobs
have a
then
good
is going to
damn
be
time
maintaining that
right now.
AI
One at a
technology.
time, yeah. One
That's
at a
what
time.
My
our job
bad.
then is going to be. Our jobs at that particular point is going to be maintaining these AI functions that makes our life a whole lot easier.
But we're gonna still
Our
lose
jobs
some people. Cause look, but we're gonna lose some
look now,
people.
like look now, but look at this right now, DJ Way Doctor. Streaming alone is a new way of income. It wasn't a way of income 20 years ago. The way we
Correct.
stream now, the way we broadcast things, these are going to be the new jobs. They're going to be like, damn, y'all used to do that. Oh,
We
I know
still
I used
don't
to
own
use
them.
my Elon Musk robot to do all my laundry. Y'all
Mm.
actually do hand labor. It's going to be something new.
I
Just
see what you're saying. They gotta create a new industry. You can't just
Thank
create a new
you.
job. You gotta have a whole industry.
That's what,
Like
yes,
how the
thank
pet.
you, man. It's
Like
fair
look at this.
rhythm.
Like
Right
look
on,
at this.
brother.
The pet.
that's what it is.
Look at this. The pet industry is not nothing that is needed. But the only thing I would say is needed for is for people that have jobs and shit. So I could see people creating new industries to create multiple lanes of jobs and shit. You know what I mean?
They're
can
gonna
I
be
just,
looking
can I
at
just
us.
make
They're,
a statement?
they're gonna look at us. They're gonna look at us like we're primitive, just like we look at the person who was trying to create fire with a stick and some dry leaves. We look at that as being primitive. We're gonna be those dinosaurs that they look at and be like, damn, they used to have to do all that crap. That's crazy. We would have never done that before. They show us shit. We just incinerated. What the fuck is going on? It's just what it is. It's going to be a new industry, and we're going to have to adapt, or we're going to get left behind. It's the same reason why our parents wasn't into the stock market, and now look, we're into the stock market. We're into crypto. We're into all these new industries of making particular, money and different things. But it's just what it is. You have to get into the new industry. You can't like right
Bro,
now.
but I'm telling you, I never seen, and this is probably because it's this. This is my lifetime. My lifetime ain't as long as like y'all niggas is old and shit, right?
Good night. Forget you then. Don't
But
ask
look
me
at this.
shit. I'm
But
just
look at this.
oh
But look
ass
at this.
fair.
But look at this. In my lifetime, I never seen something that threatened people jobs this crazy to where it could replace.
Yeah,
Because look at this. Soon as these AI text to images appeared, that shit done wipe out damn near half of the niggas who've been doing niggas mixtape covers online, niggas website building. That shit erase a bunch of people and introduce a new set of people who didn't even had them skills before, but they know how to do the prompts and shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit almost was on some almost overnight type shit.
Can I say something about that?
Like for instance, right now, right, Witch Doctor. For instance, right now, if you probably try to become a graphic designer, you're gonna have to know how to do like graphics through AI as well. You just can't do it the old way. It's gonna take forever to do it the old way when you could just type in certain keys. You're gonna have to be a specialist in that department.
Bro, and that's what I had to do, bro, because I used to use straight Photoshop, but now I gotta use Photoshop and AI, you know what I mean, to keep up with the times and shit. But you got a chocolate on a DJ Genesis
Okay,
one.
but here's what I've been trying to tell y'all is that AI is not sentient. Okay, so therefore it only is learning based on what you're giving it.
No, we're not saying it's sentient.
Hold on, and getting things that already exist to create what it thinks that you want based on the prompts that you put in. It is learning off of you. So it does not have any thought. There's nothing behind it. It's just whatever you put into it, it finds information and it spits it back out to you. And sometimes that information is flawed and has to tell you, well, I'm sorry. It'll tell you some bullshit. And then you have to be smart enough to know, like, oh, okay, no, that's not what I was. No, you're wrong, AI. You're telling me some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So people are going to begin to rely on this thing, thinking that it knows what it's talking about, and they're going to
this
whole
thing is
thing.
gonna get more. I think it's gonna get more proficient. I think it's gonna get more exact.
It's
I
going to
just
be
think
more
it's getting
proficient than
better.
we are.
Right, right.
It's going to be more proficient than we are, and proof of that. Proof of that, Genesis. Proof of that it's going to get more efficient. Right now, if you send your husband, your boyfriend to the grocery store, and you gave it a set of instructions, let's use that terminology. You gave it a set of instructions to get this, that, and the third out of the grocery store. He comes back home and he's missing something. It's the same thing. If you're not delivering the message clearly, if you're not delivering the message clearly, right, it could get left behind.
Do you think that AI can understand what's typing into it? I just want to get an idea of what people think of AI.
I don't think people could do it. I don't think people
Let her
could do it.
let her ask the question.
The question is,
Go ahead.
like from a subjective aspect, when you're typing in a subject about whatever you're talking about, do you think that AI can understand what you're typing into it?
I don't even think people can. That's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes I could tell you something, right? And it's not translating it how I'm telling it to you. And if even people can't do it. Like you could say, no, I told you to do this. Oh, I didn't know you told me to do it that way. I thought you wanted me to do it this way. We do it as people.
So, but
we're creating those flaws in those systems.
But we can engage in original thought. AI does not engage in any original thought. All it does is it bases itself in algorithm data, and then it goes out, it gets the information. So what will happen is
You're just saying that it doesn't have an imagination.
It does not have an imagination. It does not think. It has
So
no.
do you just so wait a minute? Do you only need an imagination to learn? You could learn without an imagination. The shit recognizes patterns. That's how it learns.
But the thing is, so it can learn, but it's not imagining anything other than what you're putting into it. And all
I agree to that. I don't think it. I agree that it's not a sentient.
going out and getting something that already exists, and then
I agree that it's not a sentient being. I agree it not. It don't have an imagination, but it's still learning and it's still getting better. You know what I mean?
Can we also agree that we're the persons who's putting in that flawed information? We're creating the mistakes that we're putting in the AI. That's us doing it because, like you said, we're the one is actually putting the information within the system. So that means we're the flawed ones.
Well, we've always been
all the AI does is recognize patterns.
Exactly. So what makes us think AI is not going to be flawed? Because we're the one who's inputting the system. You have a flawed system into a system.
And that's why I'm saying, and this is why I'm saying it's gonna get better. But look at this. I'm saying it's gonna get better on two ends. On one end, we're gonna get better at putting in more proficient, exact prompts. I almost forgot the word. We're gonna get better at the prompts, and the AI is gonna get better at recognizing the patterns. Because all it's just gonna get better, you know what I'm saying? And that shit is gonna replace a lot of motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying?
But just
so for instance, which doctor have you ever told somebody, which doctor have you ever asked somebody to do something for you, which doctor, and they did it completely different?
Yeah.
So we're the
sometimes it was good. Sometimes it was good different. Sometimes it was bad different. You know what I'm saying? And the flaws is probably I didn't communicate it the best way. You know what I'm saying? Because they're receiving the communication.
Exactly.
And you know why it's gonna learn? Let's say Manosphere asks me, yo DJ, let's say I'm a bartender and he tell me to pour him a drink and shit. What if I pour him the wrong drink, but after he keep coming to the same bar and I'm the same bartender, now I'm gonna learn what he mean and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the thing with the AI, even with using Chat GPT. Wait a minute, but Genesis, even with my Chat GPT, after using it for a while, it understand how to it understand how to deliver my answers better.
Right,
you know
because it's basing it off of you. It's not basing it off
but
of
it's still learning the pattern. We're not saying it's a sentient being, you know what I mean?
It's not thinking. All it's doing is going off of what you're saying and you're giving it to it, and that's it. There's
exactly. That's what we're saying.
But that's what I was saying.
May I just add this for you?
Same thing, Genesis. We're saying the same thing, Genesis. No one's saying that it's sentient.
Knowing that, hold on. Now, the point I was trying to make.
We're the one.
Hold on. The point I was trying to make behind saying that is because we like okay, because we were talking about the music industry, right? We're talking about the fact that AI is about to become the next musical thing. What they're only thing that AI is doing is copy. It is literally taking songs from the internet and putting it back out with the exact same thing. Like, I mean, I saw this one song, it had the same actual beat, and then it changed a little bit, like maybe the key of it, but it was like literally the same beat that somebody else had on their song. Like, literally, AI is going out, finding something, and then putting it to it. So now you're gonna have a bunch of copyright claims and all type of stuff, and all this stuff. You're going to have a lot of false information that comes out. And then on top of that, what's going to happen is do you know that all these AI companies are operating at a deficit? That it costs more money to even run the company than it even costs to even.
Right.
Hold on, man. It's fair.
Yeah, more the same.
I just want to say this. I get what you're saying, DJ. I understand that side of it. That's in everything. There are children mining lithium. Are you going to stop using your phone and your laptop and are you going like, would we give up all of that to stop you know what I'm saying? The horrible things that's
I'm not
going
saying
on.
it's not because I'm getting my degree in machine learning right now. I'm about to get my master's. I'm saying that I know that what the actual what I'm working with here. I don't
DJ, I'm not questioning your understanding of this. I don't disagree with you. I'm not trying to belittle what you're saying. Hey, that's your perspective of it. What I'm adding to it is just this. Okay, I get it. All the negatives, we got that. But that's with everything that humans do. It's a negative and a positive, and it's going to be people who are able to use it and function. Some people aren't. They said the same thing about computers. When computers started being in the homes, when they started being more in the schools, when we started getting tablets and phones, what did they say? What did we hear? Oh, we gonna be this, we gonna be that. It's just a different medium. What's so different about the humans that's walking around here that's make us so special that we doing this any different? We talk to each other crazy, we lie, we be making shit up, we fight, we do all kinds of stuff, same shit people do offline. So I'm just trying to simplify it to a place of when we try to put it on an object, we'll say shit like, oh, the world is horrible. No, the world is beautiful. Human beings have fucked it up and made it this way. Ain't no trees got together and set up systematic racism. Those were human constructs, and we're left with them, and they play in everything we do. Even now with AI, we're not the industry leaders even in this technology. But we want to talk about how scary it is. Well, then, if we're so afraid of it,
no, I'm not talking about scary.
I didn't say you, honey, but I know you've heard it out here. We don't talk about AI in a positive way. We use it as an object, like as somebody walking around named AI fucking shit up for people and taking their jobs. Last time I checked, Donald Trump was letting people go, not the AI. Like, we have to then conquer it then. If we got to learn it, teach it, understand it, so that then we can maybe do and have jobs and interests in these areas. We've been doing this since technology has evolved, into DJ's point, just like my brother. My brother was raised with a black president, right? Like, that wasn't going on just not that long. That was an 8-year stint. That's it. That's all you got. But just like DJ said, I woke up, this is how we were deep in it when the millennials started really kicking it in. Like, all this developed with Gen Xers, other than Facebook, maybe? Yeah, Facebook. But everybody else old as hell that created the social media that we have. Grown folks, us. That's what I don't get. What we doing? That means we can then manipulate it to what we need it to be, right? If we created it, that's all I'm saying. Like, it doesn't.
Man, I think like a good 30 to 40% of people gonna be left behind with this AI.
And we can't create new avenues though?
Because
Why
we
they
don't need every
have
AI
it?
don't need all of us to have that shit
But we
running. You know what I
still,
mean?
what if this AI gonna take care of our houses, DJ? The
It
streets,
will. No, it
the
will.
roads, the electricity, the water, wind. That's gonna be maybe 30, 40, if 50 years from now, when we are completely
Well,
dependent.
right
No,
now,
but you see, you talking about direct. You talking about direct. If I'm talking about there's indirect stuff that still
I
could
understand
affect you,
that.
right? Because look at this. The AI
Okay.
might not be able to go ahead and make me a sidewalk. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of things happen before you send them people out to make the sidewalk. There's
Of
people that
course,
gotta draw up certain
exactly,
plans,
DJ.
make certain
Yes.
calculations. Them a lot of I'm telling you, a lot of people gonna get
But those
shaved off.
people
You know what I'm saying? They
still
fit in the
need
herd
humans.
with
You
this
gotta
AI.
have humans to read the information. How
But
long
you
do
need
you
less humans. You're gonna need less and
okay.
less humans. It's
Do
gonna
you
reach
know
a time where we're gonna only need certain humans to do like the
we
physical
make
grunt
it?
work.
I'll say this to you right
Wasn't
now,
that the point
DJ.
that they were
If
trying to get
we
rid of the
make
humans
it,
anyway?
if we make it there, I'll concede. If we get there, I'll give it 10 years. Because usually technology it speeds up, faster and faster. So it might be in the next 5 years. So yeah, I'm down. Hold me to it. I do not think that it's gonna be what y'all saying it's gonna be. And I just
But you
land
know
there.
what?
Y'all got it. Y'all got
You
it.
know what industry could save people though? Like this, like what Manosphere was saying earlier, this streaming industry, because we ain't had this shit, right? And the thing about what I realized, right? Even with somebody who do music and stuff like that, with streaming platforms, right? Consumers could listen to your music for free whilst you still getting paid on some win-win shit because of advertising. Just like streamers, we could be up here doing all of this shit and ads is running, so it's not gonna be like some no buku bread, but it's still ads running. So as long as because ads and commercial is so underrated, that shit put a lot of bread in a lot of people pocket. Anywhere you consuming shit for the free, best believe it's some ads gonna be popping up. Even when you go to them free movie sites, you better have an ad blocker because them niggas gonna fill you with motherfucking ads. Because ads, once you could incorporate ads, industry could flourish with this whole internet age. You know what I'm saying? Because that consumers could consume shit for the free, whilst ads is being placed in front of them. You know what I mean?
and crazy part about, like I say, it's gonna be on you if you want to get left behind. You still got people to this day that's putting money in the shoebox and under a mattress and not into a stock portfolio. People get left behind all the time. At the end of the day, I'm not worried about the people who get left behind. I'm worried about the people who's actually listening to push forward.
So
Because
should we all get a Bitcoin wallet? Is that what you're saying?
I don't
say it
think
again.
Should
No,
we
you
all be investing
there's
in
other
Bitcoin?
ways to invest. I'm not just sticking to one type of way to invest. What I'm trying to say is the times of yesteryears when you could put money in a mattress and that secures you are gone.
Right.
There's multiple ways to build finances like this streaming platform. This is a way to build finances and also a way to disseminate information to the masses. And but that's the issue right there. Most people don't want to change their stripes. Most dogs don't want to learn new tricks. They okay with what they know right now because it was working maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. Now this is a whole new industry and you need to learn how to adapt because the way the information is getting disseminated now, it's quite easy to get left behind if you're not focused or paying any type of attention.
I just want to understand why it's got to be so damn extreme. Like, I don't think you have to give up your soul because you decided to use some AI with your job. And then to say things like, and I have to call this out, DJ, to say things like, oh well, we ain't gonna have no jobs, so we're gonna stop plumbers. We don't need nobody to do no building of homes. We don't need doctors. We don't need lawyers. We ain't gonna need teachers. Like, can we stop with the like apocalyptic level? We've benefited from all of this, every single one of us. And we sitting up here talking like we haven't benefited from the technology
Why it gotta be apocalypse, man? That's
because that's
crazy.
how y'all talk. The AI coming to get us. They
I
about
never
to
said
throw all the
apocalypse. I
jobs
never said
away. Nobody.
Nobody said apocalypse.
Oh, okay. You know what?
You're the only one with a tinfoil hat on. Take your
That's right.
tinfoil hat
And
off.
I'm willing though, but I'm willing to admit it. I ain't gonna sit here and pretend like I ain't no conspiracy theorist, but I do know this: economics don't change. And the thing that the gentleman said earlier that was missed again, where one lane closes, one opens. Just to that point alone. Like what? We really believe that we've stopped at some wall, like we can't go no further with this? I didn't
Oh,
say DJ Genesis said that. I am allowed to paraphrase what I'm hearing. And what I heard, just like DJ Genesis heard what Manosphere said, and then said, well, should we all get Bitcoin wallets?
I would say this is that I'm not. I think that that was a rhetorical question.
I know.
I think that really what's going to happen is we're going to have to actually get back into nature and start to have our own businesses and start to like generate our own sources of income, and sell products and things like that. We're going to have to get what's happening is the artificial system is going to kind of take over, and then you're going to have to find other ways to be able to barter trade, and that's not apocalyptic. That's like, hey,
but we're never talking about how to learn, DJ. We're not talking about every time I say, oh, okay, here's something positive you can do. Y'all give me 3 more reasons why that ain't gonna work. Cause so how do we learn it then? Then what do we do? We can benefit.
I think we could benefit from AI by all the stuff that AI can do, right? We could start other industries from that shit or expand other industries that's already there that AI can't just do that shit without humans, right? And a lot of stuff like gardening and a lot of these stuff y'all talking about, you could actually learn that shit from Chat GPT. So you could literally use AI to learn about other industries or learn skills that could literally help you through the whole AI shit. You know what I mean?
And on top of that, we seem to forget, do we remember the coding apocalypse? Do you remember where every black person on YouTube was talking about coding? We ain't coding. We ain't doing STEM. That went away online on our side. However, it continued in the background. And all of the coding, it was every book written, every paper, any piece of written information that humans have created was turned into ones and zeros to then provide almost like a librarian type of experience, because that's what it is. Hey, Chat GPT, our dogs, da 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 da. It's giving you sources. It's going. And now it's up to you to go check it. Now they putting the little disclaimer at the bottom. Hey, go double check. Now they're making models that check if you're doing research papers with nothing of AI. And what was that other thing too that can detect whether it's been humanized or not? So there's always, just like there's new technology, there's new crimes, right? So can we say that just like we believe that, then why can't we say we can't create new opportunities? I mean, we don't even imagine them or talk about what new opportunities could be created to save those jobs we keep talking about are going to be taken. That's my point. That's it. Y'all got it. Thank you.
I just think that we need to get more into the natural system of way of life. I think that people are overly consumed by our computers, and I'm one of them. And I think that, even now, like, my birthday was yesterday, and I said, you know what? I need to begin to get more into the natural world, because I have been chain ball married to my computer since I was hell in high school. My entire life has been on the computer, being a software engineer, being, into like graphic design, web development, all that stuff. So now, even though I'm still like into AI and doing like even going to school, what happened? I just signed up to go to school for AI. Thank you to the military for my my little money I got. I still think that I feel like I'm going to take my money that I get from doing the AI to to do things into a more natural system, because I feel like as time goes on, I think that's going to be more needed and necessary.
So I don't think I don't think computers are going nowhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're not. They're not. And you know what's crazy? Watch this. Pretty soon, the engines are going to go away. Right now, most of these car companies are making electric vehicles. Now they're going to have to learn how to operate on electric vehicles. That's going to be a completely different industry. You ain't going to be able to go to pretty soon. All these tire shops is only going to be able to probably put tires on your vehicles, and those tires may change in the future. So, like you
Yeah, I
said,
could
you have
see
to
them
learn
changing.
how to
It's about
adapt
to
and
get taken over too. I've seen they got all these trucks right now. Nobody driving them. Just driving. The trucks just driving itself now.
Wait, when you said truck, you talking about 18 wheelers?
Yes.
18 wheelers, yeah, 18 wheelers. And another thing is, watch this. When it comes towards the what they call it again, autonomous vehicles, autonomous anything, that's coming. Whether you like it or not, within the next 10 years, it's coming. Probably within the next 50, you ain't gonna be able to. My guess, I don't know. My guess, in the next 50 years, you ain't gonna be able to drive a gasoline car on the road. They're gonna probably let you know that hey, you could do that on a track. All these vehicles are going to be autonomous, and they're going to have a reason to make them autonomous. Don't forget now, driving is a privilege now. They could take your license away and say you can't drive. They could do a whole lot when it comes towards driving.
Well,
So
driving
you're gonna pay like a system to come and pick you up and take you to work and everything.
Yeah, like even cars won't even be built the same. There's going to be no need for it to have a steering wheel out, out unless emergency situations. It's going to probably be built to the point where how you view limousines and stuff. You're going to be decking out the inside of the autonomous car. People going to be going to sleep before it's time to get to out of town. Whatever the situation is, program it to go to Orlando because it's autonomous anyway. Having meetings while in the car. A lot of that stuff is going to happen.
Well, I will say this, and just to add, if this can go with that. Now, you're saying that as far as like you were saying, the autonomous vehicles, electric vehicles, y'all talking about. So why can't we get into the electric vehicle business then, if that's an opportunity that we see coming?
We can, but the thing is the problem is a lot of us think small. We just trying to do what's in
Okay,
front of
we
our
not.
face,
We talking about
not what's
right
in
now.
front
Me and you, we
right
talking.
now.
Your
Right.
idea is fantastic.
So,
So if we
so
went
guess what? Me, I'm doing the things. I'm getting into different stock portfolios when it comes to what's building the capital to actually be able to pay forward to actually get into those industries. You
what if I
have to get the
what if I
capital
could tell you,
influences.
but you can get the capital and you don't need the there's nobody stopping us from building a car right here in the US.
I agree. And they're
So
showing you that through cinematography. They're showing you that through that. Look at this new Ironheart movie. She made her own Iron Man suit. They're showing you there's ways into the industry.
well,
You
I'm
just
I'm
have
not
to
sure.
actually build it.
Well,
Robotics.
well, the reason I say that is because I grew up going to scrap yards. I grew up working on used cars. If there was, fixing my bike, that kind of stuff. So I guess for me, yeah, I do have an extreme thought process of I see solution before I see once I know the problem or someone's problem. Okay, let's go through the solutions. Can it? Will it? Why can't we try it? And that's what I mean when the conversations come up. I would love to have those conversations. And then you have Chat GPT that will help you. How could we build a car? Do you know I went to I went to three because I wanted to see what the answer was. So when they were talking about semiconductors, when they were going back and forth about the tariffs, just for shits and giggles, I was like, let me see. Could I produce on a low production semiconductors? And I put that in three different times, three different places, three different websites, and pretty much got the same answer. Yes. Yes, you can. Why? Because of the new technology that's available. I'm not saying you trying to change the world in 5 seconds. What I'm saying is what happened to the imagination of, hey, we can even create something from scratch and now we can 3D
Problem
print
is
it.
chocolate.
Oh, so
The problem is chocolate. The
okay.
problem is chocolate. No. What you're saying is great, right? But my problem that I'm speaking about is in mass. Me and you can do that. I'm not taking away nothing that you said. But the issue with now today's society, no one wants to be the sacrificial lamb. And what I mean about that is no one wants to be the one that actually starts the industry. Because being the one that starts the industry, you're not gonna be the one that reap all the benefits. It's going to be your children that's going to be reaping all the benefits. That's the main issue. No one wants to be the person who gets sacrificed, who life have to get actually transformed into making that a business, so their children can have something to lean on.
Let me tell you something about the children. Let me give you an example of what's happening while AI is simultaneously happening, and that's great. At the same point, take Detroit for example. Detroit has one of the largest water sources, okay? Clean water, okay? And they have been battling with the United States, different states, like even Texas is trying to get hold of their water. Different like states are trying to funnel the water from the Great Lakes into their areas, right? Las Vegas, Texas, etc. Just we don't even realize that even natural resources are lacking. They're recycling sewage water and we're drinking it. You think you're drinking Aquafina, you're drinking sewage water. So the bottom,
we've been doing that for millennia. That's what we drink.
Talking about
There's
AI.
no such thing. There's no such thing as new water.
Down.
We've been drinking the same water that our grandparents, all the way to the dinosaurs been drinking. There's no such thing as new water. What's on this earth is the only thing that's been on this earth since time has been begun. So we've been doing that forever. Right now, you're drinking dinosaur piss if you want to go that far.
But honestly, do you even know that you can get a machine right now that you could put into your house that'll create 15 gallons of water, and it will pull moisture out of the atmosphere, and it will actually give you water. You don't even have to go through your faucet. Like, and here's the thing, and it'll filter it and everything, and so now you're no longer just drinking sewage water from out of a aqueduct that smells like hell when you drive past it. When it really
also do that in the woods.
Going back into my original argument, the whole point I'm trying to get to is that we need to go back to nature. We need to get outside. We can use technology to get back to nature, right? So we have a technological thing that will pull the rainwater.
DJ, I'm gonna tell you why we're not gonna go back to nature. I want you to go on a show called Naked and Afraid and see how fast those people go back to civilization. They're not going to want to work that hard. See, on those particular shows, it shows you that we have an easy life. When you go on those particular shows and now you got to hunt for your food, and your day is only prioritized as eating, finding a way to eat, preserving all your energy just to find something to eat.
And using technology. Listen, we're talking about using technology to do the same thing we're already doing online as we speak. I'm saying using technology to solve issues where there is like overuse that is like even messing up the environment, that we could say, okay, well, rather than us, we could take this AI machine and create multiple of these things that pull the water to where we're not only relying on places like China to create them. Then we go get that 3D machine. Okay, AI, how do I create a 3D machine to print me out a thing that makes water and pulls it from the rain, or pulls it from the atmosphere? I think that we're just thinking like surface level when we talk about AI. Like, okay, how can we do whatever we're already able to do on the computer? What I'm saying, we need to like understand how to practically use it. If the computer is not working, how do we take the same application of knowledge and then use it in our everyday lives, whether the computer's on or not?
The only way you're going to be able to do that if you control the sheep, and you don't control the sheep. Right now, the sheeps are focusing on the P. Diddy trial. They're not focusing on pulling water through the atmosphere. They're focused on Donald Trump and the Iran bombing. That's what the sheep are focusing on. The only way you can do it is through concentration. Maybe if you get one person you can teach this information to, that person becomes popular and spread it through the masses. Now everybody's focusing on them. Streaming is one way. It happens here. What you've learned, you can teach on these streaming websites, and maybe you may get 100,000 followers who believe in your vision, and that you can build upon it that particular way. David
I'm
Banner said,
already having those conversations. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to promote my channel because I know that, like,
David, David, David Banner, David Banner, David Banner said it best. He said his mentor, he was saying that he was trying to figure out how to reach everybody. His mentor said, "You're already doing it." He said that you have 4 point something million followers. His mentor told him, I only had to teach you. You're my only person who was listening to me. And now you got 4 million people that listen to you. So now my message is getting pumped through you. So I did my particular job. So create something, create a movement, create something that can allow other people to become bigger and be able to have other people watching them so they can go ahead and promote it. But for right now, the sheeps are entertained with Cardi B. They're entertained with the bullshit, the Real Housewives of Atlanta, the P Diddy trial.
They're not looking at the Real Housewives. They're looking at the streaming universe.
But you gotta remember though, that shit is keeping the online industry going. You know what I'm saying? With it, you know what I mean?
That too. There's nothing wrong with it.
People
But
are
the thing
shopping
is,
more and more online. I mean, they want to be
right now,
safe. They want to stay home.
This is the new world. This is the new world. Listen, the pandemic changed everything. It changed
Right.
everything.
The pandemic helped that whole cashless society shit to accelerate fast as fuck. Cause now people barely use. I don't even like using cash because I don't like pennies and nickels and all of that shit. Just I need all my change to stay on my card. You know what I mean?
You sound just like me. I try my best to avoid. Well, first of all, I don't even really use cash. I have cash just in case if someone have like a credit card failure type situation where their card machine's not working. But for the most part, I spend all my money on credit cards, and I pay my checking account is only built to pay my credit cards off. I like points. Give me all my points. I would never pay for anything without getting some type of point system. So I always use credit cards versus using cash or debit cards.
Speaking of cash of those systems, do you know that Jay-Z owns a portion of Cash App?
Smart man. He understand the industry. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I didn't say it was anything wrong. I just a tidbit, just to know. I that's the type of stuff I found out on my channel. I'm like,
I find out. For me, I find out things like, for instance, I use a particular card because I get 3% cash back on gas. I use a particular card because I get 3% cash back on on fast foods or entertainment. I'm going to use cards that benefits me. That's going to benefit me in the long run. In the past 2 months, I racked up $2,000 in rewards that I can use for whatever I want to. But I'm going to use the points instead because I'm going to get more out of it.
You know, speaking of fast food, did you hear they're using human meat in fast food?
Oh my god!
They're getting their actual meat from the Middle East.
Chocolate, you just gave her your tinfoil hat? Or she brought her own.
Y'all don't want to listen to me when I say let's come up with some shit, let's have some fun, let's create some businesses. No, you want to talk about her tinfoil hat, my tinfoil hat. Okay, fine then.
Why are we creating a business? Why are we live? Why are we live on a panel creating businesses?
Why are we live on a panel talking about how AI gonna take jobs?
Because we having conversation, you know what I'm saying?
Right, and I'm just bringing a different perspective, but it's almost like I say that and you're like, oh, you must have magic eyeball problems. I'm just saying, like, there's things that can be done. So if you think that that's a tinfoil hat, then baby, I wear mine.
No, we could talk about the businesses, but we're not about to literally farm a LLC right now live in front of everybody.
DJ, why you gotta be now? You playing semantics because now you know what I meant.
Oh, you was watching earlier.
Where's Doctor?
That's right. I don't miss shit. Come on now.
Where's Doctor? They're not gonna mess their hair up with a tinfoil hat. They're gonna have a tinfoil bra. They're gonna mess up the hat.
I can call it whatever you like. I did.
We're living going back to nature because there are black farmers that actually have cattle and things like this. However, we haven't even thought to.
Chocolate got her farm going on. Chocolate got a farm.
We
Right.
haven't created systems to actually empower those black farms to actually buy things from them. They're
I don't know why I think farm. Yeah, I think having a farm is just easy. Like just having a farm.
It's
Like you
not.
gotta.
No,
It's
I'm not
hard work.
saying to start a farm. I'm saying that there are people already having farms, but they're struggling because the government is probably not a whatever. Why aren't we like going back to nature? Even if I don't know how to farm, there are people that have farms. Why aren't we coming up with systems with using the AI, using all this stuff to get all these farmers together and like create like a Amazon for the farm so that they could like you could buy fresh produce. I've been trying to do stuff off Replit, but Replit drives me insane. You know what I'm saying? But you know, being a programmer, I'm more of a front end developer. You know, so I've been using Replit to help me do my back end, so I don't have to pay because I don't have that much money to like. I wish I had the money to really do a lot of the ideas I have, and I've been trying to use AI to like do it, but that's the reason why I'm so jaded about it because when I really try to do it, you put it like this: they know what they're doing. The people that like create AI, these systems, like they'll know it's fucking up, they'll know it, and they don't fix it. All they gotta do is probably do a few like little lines of code and fix the issue where it's not charging you for every freaking thing. That's why I'm like, y'all don't even realize that the more you use AI, they'll like set up ways to like keep funneling money from your pockets because it's gonna make mistakes, and you're getting charged every time you make that mistake. And
But
y'all like
that's
to see that this is like a racket that's going on here. Cause I'm like, bro, if I
But
like
that's part of the. But that's part of the whole game. That's part of the industry. Is with most things. Is like, let's say I go and pay to do a fucking IG ad. If I'm putting the right shit, my ad might not be effective. I just waste some bread, so now I gotta pay again. It's like a lot of stuff is like that. It's just it's like you looking for a apartment. You do the application fee. You probably don't get in because they accepted like 10 applications and just let one go through, and all the rest is non-refundable. So they make the money every way. Any industry you go in is gonna find a way to eat your money from you. You know what I mean?
Multiply that by 10 with AI. You get that VO3, for instance, right? VO3. Oh my God, my AI can talk now. It looks really cool. You put your prompt in, it gives you some. That's not exactly what I said back. You know what I'm saying? You could even use another AI to try to prompt it. It doesn't do the right thing. You still get charged. You still get
Yeah,
that.
I would never get VO3 unless I know what I'm about to do on some monetizing type shit. Because to me, a lot of these AI stuff is not meant to be, as at least not right now, it's not meant to be like consumer products right now. It's just that some people use them on some consumer shit. But I'm paying all this bread. Best believe that shit is a way for me to make some paper. I'm not about to just use that shit for the fun of it. You know what I mean? That's an expensive ass hobby.
Seek is a little bit. Maybe I need to like start going into like Deep Seek and like the other version. Do you know AI don't even talk in English? You know it speaks in Chinese.
I thought it speaks in like numbers and shit. You know
No,
what I
it
mean?
speaks in Chinese.
No, I didn't know
You
that.
put something in it converts it to Chinese. Then it spits it back to you in English.
No, I didn't know that. I cannot confirm or deny that shit. This is the first time I'm hearing it.
Yep. Chinese is like the best language because the characters.
Mm. And Taylor, I get what you're saying, but now chocolate cool people, you know what I'm saying? But I do understand that a lot of people that come to this channel, they come to be entertained. It's
Well,
just
my
so
bad.
happened. No, it so happened we chop it up about other stuff, but that's not the expectation. Because early on, I try not to set an expectation that when
Yeah,
you
I was
come
just.
here, you're gonna learn something. You know what I'm saying? It's just an
It's
added bonus
cool.
learning shit.
All right then. I keep it simple then. I'll come back with the fuck shit. So I let me know when the next topic is.
Oh no, we not know. We just chopping it up. We just chopping it up right now. A lot of times I do try to read the chat room because that's like the audience. It's like if we on stage doing a
Oh
podcast
yeah,
and we
exactly.
see people getting up and going outside, we gotta figure out why they leaving. Like, hey, where y'all going?
Exactly. I don't want to be the cause of people leaving you. I'm gonna be quiet.
Nah, that's DJ Genesis' job. You good. That's DJ Genesis. No, Unc Man
So
is Unc Man. Why you
I'm gonna always be saying some wild shit, you know.
right? And why Unc Man is a
Come
messenger?
on.
I be reading a
Yeah,
lot of
come
shit.
on. No, let him up.
Reading a lot
Let
of
him
shit.
up. Because
Looking at stuff, reading
we
stuff.
come. Now I hope that it's okay. I hope you go ask Robbie if she want to go get some things started, and we are supposed to be adults, and you want to get some shit started. So go ahead, come on up here, hit the link. You got something to say? What you know?
Unc, them chickens ain't grown as yet, bro.
I ain't scared of
I
not another.
remember when they was just baby chickens and shit, man.
They crazy. Like that's it. But
Yeah,
they
years
like
is the
that
real.
better.
Oh
What
no, 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 no,
screenshots
no.
of what? What do you have screenshots of, sir? Come on, hit the link then. Show them the DJ. What you got?
He
Oh,
just
he
wants
say he's lying.
he wants some
Uh,
attention. That's all.
yeah,
Yeah,
well, that's why
yeah.
I say it's not funny. Like it's stupid. You too goddamn old. Like, stop.
So when they start making these like AI robots that can like jay you off, or who's going
These AI robots that can wear.
jay you off and like give you satisfaction, you be your girlfriend, and
Oh,
you
you talking about sex robots? I'm not gonna get none of that shit. Hell no.
because
Like,
a
how
lot
you
of
gonna be turned on knowing this shit is a robot? That is crazy.
these manosphere people are saying I can't wait because a woman, she ain't gotta hear her talk and this, that, the other, and blah 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 blah.
To be, it'd be like a sex. Nah, you know what? It'll be like a sex toy. It's just the niggas probably will still watch corn while they, you know what I'm saying? It'll probably be like a
So would you
sex toy.
watch AI corn?
Why? Why would you watch AI corn? That is like
Corn is
why?
corn, right? Corn is corn, right?
Do the AI look like human beings?
I mean, with VO3, it look and sound like human being.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people get into that shit. Like that shit is crazy.
Because that's all of it. That's all you're really doing with a robot. Because I saw somebody earlier saying I can't wait till the revolution happens and I ain't gotta deal with these women. I'm like, wow, with the AI robot, okay.
I don't think these niggas really hate women. I think some might be hurt by women and they speaking from hurt, but I don't think most of these niggas hate women, man.
Somebody said that earlier, and that's why I was like, what?
Yeah, if somebody get a sex robot or some AI shit,
But they've been having them. They've been making them dolls forever. They put in machines where even before AI, however we using it, they put the mouth machines in. They put the body parts in to make a move. Like, come on.
I might gotta buy me like 20 of them and open up a AI brothel. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if that should be legal. A AI brothel, shit.
Hell,
Yeah.
Listen, they already legalized marijuana in Texas.
Where? Really? Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, and they even all the CBD and all that
They
stuff.
should have, but there was never any reason to not legalize it. That's what's so crazy about this country.
I agree.
There
I
was never any reason for it. As far back history as I could go, because I definitely voted for it to get legalized. And I do believe it should be federally legalized. Because again, it kind of goes back to how I feel about ladies
Um,
of the daytime and nighttime. I
oh
think it should
yeah, they should
be
have been
legalized.
legalized that shit. Yeah.
They should
If
have
you
been legalized
legalize
all this
it,
stuff.
then you make it safer for both parties involved.
Agreed, agreed. Even like think about this. We're going through the same thing right now that they went through in prohibition.
Come on.
Literally. We're literally going through the same thing with marijuana. Pretty soon that stuff is going to be looked at as I can't believe that just like alcohol is looked at like that.
But
It's
alcohol is legal
disrespectful.
and it's a natural depressant and it take more people out I ain't than weed ever did.
Anything.
Let's just
Right.
compare that
Exactly.
to weed.
This is crazy part about
How
it.
many
because they did
people
this in
have
Texas.
lost their life at the hands of the weed person? How many cases compared to drinking and driving in this country?
But I think that's the reason. That's the
If
reason because
if you could get you a bag of weed at your local Walgreens, right? You just go over the counter and get your bag of weed. Ain't too many people gonna be selling it on the street, so you're not gonna have that particular type of crime.
I think it's
Period. You're gonna
fentanyl.
find a safe way of getting it.
Opioid
Right.
market.
And you can go and see okay, let's take for instance, I like to mess with two search they're nonprofits that do the research, like McKinley. I think it's McKinley and Pew Research. They still can you can go and get the information. We don't have to speculate. We can see places that have flourished, creating a very simple system of letting human beings have options. Nobody is saying one is better than the other, but at least give me the option and don't tell me as an adult I can pay taxes, I can do all this stuff, but you telling me what I can do in my home.
You
Yes, we're
should.
gonna have
I agree
people,
with you, Chocolate.
you know,
I agree.
because it's mainly middle to lower class to the working poor who are buying weed from dispensaries across the country, right? Because again, you got to understand that the thought process of weed equal illegal, weed equal bad, weed equal jail. All that's the gateway drug. We've been taught that for generations. So I understand why people were apprehensive about legalizing it, but nobody was doing the research on it. They didn't even do the research on how it even started. It was just based on a dude's whim in Chicago. He didn't like it. He didn't like the weed. He didn't like the clubs. He didn't like the music. He didn't like none of it. And he banned it. And it had been that way. And people had continued to fight it and fight it. And our government would fight so hard to keep it. And that's how I know it's bullshit. It's all
Well,
about
I
power.
listen. Let me tell you something. You know how many people have been off of opioids due to their use of CBD and the medical marijuana. This is the part that's crazy is that now all the dispensaries are closing up. So I believe that this is a attack on people that have got cancer or terminally ill people to get them back on opioids because they've been using the CBDs to block out the pain that they're going through. And so I think Texas is like the first case study because a lot of stuff they do they'll do it in like a small area and then it like permeates throughout the country. So I'm just saying, just watch what's happening in Texas because they just they passed this. I think it was like Bill something 3 or whatever. Something.
I'm gonna be 100
So you
with
can
you.
pass it
Texas
everywhere.
law is scary. So no, I don't watch them. Y'all's governor scares me. The shit that go down in the halls of Texas government are a lot. I'm in Arizona, 15%, if that, black folks across the across the states. Probably way more now. However, I will say this. I live in a what they call a purple state. So, and that is because we have a lot more younger voters coming up. So you got more of a push, and that's why they say it's purple. We know, blah, blah, blah. So medical marijuana, depending on where it's being made, grown, yes, they put synthetics in the mix. They killed a lot of people's farms off. I remember they were doing like North Country in California, where they had a lot of illegal grows. That was a dangerous part. People missing up there. There was a lot of reasons that it was necessary to legalize it in one form or another. However, like anything else, humans get greedy like governments do, and they outprice the locality. Because then now the only people that can buy these permits and things like that are big companies. They push the locals out. But now it is switching back. Like I live in a state that there's a lot of, we have one of the largest medical growing facilities here in Arizona. We grow CBD comes from hemp. And so if the person isn't doing it properly, if it's being processed, yeah, it's just like food. If it's not being processed properly, yes, it can be damaging. I won't disagree with you on that. I think again, if we're not in the industry and we're consuming the product, So I don't know. I don't know what we think happens if production isn't in the hands of the people who using it the most.
Breaking news: Trump did send the three he just hit 3 nuclear sites in Iran just now, an hour ago.
Damn.
I'm happy to answer that, DJ. If that's since you pulled up
Thank,
the question.
yeah, thank you for that because I don't know. I you know, like I said, I put in there. I used to have a group home of like mostly like mentally ill patients, but also people that had addiction, and
Mm.
they were very addicted to opioids like fentanyl and like the hydrocodone and all those different like pills. And they would take the CBD. Now they probably take a little more than they need to, and it would like help them not to. But I guess even like that, they probably would take the liquid of it and be able to like.
I don't know how people smoke CBD. That shit just made me feel uncomfortable when I smoke that shit.
But whatever this CBD they had at this place that they had around the corner from my house, it was making them go straight to sleep. They would be knocked out.
But that's what it's doing. It's putting them in their natural state of rest because the body needs to. Your body has to rest to heal, no matter what.
And then after they did that, but I think that things like Suboxone, see a lot of those like those things that it kills your bones and stuff like that. So it makes you like those um really heavy opioids, it eats away at the calcium in your body. So you end up having like all types of issues with your bones and stuff like that. That's why you see a lot of like heroin addicts. You'll see them kind of like start to have like this kind of forward thing with their spine. Yeah, because they was giving them methadone at first. Methadone is even worse. Methadone is supposed to be a blocker. They would get addicted to the methadone, and that methadone would be eating away at them. Everybody I know that was on that methadone real heavily, they ended up getting real sick after that.
Yeah, a lot of people have been prescribed stuff and then they got taken off their prescription and then they had to get that shit from the street. You know what I mean? A
Yeah,
lot of these.
they was giving away that methadone real heavily back in like the early 2000s and like even like 80s and stuff because they were trying to get them off the heroin, but the methadone was breaking down their calcium or something, whatever it was causing them to have like issues with their bones in their body.
Mm. Yeah, I don't need no shit like that in my life. You know what I mean?
But yeah, so that's he's saying that's in my head. Now I know that you probably had an addiction, but I just know people that was on heavy heroin, that was methadone addict. Not like on pills. I'm talking straight up heroin addict. So maybe it's different for the pill poppers, but the ones that's shooting up the heroin,
No, I'm saying
that's they.
a lot of people who shooting up now used to be on pills, on prescription pills. You know what I'm saying? And when the doctors take them off their prescription, only thing they could find, because I don't know about no, probably if you find a person, but a lot of times getting the raw dog food and shit, that shit is like a lot of people know to get there faster than they could get them pills and shit. You know what I mean?
But I'm gonna tell you what happened is that the new drug addicts are, instead of like getting when they run out of that, they ended up smoking the fentanyl, and then they end up on fentanyl. Back then, when they wanted to get off the off the heroin, they would put them all up on methadone. And my father was a heroin addict. That's why I know, because he was on methadone, and his whole man, it was. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shout out to the 18 letter in the building. What's up, bro?
Witch doctor, what's the word, brother? How you doing, man?
Ain't shit. What's the word? You tell me. Your man's Trump is bugging. God damn.
And you know what's crazy? A lot of people, the biggest problem that Americans make is that we constantly fall for the okie doke and listen to everything our media says. Everything that the media tell us, we do. We turn around and we just turn around and go right along with it. We go right along with our demise
She,
every day,
Mm.
every day. And then people get stuck looking stupid in the end after it's too late to fix the shit. They've been saying Iran was having nuclear weapons since the 70s. Oh, they getting closer to a nuke, 78. They getting closer to a nuke, 83. They getting closer to a nuke, 88. Like all people got to do is follow the pattern, and you'll see what they doing. Because in the eyes of the American people, America wants to justify what it's doing. And truth be told, most Americans don't give a fuck because they don't feel like it affects us, right? Until something like 9/11 happens.
Yeah.
When that was like one of the first times that we saw war that was brought to our front door. Usually we the ones that's bringing the smoke. Smoke was brought to us that time. So a lot of people don't pay attention, man. Now they saying that they dropped you know, I don't want to say the word.
I think we good. Yeah, you good. We late in the stream. I don't think it's gonna it's not like we saying it crazy. It's not gonna be crazy on the transcript. But yeah, he dropped what was it, bombs or missiles? What do you consider them shit?
He hit the nuclear sites. That's what he hit.
Yeah, what he hit them with?
Yeah, I think
What he hit them with?
Yeah, some type of missiles. Some type of missiles they dropped.
Like he's probably sent airstrike
to those
to
sites though, which he should have done. But the thing is people keep, just because he's the president, they keep saying Trump did it. When it takes Congress also to declare war. It's a team effort. It's Democrats and Republicans. Whoever the president is, they're going to put the blame on the actual president. But at the end of the day, it takes more than the president to declare war. It also takes Congress to declare it. So that means that a group of people on both sides agree that those missiles should have been used. But since people don't like Trump, they're going to say Trump. Since people don't like Obama,
wait a minute though. But wait a minute though, Manosphere. Is Trump, from what Trump was talking about, is he more in alignment with doing that shit, or he's more opposed to this shit?
He is though. The thing
But
is,
that's why you gotta that's why he gotta hold the L or take the blame.
He just like when LeBron and them don't win the championship, LeBron got to take the blame. Just it doesn't matter, who mess up. That person got to take the blame because they're the president.
Like, let's say all of us on here decide to leave the panel and go to Twitter, X, go to X, right? And you wasn't in agree, and let's say Manosphere, you in charge of this, and you in charge of which platform we go to, right? Let's say we all voted. Let's say you wanted to go to Twitter, but we all voted and the majority go to X and we go to X. That is different. But let's say we all let's say you was one of the people that wanted to go to X, right? You got to take the blame because you was part of the people that voted for that shit. You was part of the people that signed off on doing that shit.
Agree. And guess what? You don't like 18th letter say, you don't want another 9/11 to happen. At the end of the day, it's not as if they sent missiles to like public areas. They did it to those actual sites that were actually trying to build weapons of mass destruction. Any president in office would have shot that off. I would have been okay with it. For the simple fact that it protects us in mass.
Yeah, and it really comes down to if some of these countries get nuclear weapons, America, they ain't forgot the shit America did. And, even back in the day, all of the bombings and different things like that. Iraq, the same thing. They said they had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. We didn't find anything over there. A lot of the times, what America does is it'll say, all of these other countries is doing evil doing, so we got to go in there and correct them. And that's the narrative that's sold to the public here. But in reality, America's going in there trying to extract resources and take their shit from them. And they looking for any reason for justification to do that.
Yeah, and they need those reasons, and they need the sheep to agree with them. They
Right.
need the people of the masses who watch their favorite news platform to agree with them. Because if you notice, sometimes you'll have conversation with people and you'll ask them their thoughts on particular topics. But if you watch the episode that they watch, their topics sound exactly like the episode of their favorite news station. Their beliefs are
Absolutely.
exactly the same beliefs of what the person do it. And they do it to sports too. When I tell people to justify why you think this team is gonna win, they say the same thing Stephen A. Smith says, or somebody else said, like, damn, why your comment sound just like Stephen A. Smith's comment?
Yeah, people
The
can't think for
sheep is
themselves.
real.
Most
They
people
they
can't.
don't think for
Yeah.
themselves. The sheep, I'm telling you, but the problem is that we need the sheep. And the America and the media knows that they're the one that controls the narrative because we control the sheep. We control the herd.
And the
But one
herd
thing,
is the herd is one of the main resources. The herd is important. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
it's important. It's highly important. They're mindless, but it's highly important because they the one get the judge. The herd get the judge, right? Those sheep get the judge whether you go to prison for the rest of your life or not. People of your peers, no matter if they're mindless or not. It's not going to be the intelligent person that's going to, you got to wish it's someone intelligent that's sitting there judging whether you're going to go to prison or not and things of that nature. It's crazy. But you
And the
need
herd and the
and
herd
I
is
have a
moved by
question.
emotions. They move by emotions the majority of the
all
time.
emotions.
That's why it's
Exactly.
easy. It's easy to turn them against. One minute they'll be for you, and the next day the motherfuckers will turn against you with the right
Exactly.
Who we talking
yeah.
about? Dogs?
Now you're talking about the general
Oh
population.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. True
Yeah.
enough.
It's up
yeah,
to
Yeah,
them.
I had to
Right.
step away. I apologize. I had
Oh
to
Yeah.
no
go
no
away.
no,
So I
it's
just
all
want to make
good.
sure.
It's totally up to them. So
Like
like if you're in a
I give you
room
the
like
perfect example, right? I give you a perfect example. Let's say like with R. Kelly, right? After everybody
mhm.
done spent all of this time throwing R. Kelly under the bus, now people we don't really hear nothing about R. Kelly no more. What you got some motherfuckers saying now? Man, they need to go ahead and let R.
Nothing.
Kelly out. They need to go ahead.
right.
That's how
Yeah.
motherfuckers are, man. Like they
Low
go
key,
along.
the feds allegedly try to poison R. Kelly. That's what they saying allegedly.
But guess what? No one's gonna believe it. That's the problem. Like, no one's gonna believe it because the sheets feel like, oh, that's just a conspiracy.
But you got to
Conspiracy.
remember, bro, 85% of people gonna always be the sheep. As a matter of fact, if we
Yeah.
spread a rumor about you right now, we got like 40 people watching. Like 10 of them people might go and check to see if it's real or not. And out of them 10,
One.
five is gonna only take what they see in the first page of Google. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna, you know what I
If
mean?
you if
It,
you if you want if you want to control the world, control the sheep. And that's just what it
Yep.
is. And you have to realize that right now, I'm just saying something. If Kaiser someone like Kaiser says, don't vote for this person, all his followers aren't going to vote for that person.
right, right.
That's why he's
All
so
his followers
important.
don't even probably
His
know they're very young.
influences.
What'd you
But
say?
that's the thing, though. Hmm? But that's the whole thing right there.
Probably
What
don't
did
even
you say?
not even at the age of voting. Kaiser Not's followers.
But they will be though. That's the thing though. They will be. See, that man has anywhere between 300 million people watching his site at a time. At times. Like literally, that man have lots of people watching this stuff. You don't think adults are watching? You don't think why you think you start to see people like LeBron and all Kevin Hart on his stuff? Because they understand whoever controls the sheep has the power. That's why when you're hot, everybody's on your junk. It's
Mhm.
just what it is because they know the sheep control the narrative.
Well, speaking of hot, did you see the interview with Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz when he was
That was
asking
wonderful.
about why are we taking Israel's side and this that he didn't know nothing about Ted Cruz didn't know nothing about Israel. And I do want to say, do you know that Israel didn't even get formed until 1948? And it was
Absolutely. It happened
Yes.
directly
Truman.
after World War II.
Right, exactly. They wanted the oil. They were making concessions already.
So it's almost like they create this thing called Israel, and then now they have to protect it. And because it's getting hit, because it's something, I think that Israel must be a state of America. Like I think it said that Israel was a state in America at some point in 1948, right? The
But the
state of
funny thing
Israel.
about it,
It's
you
called the
know, you
state of
see,
Israel. So is
you
that a
see
part of
how
America? And is that why we have to protect it? Is that what's going on here?
no, we're not the only country that calls ourselves states. Usually, state is people refer to that as other countries as well. But it's crazy. No, like Israel is right there in the middle of the Middle East, surrounded by and United States want them there for a reason, right there in the middle.
Right.
So practically anybody and Israel can do whatever they want to a lot of these different Middle Eastern countries because America wants them to do that so they can look for a reason to go and shut some of these other countries down and take their oil and whatever else resources that they got. So
I'm just trying to figure out why do we feel like we have to go over there and protect that land.
Oil.
Oil, money. America.
We have more
Oil,
Yeah,
oil than
that's
money,
$10.
power.
how much
The
oil?
same way we control it's the same way we protect our banks. It's the same reason why.
He
It's money.
just
Money
got
comes
a
in different
plane
forms.
for 406. He was $460 $460 million plane from Qatar. Hun. They could protecting that money. That now you got too many hands in Middle Eastern money and business.
But that
They
plane is a dud. That plane that we got over there is a dud. We can't even do
Yes,
nothing.
I know, honey, but they're not gonna stop doing it. That's the thing. Even if it is a dud, even if it is,
They either
it's
had that plane on the
perceived
market for the long.
power. It's just like when we talk about invisible chains. It's perceived power. Who got the biggest everything? Who got the strongest everything? America. We put money into military. We have the largest military in the world.
Do you know why that is?
Yeah, because we don't. It's only 330 million of us over here.
No,
People
because
think it's in the billions, and it's not.
okay, so there's three
Our government is
major
shady
cities.
too. That's why.
So there's three major cities that kind of control all this stuff. So you have the Vatican, you have London, like the actual the London, and you have the Washington D.C. These three states make up this like trilateral thing, and the U.S. Washington D.C. is the military arm of that.
Thank you for the added on info. For real. My thing again still is, regardless, we are still as a community. Where do we fit into this? Do we feel we have an allegiance? Do we feel that we don't? Do we focus on just us now and let them handle this? Because we're
no,
not
we
in
don't
charge
have
of
an
this.
allegiance to anybody because if you do the history, um, people in the Middle East treat black people like dogs, and people in Israel treat black people like dogs. So no, we don't have an allegiance to either one.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
People, they literally over there in Israel, they literally tried to sterilize the Ethiopians to keep their population from getting bigger because
I
they're
did. I
black,
did sadly read about that. Yes.
and they exclude them
Well,
from housing and everything
Well, it's
else.
the caste system, the millennial turn, infinity. I don't care what you call it. 10 rings. Caste. The caste system does not go anywhere, and then it leads into the socioeconomics of any modern day society. The darker, the worse in some areas, in a lot of areas, in every area. Why? Because for some reason, we've decided to separate ourselves over the stupidest shit. And now because we can't justify it, let's make some more shit up. Like, for real, like that's what's it. No, everybody's fighting so hard not to have peace. They don't want that. It don't make money.
No, like it doesn't. And a lot of people, they'll hide behind certain shit and say that they out for, for the greater good. But a lot of people want power.
Mm.
A lot of people want power. You
Mm-hmm.
have people that are greedy, and they want power, and they want to enforce their will on people.
Money, power, stud, respect
You
is
know,
the key of
I
life. Sorry, I'm just
I
saying.
ain't
Go
even
ahead. I'm
gonna
sorry.
front. As a kid, remember like all of these villains and shit that used to be in comic books.
Yes.
I didn't
Where
think
you
I
think
didn't
they
think
got
that
them
shit.
from?
Yeah, I didn't think shit like that really
You
existed.
didn't
People
think
like
that
that
was
really.
real?
People
Yes.
really is
Yeah,
really
that
like
shit is
that.
crazy. Fast forward.
Listen,
That shit is crazy.
because human beings, again, complexity. What, like, okay, the show I love watching, American Greed. If you ever watch that show, it'll teach you a lot of shit about business, but it'll also teach you how don't do that because you're going to jail. You will never get away with that. But over and over, they got season after season after season. Why? Why do we have case after case after case of people doing this to gain access to wealth? Because we put so much importance on it. I wanna. Can I? Can somebody help me be a grown up before I say something, please? Cause I'm getting tired of the bullshit. But I'm gonna keep it. I'm trying to keep it ladylike.
You
Anyway,
you trying to keep it
um,
lady like that's what's up.
I see. I'm trying. Therapy helps.
I have my first therapy appointment coming up on Monday. So
Hey, right on,
Thank
sis.
thank God. Thank God. I'm glad you're seeking professional help, DJ Genesis. I'm really
Not me, huh? Oh, not me though.
Oh, I
That's
thought you
messed
were
up,
already getting
DJ.
professional help.
No, I'm
You
just
just
fucking
said you
around.
just said you
I'm
seen
not.
therapy.
I just fucking around with you. I'm sorry. I'm still crazy. Even the therapist said that. Ain't nothing I can do about it. She said that's DNA. When both your parents come from both parents, and on and on. Hey man, I don't know. That's all.
Yo, it's about to be 5 a.m.
Oh my, good day, sir and ma'ams.
Yeah, I need to get some sleep. I don't even feel sleepy. I drink this kick ass
Yeah, I'm not
energy
sleepy.
drink.
Yeah, I'm up. I'm working on. Hey, can I just share this with you real quick? We the coding is finished on the back on for the back end for our audio site. So if y'all interested still, we still looking for male voices. So
Didn't you get
Why don't you? Why
you
don't
get a
you do
couple?
the
I could have swear you got a couple of the fellas from over here to sign up already.
I did. We need more. We trying to hit 20 because we gotta fill in enough stories.
My fault, manosphere. You
That's
got it.
it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
why don't you film your farming?
Well, because I was in the hospital after my roof fell in. I did film it, and I got pictures and video. However, I'm not showing it yet. So I will. I will. The goal for me is to show y'all the building process. So once I have enough people up there, y'all don't want to watch. I'm not gonna do it with y'all watching me build by myself. Like that ain't that's not exciting.
But that's the part that gets people to actually watch when they see the beginning stages of it. When you look at a lot of these people who's became successful in streaming anything on their platforms, if you look at how they started off, you'd be like, "Damn, that's how they started."
Well, see,
Sometimes we start into it.
I have more than one business. So I'm not really concerned about necessarily like focused just on one side because I plan to show a little bit of everything and I have to do it that way because it's just me. So not only am I I do the marketing, I do the work, the editing, all that stuff. It's a one girl band. And
Well,
then I build
try to
on the
delegate
outside.
some of that.
So
Try to
yep.
delegate most of those assignments. That way, you can use the rest of your brain power for creativity.
But I don't have anybody to delegate to yet.
What you
So
do though, you got like certain things such as what's the name of that Fiverr. You can have them edit your film. You can have them make your thumbnails. Like people will pay. You could pay these people $10, $15 to go ahead and do all these editing stuff for you. Started off with shorts because that's one less thing that you have to do. You have to minimize your workload to actually be more creative and to be open. You think a Casanat right now is editing film? Nah, he just
I'm
saying go
not
ahead and
trying to
record it, this person.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to compete with Casanat, and I don't. You know what?
I
I
know
will be
that.
honest with
You want me to
you.
pick someone who's lesser? I'm just giving you
No,
an
no, 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 no,
example. It's
no, no.
anybody.
I apologize, but the reason I'm sensitive about the whole subject is because I did have people come out for me and lie on me and say that I was a scammer. So it's a very sensitive thing to me because I never scammed anybody out here. There was never any proof. But yet and still a nigga could get up 3 years, 2 years, a year in and go, oh, she a scammer. Oh, she this, but you never exposed me doing what? What did you expose me? And go get her if that's what you want to do. I mean, I guess how is it that me and
You're
that
not
was the
talking to me.
problem. No, I'm not. And I just I'm gonna
Okay.
end it here. I don't have a problem with sharing it, you know, I have filmed my farm. I have proof all that. I don't have to do it. And it's not because I don't want to. It's because I'm going to do it in my time. And that's just it. Um because again, I'm doing this for people offline as well. I work in my community. I try to assist with my community. I don't need to show that that's what I'm doing right now. And I mean, it's just like, wow, you know, this is crazy. Like, I apologize. It just really kind of get on my nerves. It's not even funny. Like, it's just ridiculous. All I want to do is grow food for people, and I'm a scammer. I've created all kinds of businesses and stuff, and assisted in people
What are you
doing.
growing now, chocolate? What are you growing now?
Oh, we're getting ready to grow tomatoes and cucumbers right now. We're building towers. Now that
I
I'll be
was about to
filming.
say that. Now you already have a local market that
Um,
you plan on
no,
bringing
no,
your.
no, no, not yet. I live in a rural area. I have a quarter of an acre that I'm using currently. We are building with it. We are building with earth bags and raw earth. There's training involved. I've also reached out to my mayor in my city to work with them to help people help me. I not only just to kind of put it in perspective, I also have my own health issues. So I know I can't do all of the heavy lifting on my own, but I want to be able to pay people what they worth.
The good thing is a lot of these grocery stores, once you speak with them, they'll allow you to bring your product in there and they'll take money off of what you sold. So it's not like you gotta they'll like probably say, okay,
What?
look, we'll sell it for X amount of dollars and we'll take 20 cents off the head for us and we'll still make a profit.
I'm good. Thank you for the suggestion. I'll take it into advisement.
So, hey, chocolate, are you gonna make some videos like going to a farmer's market or something like that, or setting up? Because I like to see what you're growing.
So this is what's happening currently right now. We are building the towers for the aeroponics. So once that's up, I'm happy to show y'all how that's gonna grow. We gonna,
And the other thing is chocolate, just to throw in there,
but
if you
this is
start
not
like
my. I'm not. Hold on, real quick. I just want to make this clear. I never came out here with the intent of, oh, I'm going to have people fund my foundation strictly from YouTube, not any hard work, not anything else. And so for me, it's a project that's important to me. I Chocolate Earth Foundation is the is just it's a very important project to me. And so yeah, I keep it close to my heart. I'm not anyone else. I've been accused of being so many different people out here in this space. But because I'm a woman, you know, hey, you playing victim or and so I stopped. I don't ask anybody for anything. I don't. You don't
you
have to
won't you
discriminate. You
won't you won't have to after you build it. After you build it, then people could
I
buy
still
from it.
don't.
Yeah, a lot
Right,
of people that buy
exactly.
online. So once you
Well,
build it, you could sell it. You could sell it through that way. There are many people who buy veggies and different things online and stuff like that and have it
but I,
shipped to
I
them.
I know that that's my business. So I have a farm business and I also have a foundation. So the foundation came first and the farm business is to have and grow food with aeroponics, hydroponics, and aquaponics. We will be teaching people aquaponics and hydroponics. I have worked with people. I've got plans with people. I got people set up to do things for me, but I am not asking anyone to do anything for me for free. I am paying these people. So it's taking me a little bit because I want to make sure I got the money to pay them for their time. That's all. I just don't, I find it interesting how it's okay to come at me like what do you what do why do I have to prove this to you? You haven't asked me. I haven't gone nowhere.
Yeah, I
Filming
think
the farm has
you need
nothing
to.
to do. It
You
just
cook
I'm gonna leave it where it is.
chocolate.
I don't want to talk about it no more.
Chocolate.
I'm
You cook.
cool. This
You
ain't
cook
about.
chocolate.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm
You cook
good.
chocolate.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay. It'll be also good to show you. You know, you showing you making a salad or something, or
Sir,
making a
did you
meal
hear what I
with
said
those same
earlier?
stuff. But you say you're good, so I let it go. I was just
I
trying to
have.
throw
I
some ideas
know,
out.
and I appreciate it, but you didn't hear me when I said I don't have just one business, and so
Perfect.
that and I just said too. I do want to have people to be able to delegate to, and I've run into some issues. Like I said, my roof fell in. So we get material, we making sure everything is coming in first before I head back up to start building. Like, and I don't have to make anything up a lot of nobody for what. But anyway, um, I just rather leave it alone. Anybody want to know anything about me? It's still everything is on my shit. So now I'm getting mad because it makes no sense. What money did you give me? You calling me a scammer, but then you expect me to answer questions. Like this is insane. And now I'm sorry, Manosphere, and anybody else who asks me anything, but I don't want you to be called a simp either. Like it's just ridiculous. So I'll leave it where it is. Like I said, I'll just say the fuck shit because this is exactly why I don't want to share yet. Let me just say that. So it's no hate, nothing like that. I'm not afraid. I'm not hiding anything. I'm just doing it in my time. I don't know why that's a problem. So y'all got it. Thank y'all for the interest.
Yeah, I think Ella Unk Man got a crush on you or something. That's probably what it is. Anybody else before we get on up out of here?
Oh no, thanks for having me on the show today, Wish Doctor.
Yeah, I'm about to get some rest and shit. If y'all are wrong tomorrow, I think tomorrow we might chastise a little bit of religion. You know what I'm saying? We might talk about religion and its
For sure.
effect.
You're gonna mess around and bring out what's the religious man of the sphere? What's his name again? Bolo. Bolo gonna mess around and come out on your
Oh,
ass.
if Bolo come up, I ain't gonna say nothing because I respect Bolo. I ain't trying to knock his religion, you know what I mean? But I do
No,
want to talk about, since with all this advancement now we got AI, how much do we if we still need religion, you know what I mean?
What? Oh,
it's a great
spiritual.
topic. Look at you. It's a
Religion.
great topic.
What?
It's a great topic. It
Good night,
challenged thoughts.
guys. Thank y'all.
You know, it's morning.
I'll
Good
holler.
morning.
Good
You know what I'm
morning
saying?
and good night.
Yeah, go to church. Y'all about to go to church. Right after church, we about to talk about religion. Anybody else got any last words before we get on up out there?
Hey,
Y'all good?
Yeah, I
can
want
I
to
just
say,
say, please, y'all check my channel out.
Yeah, check GD Genesis channel out. She always come to promote, you know what I'm saying? Big up yourself, DJ Genesis.
Yeah, yeah.
Anybody else?
If you want to, because we be talking about all these subjects like about religion and stuff like that on a regular basis on my channel, and I just interviewed the mayor of one of the candidates of Detroit. So if you were living in Detroit and you're trying to figure out who to vote for, I just interviewed Todd Perkins, attorney. He's running for office, and he talks about everything going on with the whole election. Detroit is a very important place, so we have to
Right.
waterway. So it's important who gets put in that office because so that's a long story. But
And most of these people don't even know who their county commissioners are.
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
It's crazy, and that's highly important to actually know, but a lot of people don't feel it's necessary. Like,
Well, if you want to hear some history about what's going down in Detroit and the reason why it's so fucked up, that interview is up there now. And listen, I would like to be able to stream because I'm gonna come up here tomorrow when you talk about the religious stuff. If you let me
They
like
say Detroit. What I've heard about Detroit is I heard they got really good lighter fluid.
yes.
All right. What about you on 18 letter? Take
I
us
just
on out of here, bro.
I just want to say shout out to you, Witch Doctor. Another incredible stream, brother. Numerous topics that's very interesting and holds people's attention. Once again with the great production, man. And just another great stream. Sorry I had to come when all the food was gone. All the food gone and
Put
everybody
the chicken back on, Big Giz.
and everybody then drank up all the gin and all of the rum and all of that, but it's all good. It's all good. I showed up.
Yeah,
So,
you know what?
shout
Next
out.
time we're not gonna let the beverages be free, and the food ain't gonna be free. That's why it ends. So you know what I'm saying? That's why the food finished so
Man.
fast. Right?
People sneaking plates to the damn car and all types of shit.
Right.
God damn. but man, shout out to you though, Witch Doctor.
I appreciate
It's
it.
my birthday, y'all. It's my birthday, even though it's the next day. It's still my birthday.
Get out of here. Get out of here, man.
I'm playing. I'm just.
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday. As a matter of fact, let's end it with the birthday song. Let's end it with a birthday song. We got you up, DJ. Let me see.
Go, shawty. Go, shawty.
Doctor.
It's your birthday. We're gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty. It's your birthday. We're gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty. It's your birthday. We're gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty. It's your birthday. We're gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty. It's your birthday. We're gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty. It's your birthday. We're gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty. It's your birthday. We're gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty. It's your birthday. We're gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty. Go, shawty.
Doctor.
It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. Go, shawty.
Get out of
It's your
here.
birthday.
Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying. Get out of here.
Put duct tape over their mouth. Put duct tape over their mouth.